Hi dear, what if I told you that you can get more exclusive and more exciting content? You can become a hokage in a hidden village of lonely kunoichi. For that, you just need to go to my boosty. The link will be in the description.
The morning at school was not at all quiet as Irika had expected. Instead, it proceeded with the usual hustle and bustle, as he dealt with the loudness and attention needs of one Uzumaki Naruto, as well as others like Sakura, Ino, and many more. It wasn't significantly different, but now that he was working with a group of new kids, he wasn't surprised by anything. Kids tended to be the same every single year, and each year they came with their own unique and unexpected surprises that kept him on his toes and ensured he could navigate issues such as Naruto's need for attention. After school, Irika would be working on his paper, nothing much, as the kids were still in their first years. He knew he would have more work later, but he made sure his lesson was ready for the following day. Irika looked out and saw Naruto alone again. He knew who he was, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He understood that the boy was loud because he needed attention and didn't receive any. Irika recognized that Naruto needed support and care, that he was ignored because everyone feared him as a potential walking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Pausing, Irika gazed at the boy, contemplating these thoughts. What was he doing? How could he stand by and do nothing? He knew Naruto lived alone, and that felt inherently wrong. While he understood that as a teacher, taking a student under his wing could be considered unprofessional, he couldn't ignore the feeling in his heart as he watched Naruto sitting there on the swing. After a long moment of consideration, Irika pondered his options. Should he act professionally and maintain his role solely as a teacher? Or should he step up and support Naruto by offering him as much assistance as possible? With a nod, Irika made up his mind. Naruto, let's go get some ramen. Are you up for that? He asked, looking at the boy on the swing. Naruto's young eyes grew big as they looked at Irika, and the surprise was very much over every part of his face. Ramen, really you want to take me out to get ramen, sensei? Naruto asked with a degree of disbelief in his tone as he wasn't sure that he had heard it right. Really? Yes, of course, Irika said with a warm smile, meeting Naruto's surprised gaze. I figure we can grab something to eat, and then we can have a bit of a talk once we're done, he commented, gently motioning for Naruto to follow him towards the ramen was nothing fancy. Ramen was a cheap meal. He didn't think too much about the fact in general. He was a bit surprised to see how surprised Naruto was though. Naruto was very much beside himself. Not only did Irika want to take him to get ramen, he wanted to talk to him. This was something that had never happened to him before in his whole life, and he really liked the feelings inside that it caused to know someone wanted to spend time around him. Really, sensei? You want to talk with me? His voice carried a hint of vulnerability, tinged with the hope of finally being seen and understood. Without waiting for a response, Naruto eagerly followed Irika towards the ramen shop, his steps quickening with anticipation. Of course, Naruto, Irika said as he walked with him to the ramen stand. You're living alone, right? Irika asked as he looked at the boy, helping him find a seat. It was just the two of them at the ramen place at that hour. Naruto nodded his head as he lived in an apartment that the village provided for him. Yeah, I do, but he said, pausing trying to find the right words to say next. I am kind of used to it, he said trying to sound hopeful, but unable to hide the hint of loneliness in his voice. Yeah, I thought so, and I knew, but being used to something and liking it are two different things, Irika said, thinking for a moment as he looked at the boy. He then ordered 2 bowls of miso ramen, one for each of them. I want to ask you about this. Would you be against, say, living with someone? Wait, what? Naruto thought over this for a moment, his innocent mind thinking about the possibility. He had always dreamed of having a family of people who cared about him and wanted the best for him. Yet, it had felt like an impossibility to him. Living with someone? He repeated, his voice slightly hesitant and a bit guarded. He was afraid this was some type of illusion, or something potentially bad too. After a moment of contemplation, he shrugged his small shoulders. I dunno. I guess it could be okay. But who would want to live with me? How about I take you in, Naruto? Irika said bluntly to see the reaction. I don't mind keeping an eye on you and helping you as much as I can, Naruto. You want to take me in? He stammered. Yeah, that is my thinking, Irika replied, his tone one filled with warmth. If you stay with me, I can do a better job of helping you stay out of trouble. I can also help you with schoolwork and spend more time going over the basics of being a ninja. You want to be Hokage someday, this will help with that. Granted, I am a bachelor, so most likely it is going to just be the two of us. H explained, hoping his words would let Naruto see that he meant nothing negative or bad by this. With a hesitant smile, he nodded, his trust in Iruka slowly starting to blossom. Okay, Iruka-sensei. I'd like that. Then I'll talk about it tomorrow with someone, and I'll try my best to get it taken care of. Iruka replied with a warm smile. The sense of responsibility and determination in his voice reassured Naruto. Naruto's eyes lit up with gratitude as he nodded earnestly. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. I'll be waiting. The two of them enjoyed the meal as Iruka talked to Naruto about school and life. Iruka did a lot more than just listen to Naruto. He let him talk about things from his perspective and shared insights about life and situations from his own experiences. Afterward, Iruka took the boy home and then went to write up the proposal to have Naruto come live with him. He knew the boy needed someone to watch out for him and work with him to have a more normal and fulfilling life. Iruka made sure to provide detailed reasoning and worked hard to justify his decision. Iruka was sure this would work, as he had put a lot of effort into it, and he would see how it all played out. He glanced at the letter before sending it out to the Hokage. It would change his life a great deal in ways he couldn't even think of at that moment. The next morning, Iruka found himself in front of the Hokage's office before school, ready to discuss his letter about Naruto. This was an important issue, and the Hokage had a big surprise for him as well. There was a requirement that the Hokage was going to enforce to grant Iruka's request, one that would surprise him greatly. Iruka sat down and waited for the third Hokage's comments. Hiruzen leaned forward, his expression serious yet thoughtful. I am willing to accept your proposal, Iruka, he began, his voice carrying a weight of authority. However, it is my belief that Naruto also needs a mother figure in his life. Iruka listened attentively, curious about the Hokage's suggestion. I have someone in mind who I believe would be suitable for this role, Hiruzen continued. Anko Mitarashi. Iruka was shocked at the suggestion. He knew Anko, and he wasn't sure he would call her normal or conventional in any manner. She was a strong woman, powerful and capable. She was fierce and was not the normal motherly type, or at that moment at least Iruka didn't think so. Hiruzen noticed Iruka's reaction but continued, explaining his reasoning. Anko may seem unconventional, but she has a deep understanding of the ninja world and the challenges that come with it. I believe she could provide Naruto with the support and guidance he needs, while also giving her a purpose beyond her current duties. Iruka nodded as he could, putting his faith in the idea of the Hokage and his words. He knew she was unconventional, but maybe that wasn't bad. He nodded his head as he looked at him. Okay, I will ask. I figure the worst she can do is tell me no, right? Hiruzen gave a small nod of approval. Good. I will leave it in your hands, Iruka. Let me know how she responds. Iruka was given a note indicating where to find Anko and ask her. He really wanted what was best for Naruto, and this idea seemed wild, but he couldn't help but wonder how it would work. He knew that Anko was a fierce woman and that she was different. Perhaps in that difference, she would be someone who would look at Naruto differently and not have the same prejudices about him as so many others had. It made some sense. Iruka walked to find Anko at the dango shop that morning, getting fresh dango for herself. Hi, Anko-san, I need to talk with you. It's kind of important, Iruka said as he walked up to find Anko waiting in line to order her dango for the day. Anko turned to face Iruka, a curious expression on her face as she raised an eyebrow. Important, huh? What's got you all serious, Iruka? She asked, her tone laced with curiosity and a hint of skepticism. I am trying to adopt Naruto Uzumaki, and I presented the idea to the Hokage. Lord Hokage suggested that Naruto could also very much use a motherly figure in his life. It was part of the detail for me to be able to adopt the boy. He seemed to think that you were the perfect person for the job, Iruka explained, getting to the heart of the matter rather quickly. Anko's face quickly showed just how shocked she was to hear this offer, and she looked at him for a moment, as if he had grown two heads or something. She never saw this as a role FO there, and to be honest she wasn't sure if she was cut out for such a thing. Me? Take care of Naruto? She echoed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Iruka, you do realize I'm not exactly the maternal type, right? Despite her initial hesitation, a flicker of something akin to consideration crossed her features. Ko thought about it more as she paused. I am she said as she wondered. This boy was like her in that he faced challenges that most people didn't or wouldn't know about. She had experiences that might be able to help her connect with him. She also knew that it would be ultimately good for her too. That having someone to connect to wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, plus, she knew Irika was dependable, and kind of cute as well. He wouldn't judge her for being different either. After a moment of silence, Anko met Irika's gaze with a determined expression. All right, I'll do it, she said firmly, a hint of determination underlying her words. I'll help Naruto out. Good, I'm going to count on you, and I promise to make it the best situation possible for both of us, Irika said politely as he looked at her. I'm sure the Hokage will arrange for us to have a new place, larger than either of our current ones, so we can all settle into the situation. He paused for a moment before continuing. Also, Anko, what type of dango did you get today? Anko flashed a smirk, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Oh, you know me, Irika. Same as always, the spiciest ones they've got, she replied with a chuckle, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. But enough about dango. Let's focus on getting this new setup sorted for Naruto. Maybe I should try some then, Irika mused after a moment of consideration. Wait, you're right. Let's go tell the Hokage and get him to give us what we need. Someone is covering for me today at school, so we have time to figure this all out. He gestured for Anko to follow him, a sense of determination in his stride as they headed towards the Hokage's office to finalize the arrangements. As they went, Irika felt more and more confident that this could and would work. It was going to take a lot of effort by himself and Anko, but he was sure it could happen. He was glad for this idea, to make a difference in a young person's life. That was something really worthwhile, and Anko could easily cover teaching in many areas where Irika couldn't. The unlikely pair walked into the office, ready to get things taken care of with the Hokage. Hiruzen looked up from his desk as Irika and Anko entered, a curious expression on his face. Irika, Anko-san. What brings you both here today? He inquired curiously. Irika stepped forward, with a determined expression on his face. Hokage-sama, we've come to discuss the proposal I made regarding Naruto's living situation, he began, his voice firm and steady. Anko has agreed to help provide support for Naruto as well. Hiruzen's eyebrows rose in surprise at the unexpected development. I see. And what are your thoughts on this, Anko? He asked, turning his attention to the kunoichi. Anko met the Hokage's gaze with a confident expression. I'm in, she replied simply, her tone firm. I'll do whatever it takes to help Naruto out. Hiruzen nodded, his expression thoughtful. Very well. I will arrange for a suitable residence for all of you. I trust you both to make this arrangement work for Naruto's benefit. Mother-son bonding. Anko, I just was trying to have some fun, and I figured this would He started feeling intimidated, but his head wasn't already bitten off, which was a good thing. I am sorry, I just wanted to get some attention and I wanted to be noticed, he admitted after a moment. And have some fun. Anko regarded him for a moment, her expression softening slightly. She could sense the sincerity in Naruto's words, recognizing the familiar feeling of restlessness and the need for excitement that often plagued a young ninja like him. Look, Naruto, Anko began, her tone gentler now. I get it. Life hasn't been easy for you. In fact, I bet it has been really hard, and you want people to recognize you. However, there are better ways to do it than pulling pranks. This will only fuel the bad things people think about you. Naruto nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. He knew that Anko was right. There were other ways to channel his energy and creativity without causing trouble. Listen, kid, Anko continued, her tone firm yet supportive. Why don't you come train with me sometime? I think I know this one technique that will help you a lot, and it is a secret one, some consider it forbidden even, and you I think have what it takes to learn it. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect of training with a seasoned ninja like Anko. Despite his initial misstep, he felt a sense of gratitude towards her for offering him guidance and understanding. Thank you, Anko-san. I'd like that, Naruto said earnestly, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Anko returned his smile with a nod, her lips quirking into a smirk. All right then, kiddo. Consider it a deal. It is going to take a lot of work, so you better be ready to try to keep up with your new, mom, or just keep calling me Anko. I know this is all odd for both of us. Naruto looked at Anko. She had just become his adopted mom, and he knew that she was supposed to be scary, but she wasn't. After just a little bit around her, he could see that there was far more to her than met the eyes. He could see there was a depth to her personality that made him smile. Okay, Mom, let's get to work. Don't worry, I don't mind hard work at all. Anko smiled as she blushed a tiny bit. This was the most wholesome moment of her whole life, and she loved it. She knew that she wasn't normal, or even close. That she didn't have school to build a bond with Naruto as teacher and student in the normal way. She wanted to help the kid, and she figured this was the best way, training him and teaching way to get stronger. Anko saw this as her chance to support him in her own unique way, offering guidance and understanding in a manner that resonated with her own experiences as a ninja. Training Ground 8 is currently open, Naruto. We can train there, and I can help you with that chakra control of yours. I know it's been a weakness for you, Anko said, aware of Naruto's struggles with chakra control. She had learned about this from Iruka the night before and was eager to offer her assistance in addressing this challenge. Naruto nodded his head. This was the second time an adult had helped him. The first time that one offered to train him. He felt like things were looking up for his life and were going to get better. He felt a bit bashful as he looked up at his newly adopted mother. Thanks, Anko-san. Naruto stammered, his voice tinged with excitement. I could really use the help. Anko grinned at his enthusiasm, pleased to see his eagerness to improve. With that attitude, I am sure that you are going to get better. Fast, we are going to make a great ninja out of you yet, kiddo. Naruto nodded eagerly, determination shining in his eyes. Absolutely. I'll do whatever it takes to get better. The two of them walked to the ground as Anko wanted to do something simple. She found a thick old tree as she figured chakra control would be something that Naruto would need a lot of work in. He had so much chakra controlling it would be a very difficult thing. It was like trying to keep the water in a large pool of water completely still. Okay, let's try the tree walk. It's hard, but I think it will help you control your chakra, Anko suggested. She figured the better he was at chakra control, the better at ninjutsu he would be, and the less chakra he would waste. Naruto nodded his head as he wasn't sure. He watched as Anko did the tree walk and saw he was supposed to walk up the tree with his feet, and not climb the tree. He could do the latter no problem, the former was the problem. Naruto tried a number of times as he felt frustration at his lack of progress. He got higher true, and the advice from Anko and her mentoring was great, but he wanted to get this done fast so he could show Anko just how much her help had helped him improve. So, he kept trying for some time before he needed to take a bit of a break, having mostly gotten up the tree. Anko observed Naruto's efforts with a mixture of admiration and concern. She could see the fire burning in his eyes, the unyielding spirit that drove him to keep trying no matter how many times he stumbled. She found herself admiring her adopted son, wanting him to do better and be better. She smiled as she had seen the progress though. Yes, this will be a challenge, so we will have to keep working on it, but this was the warm-up, Anko declared as she looked down at Naruto. We are going to try something different now. Getting most the way up this tree was a great start, and I am very proud of your efforts so far. That said, this next one, kiddo, is why we are here to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. No, I want to get this done first. I know I can, and then we can work on the Shadow Clone Jutsu thing, Naruto declared, wanting to prove himself to himself as much as to his adopted mom. He got up and tried again, this time not getting too far, as he realized what he had to do. He finally got to the top of the tree after about 20 more minutes. Anko couldn't help but smile as she looked at him. She could see just how stubborn and determined that he could be. Some might see that as a negative, but she didn't. She loved that part of his personality. It made him who he was, and it was admirable as well. That was good work, kiddo. Consider me very impressed. Naruto sheepishly smiled as he felt proud of himself too. He had done this, and he had reached his goal. This meant a lot to him. He also loved the praise he got from his adopted mom too. He felt that he could become a great ninja and hokage if he worked hard enough, and this was proof of that. Now let us focus on that jutsu I told you about, Anko said with a grin on her lips. It took a lot of work and honestly begging the old man to let me teach you this, she admitted as she had a long meeting with the third Hokage about this, and with a lot of work she talked him into letting her teach Naruto the jutsu. It was a true run before you walk. Now simple clones, I am going to teach you the Shadow Clone Jutsu. You will be able to create a ton of clones once you get this one down. Naruto, sound good? Naruto blinked his eyes as he thought about it. A forbidden jutsu, and a clone jutsu. He was so bad at making normal clones that he always failed when they had to do them in class. You think I can do this even though I normally mess up on the basic clone? Naruto asked, worried he couldn't do this, and was just not able to do clones like a real ninja. Of course I am sure, trust me, I know ninjutsu, Anko said with a proud smile as she pointed to herself with her thumb. I believe you have this in the bag, just going to take some work and I know you can do this, and you know I will be here the whole time to help. Really? Naruto exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement and joy to have her support, and to be able to do something with clones. That's amazing, Anko-san. I've always wanted to learn and correctly do a clone jutsu. And you will once you get this down, Anko said confidently as she smiled. Now let me warn you, it's not going to be easy. The shadow clone jutsu is advanced, and it requires precise chakra control and concentration. But if anyone can master it, I believe it's you. You have the high chakra levels needed to keep this from becoming dangerous to yourself. Naruto nodded as he wanted to get this down. He wanted to learn this, and he wanted to achieve something more. I understand, I'll do my best, and I'll get this jutsu done. I promise you this, believe it. Good, we got this then, Anko said as she knew that they were going to have a long night, and that this was going to take a lot of time and practice to learn. She knew that she needed to support him a lot in this training, but in the end it was going to be worth it. Now let's get started with this, kiddo. Over the course of the night, the two of them worked hard, Anko guiding and helping Naruto as best as she could, giving him a few examples, helping him with hand seals, and figuring out the details of the move. It was a draining experience for the pair of them. Yet, the whole time neither mother or son were willing to back down and give in on the attempt to learn the move. Their resolve, their dedication and their determination were very high as they just kept working. One thing that made this whole process take longer than it might normally was that Anko had to learn the move on the fly, as she had not learned it herself up to that point either. However, that corrected itself rather quickly, as Naruto could from it seem that even adults didn't know everything and that it let him grow more connected to her. The next morning as the warm beautiful sun began to rise, Anko and Naruto they were standing there and working as Naruto and Anko laid on the ground next to each other. Naruto smiling, feeling really happy as he sat up and looked at the beautiful morning sky. It felt like it was welcoming him to a new age in his life. One where he had a family who cared about him and would either help him in the classroom or outside of it. Anko smiled as she pushed herself to her feet. You did good. I didn't think you would pull it off like that in a single night, but you did. That is what I would call real talent, kiddo, son, Anko said softly as she felt this deeper bond with Naruto after the night of work. You figured it out too, Mom. Naruto with a huge grin as he got up as well. You were so cool, and are so awesome. Anko's heart skipped a beat as she heard her adopted son say that. She wasn't used to hearing that. Yet, she felt so good, and she knew that the two of them worked really well together. Well, let's get back. I am sure that Irika is going to be worried about both of us, and I think I will have to take him out for ramen a few times to get him to forgive me for not telling him about taking you out for the night of training, Anko said, laughing a bit as she rubbed the back of her neck. Just be prepared for a lecture, he always does that, Naruto informed her, warning her about what she should expect. But when he hears what we did, I am sure he will forgive you, Mom. He is a good guy, and he is understanding too. Yeah, I know, but anyhow, let's get headed back, and don't think this is a one-time thing, kiddo, Anko declared. I plan to work with you now a lot more, make you into a tough and skilled little ninja, my boy, she declared openly. An important night. Anko sat down with a large list spread out before her. She methodically scanned through the names one by one, taking her time to analyze the information before making any decisions. With Naruto asleep at that moment, it was just her and Irika in the room, both seated on the couch. While Irika focused on grading papers, Anko had taken the top piece of paper from the list and was carefully reading it for herself. She was also considering her own ambitions in the process. Her eyes lingered on a few specific names as she read down the list, contemplating the individuals they represented. Alongside, she recalled various pieces of data and conversations she had with Irika over the past year or so, as they had lived and worked together to raise Naruto Uzumaki. Irika-san, Anko said, smirking as she looked at the paper, tapping her chin with the eraser of the pencil in her hand. I have decided something. When Naruto comes of age and passes the exam to become a ninja, I am going to be his jounin teacher and have my very own squad of genin to teach. I see, Irika replied, glancing over at Anko with a mix of surprise and amusement. That's quite an ambitious plan you've got there, Anko-san. But I have to admit, I can see you excelling in that role. You've certainly got the skills and the experience for it. He smiled warmly, a sense of pride evident in his expression. And I'm sure Naruto would be lucky to have you as his jounin teacher. He'll have the best of both worlds with you guiding him. A unique team for a unique teacher, I figure. I was looking at your notes. Anko mused. I figure Kakashi will end up forced to teach Sasuke Uchiha, and I bet the teams already have been prepared in advance too, based on a few factors, but I am going to mess all that up, she said proudly. The practice mission, the one where you have groups work together, and have ninja from the village keep an eye on them. I think I will test my future team out in that, she said, looking at Iruka with a playful smile. Iruka chuckled softly, nodding in understanding as he listened to Anko's plan. You always have a knack for shaking things up, Anko-san, he remarked with a smile. And testing your future team during the practice mission sounds like a great idea. It'll give them a chance to work together and see how they complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. He glanced over at the notes, his curiosity piqued. And who do you have in mind for your unique team? Iruka asked, intrigued by Anko's unconventional approach. So I looked, and of course Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji are destined to be a team under Asuma-san, so I took them out of the mix. I also took Sasuke and Sakura out. Drama doesn't make one grow stronger. Naruto needs people he can work with, and he needs his own room to grow. Then there is Hinata Hyuga, but dealing with the Hyuga clan, no thanks. Kiba Inzuma was tempting as well, but I decided to pass. At first, I was thinking Shino Abirame, a quiet kid, could be helped by being around as outgoing as Naruto. Which leaves one more spot on this team, she said, pausing as she looked at Iruka for a long moment. Iruka listened attentively as Anko laid out her thoughts on potential team members. He couldn't help but admire her careful consideration of Naruto's needs and the dynamics of the team. It sounds like you've put a lot of thought into this, Iruka remarked, a thoughtful expression on his face. And I agree, Naruto does need people he can work with and who will support him. He leaned forward slightly, meeting Anko's gaze with a sense of curiosity. So, who do you have in mind for that final spot on the team? He asked, intrigued to hear her choice. It was a pain, there are a few diamonds in the rough, and I thought about each of them for a bit longer. But this kid, I can't figure this kid out, Anko said, underlining a name on the list. He is in your class, but that is it, his work is done on time and graded, but it is like the boy is a literal ghost ignored by his classmates, an enigma of a kid, who seems to really slip through all the cracks present in a school. There are not any notes in any of your papers on him or anyone else's papers on him, just grades, which are oddly very high. Iruka furrowed his brows slightly as he listened to Anko's description of the mysterious student. He couldn't recall any significant interactions with a student fitting that description, but the idea of a child slipping through the cracks troubled him. That does sound concerning, Iruka agreed, his voice tinged with concern. It's important for every student to feel seen and supported, especially in a place like the academy where they're supposed to be learning and growing. He glanced down at the list, his eyes landing on the underlined name. Do you think this student might benefit from being on your team? Iruka asked, curious to hear Anko's thoughts on the matter. Of course, I noticed him only after a good bit of looking at your papers. His abilities or ratings for his abilities are strange, but everyone deserves a shot, she said as she pulled out the card for the boy, each rating out of a max of 5. Kazutogusa, the numbers on the card revealed a stark reality. Ninjutsu, 0.5 Tage. Utsu, 0.5, Genjutsu, 0.5, Intelligence, 4, Speed, 0.5, Strength, 0.5, Stamina, 0.5. She then played the card in front of Iruka. Could it be the numbers for anything alright if no one has noticed him or paid attention to this kid? He is a Togusa, which I thought they were all dead, the clan of losers and failures who never make it past Genin and always die young. I bet the boy is an orphan much like Naruto. Actually, I checked, and yeah, the boy is raised by his grandmother. I think this might not a bad team up, the outcast boy and the ignored boy, Anko reasoned as she looked at Iruka, proud of her own reasoning. Iruka examined the card in front of him, taking in the stark contrast between the high intelligence rating and the low scores in other areas. His heart sank at the realization that this student, Kazutogusa, had been overlooked and underestimated by everyone. It's like he's been invisible, Iruka murmured, feeling a pang of guilt for not noticing Kaza sooner. And to think he's been carrying these abilities all along without anyone recognizing them. He looked up at Anko, a sense of determination flickering in his eyes. You're right, Anko-san. Everyone deserves a chance to prove themselves, regardless of their background or clan. And perhaps teaming up Kaza with Naruto could be exactly what both of them need. Iruka's mind raced with possibilities as he considered the potential for growth and friendship between the two boys. Despite the challenges they faced, he couldn't shake the feeling that this unlikely pairing might just be the key to unlocking their full potential. Then it is settled. I have my team for this practice mission, really a camp challenge thing, Anko said, smiling proudly at herself and the work she had done to make it happen. The amount of work ahead was large, but she felt that when she worked with Naruto on the Shadow Clone Jutsu, it was super rewarding. She loved it and the feeling of helping her adopted son. She felt that if she could do that with others, it would be very much worth the troubles. Agreed, Iruka replied with a nod, a sense of satisfaction washing over him at the resolution. He couldn't help but feel a surge of pride in Anko's determination and commitment to her students, especially Naruto. Good, now Iruka-san, you're going to take me out on a date tonight. Naruto is asleep and we haven't eaten. I want to get to know the soft-spoken and kind man who I have been sharing a roof with for some months better and more personally, she said with her normal mischievous and playful tone to her voice. Iruka blinked in surprise at Anko's sudden request, his cheeks flushing slightly at the unexpected proposition. However, a warm smile soon spread across his face as he realized the sincerity behind her words. Of course, Anko-san, he replied, returning her playful tone with a gentle chuckle. I'd be happy to spend some time together outside of our usual routine. It sounds like a wonderful idea. So where do you want to go, Anko-san? He asked after thinking about what she might be wanting. I figure you want some dango, but other than that, what sounds good tonight? Dango, huh? You really know how to treat me well, Anko replied, her eyes lit up with excitement at the mention of the treat. While I do love my dango, doesn't it make more sense to have something a bit more hearty? She replied as she thought of some options they could have together. How about we go for some curry? There's a place not too far from here that serves the best curry in town. She knew that she had to eat better now, that she had a kid to set an example for, and she wanted to make sure Iruka ate better too. So much ramen wouldn't be good for him in the long run, either of them. So she was going to have to set a good example for both Iruka and Naruto. Plus she already could practically taste the rich, spicy flavors already. She was also excited to spend this time with him, just the two of them. Sounds like a plan, he agreed, pushing himself up off the couch and gathering his papers into some semblance of order. Let's go get some curry. It's getting late, and it seems like Anko Mitarashi has decided to become a jounin teacher. We should bring some back for Naruto tomorrow. Actually, scratch that. Let's just get it and bring it back. It's best not to be away in case Naruto wakes up in the middle of the night or something. Anko grinned mischievously at Iruka's practical suggestion, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Always thinking ahead, huh? She remarked teasingly. You're such a responsible guardian, Iruka-san. Plus, you're really reliable too. That is something that many women find really appealing, myself included. Anko then gave Iruka a playful wink. She gestured for him to lead the way. Alright, let's go grab that curry. I'm starving, and I can't wait to see what this place has to offer. Plus, I'm sure Naruto will appreciate the leftovers tomorrow. Iruka blushed a fair bit as he looked at Anko. She was different, but something about her was so damn cute, so irresistible and so endearing. Plus she was without a doubt one of the most sexy women he knew. The pair ordered 3 bowls of curry to go, ensuring there would be plenty for Naruto's lunch the next day. When the pair of them got back to their place, Iruka took the extra order and put it away in the refrigerator. Soon the pair settled down at the small dining room table to enjoy their meal together. The two comfortably enjoyed their meal, both enjoying the warmth of the night enveloped them, complemented by the rich scent of the curry filling the air, as well as each other's company. They talked about a few different things, and the topic of Naruto came up a lot. Overall, the atmosphere was cozy and comforting, providing the perfect backdrop for their impromptu dinner date. I can't believe things worked out this way, to be honest, Iruka said as he ate. To have you, Anko Mitarashi, here living with me, was not something I saw coming. I mean, you're a bit different than the normal, he reasoned. You're also strong, and well, I have learned you're rather kind under everything else and a good but different person. It has been really fun. I feel the same way, Iruka-san. she replied with a genuine smile, her eyes reflecting sincerity. Living here with you and Naruto has been quite the adventure. And yeah, I know I'm not exactly your typical housemate, she added with a chuckle, acknowledging her unconventional nature. But I'm glad you've seen past that and recognized the person underneath. She continued, her tone softening. You've been a great partner in this journey, Irika-san. I couldn't have asked for a better one. I think we have helped Naruto a lot, Irika said proudly. But you have helped me a lot too, Anko-san. Having you around even if we are always both busy is really something special. I think I have come to depend on you a lot. Even when you ran out and trained Naruto overnight, that did worry me a lot, that one time. Anko nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting a sense of pride and satisfaction. Naruto has come a really long way, and I know he will do great things. Getting to help Naruto has been really good for him, but also for me as well, she admitted as she looked at Irika. Having two great men in my life isn't anything I am used to at all, but I am so happy to be here with you and Naruto. Listening to Irika's words, Anko's smile softened, touched by his sincerity. I feel the same way, Irika-san, she admitted, her tone sincere. Having you and Naruto around has made a huge difference in my life too. And yeah, I know I can be a handful sometimes, especially with my impromptu training sessions, she added with a sheepish grin. But I promise, I'll try to keep the late-night missions to a minimum from now on. Good, I think we should try this date thing for real in the future, have someone watch over Naruto, or talk Naruto into spending time at a friend's house. Irika reasoned. That is if you don't mind. Anko's eyes lit up with genuine delight at Irika's suggestion, and she couldn't help but smile. I think that sounds like a fantastic idea, Irika, she replied eagerly. Now in the future, I think we should go on a proper date, Irika. I know I will find someone to keep an eye on Naruto. That said, I know that Naruto isn't the only person I think I want and need to spend more time with, and Irika, you're so adorable. You make me feel like I need to take care of you. Camping trip. Anko smiled as she looked at her team for the mission, the group of kids gathered in front of her. She looked over each of them. First, she saw the stoic-looking Shino, his ever-present bugs not something that bugged Anko in the least. The fact that he was already noted as the genius of the Aburame, and the son of the clan leader said a lot to Anko. Then, she let her eyes travel to the wildcard, the brown-haired Kaza Tagusa. The last of his clan, but as such, the son of the former head of his clan as well. Granted, a clan known for failure and for early deaths. Lastly, she smiled as she looked at her adopted son Naruto. He looked easily the most at ease of the three of them, as he was the most outgoing compared to the stoic Shino and the quiet Kaza. Okay, kids, we are going to have ourselves an adventure today. We are going on a bit of an overnight camping trip where we are going to look for some old ruins. Think of this as preparation for the future adventures you're going to have as a ninja, Anko declared as she smiled, her mischievous grin on her lips. She wasn't going to say that she had worked her way into doing this to confirm that the three could work together. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he listened to Anko's declaration. Wow, an adventure! That sounds awesome! He exclaimed, bouncing on the balls of his feet. I can't wait to explore the ruins and see what kind of cool stuff we find. Shino, ever the reserved one, nodded silently in agreement. His expression was unreadable, but there was a glint of curiosity in his eyes. I will ensure the safety of the team, he stated calmly, his voice steady and composed. Exploration requires caution and awareness of potential dangers. Naruto grinned at Shino, his enthusiasm undiminished. Don't worry, Shino. With Anko-sensei leading us, nothing can stop us, he declared confidently, already eager to embark on their adventure. I will do what I need to do, Kaza said quietly as he nodded his head, his brown eyes looking at the others. I know a couple of tricks, he said, a bit unsure of himself as he wasn't used to talking to others in the least. He had been ignored for the last year of his life after all, by everyone at school. Shino observed Kaza's reserved demeanor with a keen eye, noting the uncertainty in his voice. Your skills will be valuable to the team, Kaza, he stated, his tone reassuring. Collaboration and mutual support are essential for success in any mission. Naruto flashed Kaza an encouraging smile. Yeah, we'll all work together. We are a team, Kaza. We have each other's backs here. Nothing to be worried about at all. Teammates help each other and support each other. Good, I am going to mostly make sure you don't get off track and that you don't get into any trouble. This day is about you three, and making new friendships. Shino, take the recon. You have some idea of using bugs for that, right? Your clan is really good at that stuff. Enko said with a smile, her voice confident and yet still playful as she was excited to see what this group could do. Kaza, you're in charge of figuring things out after this, show what you're capable of, and work with the others. Naruto, your goal is to protect at close range and play the rear guard. Now good luck. If you have any questions, tell me. Shino nodded, his expression focused. Understood, Anko-sensei. I will ensure thorough reconnaissance of our surroundings, he replied, his tone composed as he prepared to deploy his insect companions for surveillance. Kaza quietly listened, his focus showing his concentration as he listened, and then he nodded. I will do my best, Anko-sensei, he said softly as his voice held a determination in it as he prepared himself mentally for the challenges ahead. Naruto grinned eagerly. Got it, Anko-sensei. I'll keep an eye out for anything sneaky, he declared, his enthusiasm undiminished as he prepared to fulfill his assigned role in the team. Enko observed her team closely as they moved forward, taking note of their interactions and abilities. She was pleased to see how well Naruto's outgoing personality complemented the quieter demeanor of Shino and Kaza. It seemed that Naruto's natural leadership qualities were already shining through. As they continued their journey, Enko was pleasantly surprised to discover Kaza's proficiency in tracking. Despite his reserved nature, he displayed an impressive skill set, likely honed from his experiences outside of Konoha. Additionally, Shino's mastery of his insect companions proved to be as formidable as she had heard. Overall, Enko felt optimistic about her team's capabilities and their potential for success on their mission. Kaza halted abruptly, raising his hand to signal Naruto and Shino to stop. Shino, Naruto, please stop, he said softly, his voice tinged with caution. There's a bear nearby. He pointed to the ground, indicating the fresh footprints with traces of fur still clinging to them from the morning dew. The trail leads through here. I suggest we adjust our route and go around. His suggestion was met with nods of agreement from Naruto and Shino as they carefully considered the potential danger ahead. Adjusting their route seemed like the safest course of action. As they cautiously navigated around the bear's territory, Shino's bugs detected an unusual structure hidden deep within the forest. The bugs buzzed around the area, relaying images of ancient ruins to Shino's mind. Look, Shino said, pointing towards the direction indicated by his insects. There appears to be some old ruins over there. Naruto's eyes widened with excitement at the prospect of exploring ancient treasures. Ruins? Awesome. Maybe we'll find some hidden treasure or cool artifacts, he exclaimed eagerly. Enko watched the exchange with a mixture of amusement and caution. While she appreciated Naruto's enthusiasm, she knew they needed to approach the situation carefully. Let's proceed with caution, she advised, her tone firm yet encouraging. We don't know what dangers might be lurking within those ruins. The three walked in the direction of the ruins to find them. Deeper in the forest, it was a great ground in a clearing that had been built most likely many generations before, as the great building was covered in vines. It was still mostly intact though, held up by the vines that grew through it, as well as the trees that were growing around it. The building was pretty large, like an old samurai building or clan hideout before Konoha. I have a way to help out here, Kaza said, looking at the others, still unsure of himself, and getting used to working with other people. Is it okay that I help? Of course, Kaza, Enko replied warmly, offering him an encouraging smile. We're a team, and everyone's contribution is valuable. What do you have in mind? Naruto nodded eagerly, his curiosity piqued. Yeah, Kaza, what's your idea? Shino remained silent, his attention focused on observing their surroundings for any potential threats. Kaza took a deep breath as he turned his hand upwards towards the sky, his other hand grabbing his wrist as he took a deep breath, calming his mind and focusing it on the taste at hand. Light release, light ball jutsu, he declared as a ball of pure light was formed in Kaza's hand as he tossed it into the opening of the building, letting the light shine over the cave, as suddenly dozens and dozens of bats came out flying over their head as they escaped the building for at least a while. Amazed, Naruto's eyes widened as he watched the bats scatter, momentarily mesmerized by the spectacle. Whoa, that was awesome, Kaza. I didn't know you could do that. Shino remained impassive, though inwardly he was impressed by Kaza's unexpected display of skill. His bugs, too, reacted to the sudden burst of light, swarming around to investigate the disturbance. Enko grinned, genuinely impressed by Kaza's ability. Nice work, Kaza. That should keep the bats away for a while. Let's take this opportunity to explore the ruins while we can. Your clan has a Kekai Genkai Kaza, one that seems to have gone under the radar. Anko said as she knew for sure the numbers for the kid were most likely completely off. It was most likely they were assumed and the kids had never been tested legitly or had been holding back, which seemed very possible. Let's go check for treasure, Naruto said with a grin as he was ready to find what bats might be sharing space in the old ruins. Besides, of course, a lot of bat guano. As they explored deeper into the ruins, Shino's keen eyes spotted a peculiar insect scurrying along the walls. With his swift movements, he managed to capture a few of them, recognizing them as a rare species known for their unique abilities. Meanwhile, Kaza stumbled upon a rusted sword partially buried under a layer of guano. Despite its worn appearance, he sensed something special about it and carefully retrieved it, intrigued by its history and potential significance. Watching this, Naruto didn't want to come out empty-handed. He wanted to find something neat and original too. As he looked around, he found a series of books, and behind the ruined bookshelf he found a hidden chamber, and there was an old set of samurai armor that looked so cool to the young boy. This was really his own little treasure. He smiled happily as he walked up to the armor. I want this one as my treasure for this trip, he declared openly. That is fine with me, Kaza said quietly as he held the sword and sheath in his hands. He felt like the sword belonged there in his grasp. He wasn't sure why, but he felt this odd connection with the sword. Like finding it was the hand of Reito, the spirit of light whose shrine his family had owned for generations. Soon after, the three of them exited the old ruins with their treasures, each having found something that would mark this trip for them forever. They walked out into the warmth of the sun as they each felt excited and felt like they had accomplished something great. The fun they had with each other, the joy of teamwork, it was all really special, and each of them enjoyed it a great deal. Anko had found a dozen old messy coins. She had an idea for them, but she would deal with them later after this mission. She had seen everything she wanted from this mission. They made an impressive team that was going to have great potential to grow as a unit and support one another. Okay, let's head back a bit and find a spot for camping. Shino, can you use your bugs to find a good clearing or place we can set up camp for the night? This is the camping section of our trip, Anko said with a grin as she looked at the three boys. I have supplies, and we are going to have fun. Think of this as team building. Shino nodded in acknowledgement, his bugs already scouting the surrounding area in search of a suitable camping spot. With their exceptional senses, the insects quickly located a spacious clearing nearby, sheltered by tall trees and far from any potential dangers. Found it, Shino announced quietly, gesturing towards the clearing. It should provide adequate cover and protection for our campsite. Anko grinned in approval, impressed by Shino's resourcefulness. Excellent work, Shino. Let's head over there and get set up before nightfall. Anko observed the boys as they worked together, each utilizing their unique skills to contribute to the camp setup. Anko watched as Naruto went about showing off a bit, and also helping out as he used his shadow clones to do everything he could with a rather positive attitude. Anko could tell quickly that Naruto was in a good mood and that he was really happy working with his team. It made her proud to have figured out this ideal team for the young boy. Kaza's meticulousness and attention to detail impressed Anko as he carefully placed warning trigger traps around the perimeter of the campsite. His quiet confidence spoke volumes, a testament to his resourcefulness and adaptability. Anko noted his reserved nature, recognizing the resilience that lay beneath the surface of the seemingly timid boy. Shino remained stoic and focused as he utilized his bugs to scout the area, ensuring the safety of their surroundings. Anko admired his calm demeanor and analytical mindset, traits that reflected his keen intellect and strategic thinking. She knew that despite his reserved nature, Shino possessed a strength and determination that rivaled even the most outspoken of ninja. She watched as the teamwork between them was really good and very natural too. That they worked well together despite having been rather different in some way. They all were also very similar in their own ways. None of them were what one would consider popular and were at least at one time overlooked. They were each very talented and had potential to be greater than they realized. She smiled once again, proud of them and herself for putting them each in this situation and giving them each a chance to work with one another. Later that night, the four of them were gathered around a warm campfire. It would seem that Kaza knew a bit of fire elemental jutsu as well. Enough to start the fire for them as they sat around it. Anko sat near the group as she listened to the three to see how they interacted. Anko watched and paid close attention to the dynamic of the group. She wanted to figure it out as best as she could. She soon saw how it worked. She saw as Naruto was the one to take charge of the conversations. She noticed how his animated gestures and enthusiasm set the tone. How he was able to captivate the attention of his companions. His natural friendly nature and charisma were obvious to her. She watched as Kaza's occasional contributions added depth to the conversation. She noted that his quiet demeanor contrasted with Naruto's exuberance. Enko admired his ability to listen attentively, his observant nature allowing him to absorb the details of their discussion with keen insight. She could see that the boy was very smart and talented. That there was most likely more to him hidden behind a shell of self-doubt. Shino remained mostly silent, his focus directed towards the crackling flames as he listened intently to his companion's words. Enko could sense his analytical mind at work, his strategic thinking processing the information shared around the fire. Kaza, Naruto, Shino, what if I told you this was a test to see how the three of you work as a team, perhaps as preparations for the future when you three graduate and are ninja of the leaf? Enko posed to the three of them to see their reactions. You have passed said test with flying colors as well? That I can tell you. There is a great chance the three of you will end up as a team in a few years. Really, this will be my team in 3 years. Naruto's eyes widened with excitement at Enko's revelation, a wide grin spreading across his face. That's awesome. I know we will make a great team, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious as he glanced at Kaza and Shino. Kaza blinked as he rubbed the back of his head. The idea of being on this team, it was a nice one, and he was glad that he was included. He just hoped he was good enough to be on a team with two such talented and skilled ninja as Naruto and Shino. I would be honored, and I am. Promised to do my best to pull my own weight. Shino nodded in agreement, his features unreadable as ever. I see, well, that sounds rather acceptable. I know that you two can handle yourselves and I don't have to worry about watching my back with you two around, he remarked calmly, his analytical mind already processing the implications of Enko's words. While he rarely showed emotion, there was a subtle sense of satisfaction in his demeanor, a recognition of their collective achievement. Enko smiled at their responses, her confidence in their abilities reaffirmed by their reactions. You've all shown great potential today, she said warmly, her gaze lingering on each of them with pride. I have no doubt that together, you'll become an unstoppable team. The rest of the night went by pretty quickly, as they shared ghost stories, as Kaza talked about his shrine, and Shino about bugs. It was a strange mix of topics, but it worked, much like the three that would sooner or later be their own team. They were an odd mix that Enko believed would just work. The journey back was a light-hearted one as they followed the path that they already knew. They each felt like they had found something, be it friendship, a future team, or treasure. They had a great adventure together, and they had found a path forward where they each could continue to have great adventures together. Trouble and a kiss. At about that time, Naruto was sitting rather bored as Kaza and Shino were working in the gardens outside the Tagusa shrine. Sorry about this, Naruto. I know working out in the gardens is boring, but I have to help my grandmother before I can go out and do anything, Kaza said, letting out a sigh, feeling bad for the boring work they were going to have to do out here. He knew Shino was content. The large flower garden his grandmother kept had many rare and unique bugs brought in by the scent of his grandmother's unique flowers that were keeping Shino rather busy in his work. No worries, Kaza. I get it, Naruto replied with a grin, though he still seemed a bit restless. Maybe we can find some cool bugs while we're at it. Or we could race to see who can finish first. He looked around eagerly, trying to find some excitement in the task ahead. Kaza's mind went over what he could do to keep this from being so boring. Kaza thought about using the idea of looking over the flower to convince Naruto to find one to give Sakura to impress her, but he wasn't sure his grandmother would approve. How about some truth or dare while we work, Naruto, Shino? He asked, having nothing else he could think of and not thinking about how much trouble this could get him in. Shino, ever stoic, simply nodded in agreement to Kaza's suggestion, while Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement at the idea. Yeah, let's do it. I dare you to climb that tree and touch the highest branch, Kaza, Naruto exclaimed, pointing to a tall tree nearby. He was eager for the game to begin, hoping it would make the garden work more fun. Of course, Kaza said, a bit nervous as he looked at the tree. He took a deep breath as he contemplated how to climb it. Pressing his hand onto the tree, he began to work his way up, his hands pressing into the bark as he ascended. Despite his nerves, he proved to be quite nimble. Slowly but surely, he pushed himself upward, almost losing balance at times. When he reached the first large branch, he balanced himself with his hands out and jumped up to grab the next one. He continued this pattern, steadily making his way to the very top before looking down. It was then that he realized he hadn't thought about how to get back down. With a nervous gulp, he slowly slid down and then dropped, grabbing onto a branch to prevent a fall. Breathing heavily, Kaza worked his way down, relieved when he finally reached the base. Giving a thumbs up to Naruto, he said, "Okay, do you want a truth or a dare?" Naruto grinned eagerly, excited for the game. "Truth!" he exclaimed, his eyes shining with anticipation as he awaited Kaza's question. "Naruto, have you used shadow clones to wander around town while in class?" Kaza asked a fair question. Naruto grinned sheepishly as he looked at the other two. "Yeah, I have. It was during one of the boring lectures, and I wanted to see if I could get away with it. I went to the restroom and then I sent back a clone to class and then I wandered around town for a bit. Luckily nothing happened as the lecture was quiet, but we changed places. Oddly, I somehow got the information that the clone had overheard when I was away." "That sounds really interesting. This shadow clone stuff sounds fun, like super fun to do," Kaza said with a smile, feeling more connected and willing to step out of his shell a bit. "Yeah, it is," Naruto exclaimed with renewed enthusiasm, relieved that Kaza didn't seem to judge him for his antics. "Okay, my turn," he said, thinking for a moment. "Shino, truth or dare?" Shino nodded in agreement. "Dare," he responded stoically, knowing that he could handle whatever challenge came his way. Naruto couldn't think of anything for a moment before he smiled, his smile showing a mischievousness to his thoughts. "I dare you to eat a bug," he declared, pointing to a nearby beetle crawling on the ground. Shino didn't hesitate. Without even thinking twice about it, he took and ate the bug. He didn't mind he had bugs moving around his whole body, he was one with them in a way, and this was nothing that was a challenge at all to him. Naruto's eyes widened and didn't think Shino would do that so effortlessly. "Whoa, Shino! You're awesome!" he exclaimed, impressed by Shino's bravery. Kaza blinked impressed as well as he looked at Shino, thinking he could never ever do what Shino had just done. After the spectacle, Shino turned to Kaza. "Truth or dare?" he inquired, his expression unreadable as always. Kaza thought for a moment before responding. "Truth." Shino nodded, considering his question carefully. "Do you have a crush on anyone in our class?" he asked, his tone neutral as he awaited Kaza's response. Kaza's eyes looked at the flower before him as his face turned a bright crimson, as he took a moment and let out a sigh. Yes, I do," he said weakly as he rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Naruto and Shino exchanged glances, surprised by Kaza's confession. Naruto grinned mischievously. "Who is it, Kaza?" he asked eagerly, eager to uncover his friend's secret crush. "Don't laugh, okay?" Kaza said, slapping himself in the face as the kid tried to keep himself focused. "Ino," Kaza said, blushing, still looking away. He had a crush on Ino from the moment he saw her on the first day of school, and he had never even had a conversation with the blonde. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. "Ino, huh?" he exclaimed, unable to contain his amusement. "That's so cool, Kaza! You gotta talk to her someday." Shino nodded in agreement, his expression remaining neutral. "It is not uncommon to develop feelings for someone from a distance," he remarked calmly. "Maybe someday," Kaza mused to himself quietly. "Okay, Naruto, let's try a prank. How about we do one today? We have some flowers, how about we wait?" "I know," Kaza said, thinking for a moment. "The cafe downtown, Shino, would you be up for pranking them? Say we gather some pollen and then release it in the cafe, and then you release some of your bugs to cause a panic?" Naruto's eyes widened with excitement at the prospect of a prank. "That sounds awesome, Kaza! Count me in!" he exclaimed eagerly. Shino considered the suggestion for a moment before nodding. "I am capable of executing such a plan," he replied calmly. "It may serve as an interesting experiment." Anko was on the other side of town, occupied with some basic tasks. She hadn't taken on many missions for the village recently, so she had to work hard to stay in shape and ensure she didn't put on excess weight. The idea of becoming lazy and gaining weight seemed foolish to her. Additionally, she needed to maintain her training to stay at the top of her game, especially since she would soon be responsible for teaching and training a team of genin. Aside from her personal upkeep, Anko also had to gather some information from Inoichi Yamanaka. She slipped into the flower shop, scanning the area until she spotted the older ninja at the counter. Knowing that Inoichi was acquainted with Ryota Tagusa, Kaza's late father, she hoped he could provide insights into Kaza's lineage and abilities. "Good morning, Inoichi, sir," Enko greeted politely. "I was wondering if you could share any information you have about Ryota Tagusa." Inoichi blinked in surprise at the question. "Oh, Ryota," he began, his tone nostalgic. "He was a good man, a hero even. Fought in the Third Shinobi War and emerged victorious from many battles. Ryota was skilled in traps and tricks, a formidable taijutsu fighter, and his ninjutsu was nothing to scoff at. Despite possessing jounin-level abilities, he never held the rank. He was kind, laid back, and caring. His wife, she was a sweet woman. Ryota took her in after she was forced out of her village for being clumsy, and they were married a year later. In battle, Ryota was legendary. There's a tale of him single-handedly defeating 17 IWA ninja. He was a friend as well. He was a talented ninja who sadly got overshadowed by others. His death was something that was a sad moment for many who cared about your father, Kaza. To lose him and then Tia so quickly back-to-back was heartbreaking, and I think I heard that the child died as well. Such a sad outcome for that good family," Enko corrected Inoichi gently. "Actually, sir, Ryota's son is very much alive. Kaza Tagusa is now 9 years old and currently lives with his grandmother," she clarified, her tone calm yet firm. "Perhaps it would be a good idea for you to speak with the boy sometime and share stories about his father and mother. I'm sure he would appreciate hearing about them." Inoichi nodded, his expression softening with understanding. "I see, I'll make sure to do that. It's important for Kaza to know about his parents and the legacy they left behind," he responded, grateful for Enko's insight. "Thank you for letting me know, Enko-san." As she stood there, she heard the screams of people nearby. She blinked as her gut told her this was Naruto doing some stupid prank. She walked out quickly to find people running from the cafe that was across the street as they were covered in bugs that caused a massive freak-out. The air was filled with pollen too, stuff that attracted bugs most likely. Enko looked to find 3 boys standing in the middle of it all, Naruto, Kaza, and Shino. Enko's expression turned stern as she approached the trio, her eyes narrowing at the chaos they had caused. "Naruto, Kaza, Shino, what do you think you're doing?" she demanded, her voice firm and authoritative. "This is not the way to have fun. You've caused panic and chaos in the village. Explain yourselves now." Naruto looked at her knowing he was in trouble. Well, we thought it would be funny and a good prank," he started. He knew that if one of them was to get in trouble it should be him. He was about to say so when he noticed Kaza step up. Kaza walked up next to Naruto, and bowed looking at the ground. "I'm sorry, Enko," he apologized, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "It was my idea, and I shouldn't have suggested it. I was just wanting to mess with people and I didn't think about the results of the prank. It is all my fault." Naruto looked at Kaza surprised that he took the blame, yet it was his idea. Yet he didn't think he would do that. He was happy to know that he would stand up for himself and tell the truth. That he would take the blame for them when they all had their hand in it was also surprising. Seeing this, Shino stood next to the other two. "While I merely followed the plan," he stated matter-of-factly, "I had my own role in it, and I understand that our actions were inappropriate." Enko sighed, a mix of frustration and disappointment evident on her face as she looked at the 3 boys. "You could have caused a serious panic, or even harmed someone with that prank," she scolded gently, her tone firm but not overly harsh. "Pranks are one thing, but this went too far. Do you understand? Naruto and Kaza nodded, their expressions remorseful. Shino remained silent, but his nod indicated his understanding as well. "We'll clean up this mess," Enko said, gesturing towards the chaos around them. "And then we're going to have a serious talk about responsibility and the impact of your actions." While she was annoyed at them for doing the prank, the aftermath, how they worked together, she saw again what would make them a great team. She felt a bit of pride in that fact and that they had done a really impressive prank. Later that night Enko was sitting with Irika on the couch after an interesting day as they were both reading. "So you heard what happened, right, Irika?" Enko said calmly then as she had let the 3 have it earlier. "I am not sure if I am surprised that it happened or that Naruto really didn't do anything as part of the so-called prank. That it was mostly Kaza and Shino acting out." Irika nodded, setting his book down on the coffee table and turning to face Enko. "Yes, I heard about it. I'm glad you talked to Naruto about it. He needs to understand the seriousness of his actions and the impact they can have on others," he replied, his tone serious. "I'm also relieved to hear that Kaz's grandmother and Shino's father are addressing the situation," Iruka continued, his expression thoughtful. "It's important that they learn from this experience and take responsibility for their actions." Anko nodded in agreement, a slight frown on her face. "Definitely. We need to ensure they understand the consequences and make better choices in the future," she said firmly. "We'll keep an eye on them and offer guidance as needed. Perhaps we can give him a bit of a carrot too," Iruka said after thinking. "If the boys can act good for a week or so, they can all have some type of stay-over together. I guess here because I don't think poor old Lady Togusa would handle it well, and I don't think the Aburain would want to host that either." Anko nodded in agreement, considering Iruka's suggestion. "That sounds like a good idea. A little incentive might encourage them to behave better," she replied, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "And hosting it here would be more manageable for everyone involved." She glanced over at Iruka with a grin. "We'll have to make sure they understand it's a reward for good behavior, not just a free pass to cause more trouble," she added, a hint of amusement in her voice. Iruka chuckled and nodded. "Absolutely. We'll lay down some ground rules and make sure they know what's expected of them," he agreed, already thinking about how to organize the stayover. Iruka had one more topic on his mind. "Anko, I wanted to tell you thanks for being here with me, for supporting Naruto and myself," he said as he looked at her. "I have to say I don't think I can see my life anymore without you in it. You're like just part of my everyday life and I love that fact." The words made Anko's heart flutter, as she knew that he meant every single one. She reached over and took his hands into her own as she smiled. "This has been a blessing I didn't know I needed till I got it. This time with you, with Naruto, has been the best thing to ever happen to me, Iruka," she informed him as she pressed her forehead against his own. "We make a hell of a team, Iruka, you and I want to stay with you and be with you, and not just because Naruto is awesome, but because you're awesome and a great man." At that moment Iruka told himself to be brave and bold, to act stuff he would want Naruto to do when the time was right. Iruka then was both of those things as he leaned in and kissed Anko on her lips. Anko's eyes widened in surprise at Iruka's sudden boldness, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned into the kiss, returning it with a mixture of tenderness and passion. It was a moment she hadn't expected, but one that felt undeniably right. When they eventually parted, Anko couldn't suppress the grin that spread across her face. "Well, that was unexpected," she remarked with a chuckle, her voice tinged with amusement. "But I have to say, Iruka, I liked it." Armor and Team 9. Naruto was literally bouncing around. It had been a week since his time of being grounded for the incident he was part of, and he was nervous about it. However, he knew that this was the day he got that cool samurai armor back, the one he claimed as his own personal prize from the castle. Covered in so much dirt and grime, it was impossible to tell what it was initially. Naruto knew that they had put a lot of work into fixing and apparently changing the color slightly too. He couldn't hardly keep still, tapping his foot, waiting for either Anko or Iruka to come and take him to pick up the item. "So you're ready for it, huh, kiddo?" Anko said as she saw Naruto by the door. The kid was so excited, Anko couldn't help but smile when she looked at him. "Okay, let's go get the armor. I think it will be cool, but don't go wearing it around the village, please. It's for special events at best, got it?" Naruto nodded vigorously, his eyes bright with anticipation. Yeah, I got it. Special events only." He bounced on his feet, barely containing his excitement. "Let's go, Anko-san. I can't wait to see it." "Okay, let's go," Anko said with a warm smile, opening the door. "Now it will be ready when we get there. It was finished late last night from what I read in the report," Anko added as she walked with Naruto. Naruto grinned widely, practically skipping alongside Anko. "That's awesome. I can't wait to see how it turned out," he chattered excitedly as they made their way towards their destination. The pair of them walked when they saw an old woman standing. She was wearing a really old-fashioned robe that had beautiful flowers on it. Her gray hair was tied up into a high bun as she stood quietly as she waited for the smith to be open as well. She had a soft and kind look on her face as she looked at the pair who came up to the store at the same time as her. "Hello, you must be Naruto Uzumaki," she said with a smile looking at the blonde. "And you are Anko Madarashi. It is lovely to finally meet you both. My name is Masuki Tagusa, Kaza's grandmother. Naruto blinked in surprise, recognizing the name immediately. Oh, you're Kaza's grandmother! He exclaimed, his eyes widening with curiosity. Nice to meet you, Granny Tagusa. He greeted her with a big grin, his enthusiasm showing as always. Enko nodded politely, offering a warm smile in return. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Tagusa, she said respectfully. We're here to pick up Naruto's armor. Oh, yes, of course, the elegant old woman said with a nod of his head. I am here to pick up the sword for my grandson. It seems that ruins dated back a good while, and I think I might know this blade you found. Kaza is still in trouble. He is cleaning the shrine spotless before he is out of trouble, for the trouble he caused. She said, still surprised Kaza would cause such trouble. Enko nodded understandingly, knowing full well about the incident involving Kaza, Naruto, and Shino. I'm sorry for the trouble they caused. She apologized sincerely. They're good kids, just a bit impulsive at times. She glanced down at Naruto, giving him a knowing look that silently warned him against similar behavior in the future. Naruto, catching her gaze, quickly nodded in agreement. The door opened and the man came out. The craftsman was of a middle age with a strong build. His face was tough and aged, his eyes black and piercing, his head was bald. He looked at the three people gathered and knew what they were doing here. I have the gear. If you give me a moment, I will return with the items. They are as good as they get. Enko nodded appreciatively at the craftsman's words. Thank you, she said with a polite smile. She glanced at Naruto, who was practically vibrating with excitement. Just a little longer, Naruto, she reassured him, patting his shoulder gently. Naruto, thank you for being friends with my little grandson. He is happier than ever since you became friends, Masuki said softly as she looked at Naruto. She was so happy her grandson was finally making friends with others. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise at Masuki's words, and a bright grin spread across his face. No problem, Grandma Tagusa. Kaza's cool, and we have fun together, he exclaimed enthusiastically, feeling proud that he could bring happiness to his friend's grandmother. Here you go, first Naruto Uzumaki, the man said as he had the really fancy samurai armor that was cut into parts, and each part was painting the same orange that all of Naruto's outfits were. It was strong and far too large for Naruto. I believe this came from a bandit family, one that was working with a group of IWA ninja who died in the Third War, and they must have moved in close after a rather intense battle not too far away. Naruto's eyes widened with excitement as he looked at the elaborate samurai armor painted in his signature orange. Wow! This is so cool! He exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. He eagerly reached out to touch the armor, feeling a surge of pride knowing that it was his. Now, Miss Tagusa, here the sword. I think you know what this is. How it was there is perhaps just luck of fate, the man said as the sword handed over was beautiful with a teal handle with a beautiful white sheath. The blade had markings, clan markings on it, of the Tagusa clan itself. Hakiri no Ha, isn't it? The smith said looking at Masuki. Masuki nodded her head as she took the sword, pulling it into her grasp as she took a deep breath before doing her best to keep her emotions in check, Enko putting an arm on the older woman's shoulder. Masuki's hands trembled slightly as she held the sword, her eyes glistening with emotion. Yes, this is indeed the Hakiri no Ha, she confirmed, her voice filled with reverence and nostalgia. She ran her fingers gently along the blade, tracing the intricate clan markings with a sense of profound connection. My father Masaki used this sword many years ago. My late son Kazanori, Kaza's namesake and uncle, died fighting with the sword. This is the weapon of the Tagusa going back hundreds of years, and it is back in our hands, she said as she knew the importance of this sword and its meaning to their clan. Enko nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of the moment. It's a powerful symbol of your family's legacy, she remarked, her tone respectful. And now, it's in the hands of the next generation. Yeah, I look forward to seeing if Kaza will want to train with it. I don't know how to be a ninja, I am just a botanist, but I'm Enko-san, Naruto-kun. Will you both help my grandson more please as he adjusts to not being alone anymore? She asked softly to the pair of them. Of course, Masuki-san, Enko replied warmly, placing a hand on Masuki's arm in reassurance. We'll make sure Kaza feels supported and welcomed. He's part of our little family now, too. Naruto nodded enthusiastically in agreement, eager to help his friend in any way he could. Oh, the last thing, the smith said as he looked at the three. This I had to get a friend to finish, but here you go, the man said, handing the 3 beautiful golden necklaces with the pendant made from the old coin that was found in the castle. The necklaces were made for the team of Naruto, Shino, and Kaza. "That's amazing!" Anko exclaimed, taking one of the necklaces and examining it closely. "Thank you so much." Naruto's eyes widened in awe as he reached for his necklace, marveling at the craftsmanship. "It's so cool!" he exclaimed, a wide grin spreading across his face. Masuki smiled warmly, her eyes shining with gratitude as she took the necklace meant for Kaza. "Thank you," she said softly to the smith, her voice filled with emotion. The 3 headed their separate directions as Naruto went to the apartment with Anko, the pair of them going inside as they worked to put on the armor. It was going to take a large amount of time before he could wear it, but it still was cool, and the 9-year-old could envision wearing it. "Can we put it somewhere cool in my room, Anko-san?" Naruto asked, wanting to look at his cool armor even if he couldn't wear it as he wanted. "Sure thing, kiddo," Anko replied with a smile, ruffling Naruto's hair affectionately. "Let's find a nice spot for it where you can admire it whenever you want." She followed Naruto to his room, where they carefully placed the armor in a prominent position where it could be seen easily. "There you go," she said, stepping back to admire the display. "Looks pretty awesome, doesn't it?" "It does. Thanks, Anko-san." Naruto beamed, his eyes shining with excitement as he gazed at the armor proudly. "I can't wait until I can wear it for real one day." He turned to Anko with a grin. "And thanks for helping me get it. You're the best." "Of course, Naruto-kun," Anko said with a smile, ruffling Naruto's hair affectionately. "I'm glad you like it. Just remember to take good care of it, alright? It's a special piece." She admired Naruto's enthusiasm and determination. "You're going to be an amazing ninja one day, I just know it." Days would pass as Naruto grew and got larger and had a hell of an academy experience. By the end of that time, though, he graduated from the academy. With solid mid-level grades, his work had improved over the time that he was at the academy, and he grew into a pretty solid ninja. The day would in time come, of course, for him to graduate from the academy and be prepared for the next step in his life as a ninja of Konohagakure. He sat in the same place as ever with his friends around. Iruka looked at the group as he started. "Okay, first of all let us get through these teams. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Kiba Inuzuka, Teacher Kakashi Hate," Iruka said as he looked around. No real surprises with that team, other than who the third member would be. Team 8 will be Hinata Hyuga, Shizuka Shibafu, Narumi Soroi, with the teacher, Kurina Yul, Iruka said, pausing as he looked out, knowing Naruto's team was next, followed by the Ino Shikacho team of the generation. Iruka continued, his voice carrying across the room. "And next, Team 9, Naruto Uzumaki, Kaza Tagusa, Shino Aburame, under the guidance of Anko Mitarashi." There was a murmur of excitement in the room as the teams were announced, but none seemed to match the energy emanating from Naruto's table. Naruto beamed with pride, exchanging excited glances with Kaza and Shino. Naruto knew who his team was going to be, but to hear it made official hit a bit different. He knew that Anko was going to be his teacher too. He looked at his friends and smiled, seeing them in their normal states, Kaza a bit nervous, and Shino rather stoic and quiet. He was used to this, however, as the last number of years they had been working together closely. "Alright, your teachers will come and find you and take you for a first meeting. Be ready for any secondary test they might have for you to make sure you're ready, and take care of yourselves. Do your best from here on out," Iruka said with a smile as he let the kids wait for their senseis to arrive. He knew Anko was going to be there first, and Kakashi last. Kaza, Naruto, and Shino managed to move to the same area. They were not surprised by what happened. Outside of Ino Shikacho, they were the most given group of ninja there. That Anko was their sensei, not a shocker in the least. This was rather a normal day, granted they each were excited about having a team they could work with. Even Shino, though he didn't really show it through his stoic, matter-of-fact nature. A moment or two later, Anko walked into the room. She had a very confident smirk on her face. She knew as very much who her team was, and she had worked with them a good bit over the last 3 years already. "Well, kiddos, it looks like it is official. You 3 know that we're in for quite the adventure," she said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "First mission. So, Naruto, Shino, Kaza, there will not be a silly test to see if you're worthy," Anko said with a smile as she looked at the 3. She knew they were, and she had worked with them long enough on little practice missions and community service missions in the last 3 years. She knew basically how all three of them worked and operated, other than the year or so she was out of action. Then she had Rado, Hate, or Gunma step in her spot to take them out on practice missions, of course, when she could talk them into it or guilt them into it. So, the plan is simple. Tomorrow we will start to train and work on D-level missions in the village for a couple of weeks. Once you have proven you can handle the responsibility of a real mission and aren't going to slack off now that you're a real ninja, we will test out things with some easy C-ranked missions of my choice, understood? Enko said, her tone firm and showing that she wasn't going to back down. That was very much needed when dealing with Naruto and, to a lesser degree, Shino and Kaza as well. Naruto grinned widely, his determination evident in his bright blue eyes. Got it, sensei! I'm ready to show you what I'm made of! He exclaimed enthusiastically, fists clenched with excitement. Shino nodded silently, his expression unreadable as always. Understood, he replied simply, his focus already shifting to the tasks ahead. Kaza looked up with a small smile, his brown eyes reflecting a quiet determination. I'm ready, sensei. Let's do this, he said softly but confidently, his gaze meeting Enko's with unwavering resolve. All right, we'll meet at the village center at dawn tomorrow. Kaza, Shino, don't be late. I'll drag Naruto there if I have to. And have a decent meal in the morning. We're going to be working hard, lots of heavy lifting, Enko warned her new team. She intended to push them physically the next day and the next few, with basic yet intense physical missions one after the other to test their endurance. I'm sure Iruka will make a great breakfast before we go, then Enko, Naruto said, figuring it might happen, which sounded good to him. Plus, it's not like Enko wouldn't wake him up early normally. Of course, I'll be there on time, Kaza said quietly, glancing at the other two. He was used to this and figured he would be up early most days, helping his grandmother with the gardens around the shrine or cleaning the shrine itself. Shino nodded in acknowledgement, his stoic demeanor unchanged. We will be punctual, he stated, his commitment unwavering. Kaza and Shino both waved as they went to inform their own families about what had happened. Both already knew, but the fact that the three of them were going to be a team was a very open secret for a very long time at that point. Enko nodded approvingly at their responses, satisfied with their readiness. Good. I'll see you all bright and early, she said with a smirk, knowing full well that Naruto's energy would ensure they were up and ready on time. As she watched them go off in their own directions, Enko took a deep breath, her mind thinking about the three boys that she had to that point spent a good bit of time with. She knew them very well. She knew each of their weaknesses and strengths, as well as their own personality quirks too. She knew that she was the best person to bring the best out of each of them, and she aimed to very much do that. She turned to Naruto, who was still there as well. He was her son after all. Naruto, I think tonight is one of those ramen nights in honor of your getting your team. I am sure that Iruka won't mind at all either knowing him. Naruto smiled happily as she heard the statement. Enko had become someone super important to the preteen and someone he really saw as his mom. She cared for him, helped him and showed him so many cool things. She was the coolest ever in the boy's opinion. As he smiled, his stomach started to rumble with a sense of anticipation. Really? Thanks, Momi! You're the best! He exclaimed, a wide grin spreading across his face. Enko chuckled at Naruto's enthusiasm, ruffling his hair affectionately. You earned it, kid! Let's go get some grub, she said, leading the way as they headed towards Ichiraku Ramen, the promise of a delicious meal adding an extra spring to Naruto's step. Naruto and Enko wandered up to Ichiraku Ramen and got the bowls to go. The pair of them walked quietly home, both excited for the days to come. Enko couldn't believe how much her life had changed since she agreed to adopt Naruto with Iruka. She had not expected anything like that to have such a profound impact on her. As she walked with the blonde, she smiled. She had worked harder than ever, trained more, and worked on learning new jutsu. She had a greater reason to work hard now, with people she wanted to protect and a greater purpose to her life. She had gained a family as much as Naruto had. She walked up to the door as Naruto held the bags of ramen. As she opened the door, she found herself being hugged by a small 2-year-old girl, her purple hair messy and a bit long as she hugged Enko's leg. Enko smiled. This had been while she had to go about a year on leave from ninja duty. Hibi Yumino, her and Iruka's daughter. Enko chuckled warmly as Hibi hugged her leg tightly. Enko smiled warmly as she knelt down and picked up her little nearly 3-year-old daughter. Hey there, Hibi! she cooed, before she planted a kiss on Hibi's forehead. Did you miss Mommy? Hibi nodded enthusiastically, her chubby cheeks dimpling with a bright smile. Missed Mommy! She exclaimed, wrapping her tiny arms around Anko's neck. Naruto grinned at the adorable scene, setting the bags of ramen down on the nearby table. Hey, Hibi-chan! Did you know Mom's bringing home ramen? He exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Hibi's eyes widened in delight. Ramen! Ramen! She repeated, bouncing in Anko's arms. Anko chuckled again, delighted by her daughter's enthusiasm. That's right, sweetie. Let us enjoy this night and have a great meal, she declared with her normal charisma. As she carried Hibi into the home, she felt a sense of belonging unlike any other in her whole life. She looked and found Irika near the door, keeping an eye on the three of them with a look of domestic bliss on his face. The two of them felt proud for the family that they had managed to somehow build over the last handful of years. Walking and holding Hibi, she glanced at Irika with a fond smile, feeling grateful for the life they had built together. Seems that Rado did a good job watching Hibi here today while we were busy, she remarked, her grin widening as she turned her attention to Naruto. Naruto, go set the table for dinner, please. Naruto nodded eagerly, affirming his task. He moved past Anko and Hibi, heading to set up the table for the meal. He was looking forward to enjoying the ramen with Irika, Anko, and Hibi. Anko scooped Hibi up with a warm smile, feeling grateful for the love and joy that filled her home. Irika and Anko stood there for a moment as Irika put his arm around her waist. Ramen for dinner, that was a good idea, dear. Thanks for picking it up, he said with a smile, his eyes flickering with warmth as he glanced at Anko and Hibi. They, along with Naruto, were the most important people in his world. Anko returned the smile, her heart swelling with affection. No problem, Irika. Naruto helped too, she replied, gesturing towards the table where Naruto was setting the bowls. The four of them settled at the table, each finding their bowls of ramen waiting for them. The warmth of home enveloped them as they sat together. Anko assisted Hibi with her noodles, cutting them up and feeding them to her beloved little daughter with the purple hair. Irika, how much time do you have off before the new academy year starts, and you have to begin with the new class? Anko inquired, aware that Irika would soon be faced with a fresh group of students, presenting a new set of challenges. Oh, I have a couple of months before the new academy year begins, Irika replied, glancing affectionately at Hibi. Plenty of time to spend with this little one here, he added with a smile, ruffling Hibi's hair gently. Anko nodded, pleased to hear that Irika would have some time to bond with their daughter. That is great. I know that normally school keeps you busy. I guess I will have to tag out for a bit as I am going to have to get my team ready for the life of a ninja. The early days of being a genin are always a big adjustment. Of course, that said, I will do my best to help out as much as I can, she said, reaching over to squeeze Irika's hand reassuringly. After all, I don't think it is good for my heart to be away from you or Hibi for too long. Irika smiled gratefully at Anko, grateful for her understanding and support. Yeah, I know. I often hear about how hard the adjustment is for new genin, but I know you will handle them well, and you have prepared our boy well for this, and given him a great team to support him, he said, pausing for a moment. However, having you around for however long is something that I also very much need to from time to time too, as well as the chance for just alone time between the two of us. The natural chemistry, and the positive and loving household that had been made by the four of them was on display. They formed a natural little family, and the house exuded warmth and joy. After the meal, Irika put Hibi to bed, and Naruto headed to bed shortly after, leaving the virtually married couple together sitting on the couch. Anko, did you ever predict things would work out like this when you agreed to raise Naruto with me? Irika asked softly, his arm around her waist as he pulled her close. He never would have seen this coming, him finding the right woman not only to raise Naruto with but the right one to have a family with and be partners with in every sense of the world. At the same time, Anko leaned into Irika's embrace. She wouldn't have seen this coming either, a place to call home, a family, and a man who loved her for her. She looked at what she had and smiled. You're right, I wouldn't have predicted this, but I am glad that we found it and have it now, she said with a great deal of earnestness in her tone. I honestly couldn't see life without you, Hibi, and Naruto in it anymore. Irika, you have been my rock, and I know that you have made me a better woman, she declared softly before kissing his cheek, causing both him and her to blush slightly. Irika smiled, his heart warmed by Anko's words. I feel the same way, Anko, he replied, his voice filled with sincerity. You've brought so much joy and purpose into my life. I couldn't imagine going through it without you by my side. Naruto looked and shook his head as he knew that his parents could be like this. Granted, again, they were his adopted parents, but that technicality didn't really matter to him. They were sometimes a bit embarrassing like this when they were lovey-dovey with one another, but he loved them no matter what. The next morning, Anko and Naruto were up and ready for the day. The pair arrived a bit early to find Kaza sitting and waiting, having completed his morning duties at the shrine and rushed over as quickly as possible. The young boy was dressed in his usual black pants, but with a simple teal shirt that his grandmother had made for him. He waved quietly as he sat on a bench, waiting for their arrival. Good morning, Sensei Naruto, Kaza called out. I got here early, he said nervously, as this was his first official mission as a legit ninja after all. Even if it was a rank D mission where they helped out people in town, it was still a mission to him. Morning, Kaza, Anko greeted with a warm smile. Early is good. Shows dedication. She clapped him on the shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, it's just a D-rank mission, but it's the first step. We'll take it slow and steady. Of course, I will do my best, promise, the boy said, getting to his feet, ready to help out however he could, as he smiled at the pair. I am sure Shino will be here in a few moments, most likely right on time as normal, Kaza suggested, as this was pretty common for the three of them as far as order of who showed up when they did things. Anko nodded in agreement. Yeah, Shino's punctual like that. He'll be here soon, she affirmed. Let's go over the mission details while we wait. It's a simple one today, helping out at the local market. We'll split up tasks and get it done efficiently. She motioned for Kaza and Naruto to join her as they discussed the plan for the day's mission. At about that moment, Shino came walking over on time perfectly, as he looked already for the day as well. The full of Team Anko was there, ready for their helpful mission and ready to listen to the details of the mission to support the local businesses that had put in the request. Anko greeted Shino with a nod as he approached, acknowledging his punctuality. Good morning, Shino. Glad you're here, she said, with a smile. We were just about to go over the details of the mission. Today, we'll be assisting the vendors at the local market with setting up their stalls and organizing their goods. It's a small task, but it helps support our community. She glanced at the rest of the team. Let's get started. We have work to do. With that, she led the team towards the market, ready to begin their day of helping out. Naruto, you're going to use your shadow clones to do the heavy lifting and move things around. Shino, you're going to listen and help out with sales for a booth. Kaza, you're helping out at the Yamanaka flower booth. I've already informed Inoichi that you'll be supporting him directly. Is that clear? Anko's instructions were clear and concise as she addressed the three of them. Shino and Kaza's tasks would help them develop skills beyond just ninja techniques, while Naruto's task would improve his control over his shadow clones and provide leadership opportunities. Yes, Sensei, Kaza replied, feeling a bit more nervous now, especially knowing he'd be assisting the Yamanaka clan, considering his not-so-secret crush on Ino Yamanaka, Inoichi's daughter. Despite receiving advice to talk to her, he hadn't managed to do so yet. Shino nodded in acknowledgement, understanding Anko's intention to encourage him to interact more with others. He felt capable of handling the task, although it would be a different experience for him. Anko nodded in approval at their responses. Good. Remember, this is an opportunity for us to contribute to our community and strengthen our ninja skills, she reminded them. Let's get to work. With that, she assigned them their tasks and they set off to fulfill their responsibilities at the market. Anko kept a watchful eye on each of them, ready to intervene if necessary but also eager to see how they would handle the challenges ahead. Anko stood and observed each of her students. She watched Naruto as he moved around, interacting with people and showing them his good side. It was important for him to have this opportunity to demonstrate his positive qualities, as most villagers were unaware of them. Anko smiled, knowing that helping others was a chance for Naruto to shine. After a moment, she walked over to the Yamanaka flower booth set up for the Saturday market sale. She was aware of Kaza's extensive knowledge of flowers, which was likely on par with anyone else's. This was largely due to being raised by his grandmother, a botanist genius. As Anko approached the Yamanaka flower booth, she noticed Kaza standing nearby, his demeanor a mix of nervousness and excitement. She couldn't help but grin inwardly, knowing all too well about Kaza's crush on Ino Yamanaka. Good morning, Inoichi-san. Enko greeted the elder Yamanaka with a respectful nod. How's business today? Inoichi glanced up from arranging a display of vibrant blooms and returned Enko's greeting with a warm smile. Good morning, Enko-san. Business is steady as usual, he replied, his tone cheerful. And how are you and your students faring today? Enko nodded, acknowledging his question. We're doing well, thank you. I've assigned Kaza here to assist you directly with the booth. I hope that's all right. Inoichi's smile widened as he glanced over at Kaza. Of course, that's more than all right. We can always use an extra hand, he said kindly. Meanwhile, Ino Yamanaka, who had been busy arranging flowers nearby, looked up at the mention of her name. Her gaze met Kaza's briefly before she offered him a polite smile. Hello, Kaza. It's nice to see you helping out today, she said, her tone friendly but reserved. As Enko approached the Yamanaka flower booth, she noticed Inoichi arranging the vibrant blooms with practiced ease. He looked up and greeted her warmly. Enko-san, good to see you, Inoichi said with a smile. I didn't expect to see you here today. What brings you by? Enko returned the smile. Just lending a hand to my students. Speaking of which, here's one of them now, she said, gesturing to Kaza who was standing in. Irby, looking slightly nervous. Kaza's heart raced as he saw Inoichi and Ino, his longtime crush, at the booth. Ever since the boys started the academy, Kaza had harbored a large crush on Ino Yamanaka. There was just something about the blonde that captivated him in ways he couldn't even understand. Good morning, Inoichi Ino, Kaza said as he felt nervous, but reminded himself that he had to do his best for this mission. It wasn't easy though, as he felt his heart beating faster just in the mere presence of his crush. Inoichi could see this, and had a guess as to why Kaza looked so nervous. As he looked at the boy, he also remembered his late friend Ryota, but father and son at that moment were pretty different from one another. Good to see you, Kaza. Are you here to help out today? He asked kindly. Ino also picked up on how nervous Kaza was, but she didn't pick up the reasoning as to why. She did, however, offer him a kind and friendly smile. Now, it is going to be nice to work with a former classmates, Kaza. I am guessing you are being lent to us to help us with the flower, right? Kaza nodded, trying to muster up some confidence. Why yeah, I am here to help, he replied, inwardly cursing his stuttering. He hoped he didn't sound too awkward. Enko watched the interaction with amusement, knowing full well Kaza's feelings for Ino. She decided to give him a gentle nudge in the right direction. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Kaza, I'm sure Ino and Inoichi could use your expertise with the flowers, she said, giving him a meaningful look before stepping away. As Enko approached Shino's booth selling honey, she observed him interacting with customers with his usual calm and composed demeanor. He seemed to be handling the sales job quite efficiently, offering information about the different types of honey available and answering any questions the customers had. Good morning, Enko-sensei. Shino greeted her politely as she approached. Are you interested in purchasing some honey? Enko nodded her head. She could tell that Shino was adapting to this situation far better than she thought he would. She had very much underestimated his professionalism. Well, I think I will take a couple of bottles of honey. I am sure that Hebe and Irika will enjoy them a lot. Shino nodded and quickly retrieved a pair of honey jars from the display. There you go, sensei. I hope you enjoy the honey and make sure to come back in the future if you like it. I am sure it will help out not just you but the people who run this business. Enko paid for the honey and thanked Shino before stepping away from the booth. She was pleased to see how well he was handling the sales aspect of the mission, even if it required him to be more outgoing than usual. It was another testament to his adaptability and competence as a ninja. As the day went on, Enko could see the work that all three of her students were putting in. She could see Shino working well, interacting with a lot of new people, Naruto being Naruto, helping out so many people who got to see this side of him, and then poor Kaza doing his best to not trip over his feet or his own words when interacting with Ino. Talking about the various unique and one-of-the-kind flowers his grandmother made and helping as best as he could. As the day progressed, Enko observed her students diligently carrying out their assigned tasks. Shino continued to impress her with his adeptness at interacting with the crowd, engaging customers with his knowledge of honey and ensuring smooth transactions at his booth. Finding her son was not hard. His energetic nature caused him to energetically move around the whole of the fair and help out where he could make as much of a difference as possible. The smiles he got from people he helped energized him more. Anko couldn't help but smile at this result, knowing it was really good for him. The one who caught her attention the most was Kaza. She couldn't help but notice his nervous demeanor whenever Ino approached the Yamanaka flower booth. Despite his shyness, Kaza persevered, doing his best to converse with Ino and showcase his knowledge of the unique flowers his grandmother cultivated. As she watched, she figured out the reason for Kaza's nervousness rather quickly. She smiled as she watched him work and deal with his own insecurities around the blonde Yamanaka girl. Anko smiled though as she watched the boy do his best, even when he was nervous. She could see him mess up from time to time, and she felt pride in that his errors and mistakes only seemed to make him work harder. As the day came to an end, Anko stood with the three boys and smiled. "Good job all of you, you did great work, and we managed to clear this mission well. Kaza, nice job of helping out with the flowers, and I am proud of you for finally actually managing to talk to Ino. Shino, professional work as ever, keep it up. Naruto, you were also amazing, as normal," she said with a grin on her lips as she looked at her students with a certain pride in her tone and eyes. Anko's words of praise brought smiles to the faces of her students. Kaza's cheeks flushed slightly at the mention of his interaction with Ino, but he couldn't hide the sense of accomplishment in his eyes. Shino nodded in acknowledgement of Anko's praise, his expression remaining stoic as ever, but a hint of satisfaction lingered in his gaze. Naruto beamed with pride at the recognition of his efforts, his energy undiminished even as the day drew to a close. "Thanks, Anko-sensei!" Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "I had a blast helping out today!" Kaza nodded shyly, grateful for Anko's encouragement. "Thank you, sensei," he murmured, his voice tinged with gratitude. Shino simply inclined his head in response, a silent acknowledgement of Anko's words. At the end of the day, Anko knew that the mission had helped each of them in their own ways. It allowed Shino to interact with people more. It had also allowed Naruto to make a better impression on the people of the village, and lastly helped Kaza grow a bit, get out of his shell a bit more and spend time with his crush. This felt like a very successful first mission. First C-ranked mission begins. As Anko finished up the dishes that morning, her mind drifted back to a few years before for some reason. Her thoughts took form slowly in her mind as she remembered an important moment in her life, one that had a big impact on her growth as a ninja and who she had become over the last 4 years since agreeing to take Naruto as her adopted son, becoming a jounin, and also taking on her very own team. It was not long after the training mission, in fact, that the meeting took place. Anko walked right into the Hokage's office. Hiruzen was busy as ever. The third Hokage had most of his paperwork done, and was waiting for her for this meeting between the two of them. Anko kept her cool but was a bit nervous as she was asking for a massive favor from the Hokage. After all, he was the teacher of her teacher as well. She took a deep breath as she centered herself. "Hey, old man, she said, pausing. "Lord Hokage, I came asking for 2 different favors from you." Hiruzen glanced up from his desk with a warm, grandfatherly smile. Anko, my dear. Always straight to the point. Of course, I'm here to listen. What do you need? First, I want to work to become a full jounin of Konoha, and I want to have my own team of genin. This is important for me, and the reason I want to ask the second larger favor. I want my team to be made up of Shino Abirame, Kaza Tagusa, and Naruto Uzumaki, she said, her tone for once very serious as she was making a point that she was very serious about this and also how important it was for her. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, his expression grave as he considered Anko's request. Becoming a jounin and leading your own team is a significant responsibility, Anko. But I see your determination and I respect it. As for your choice of team members, it's unconventional. But I trust your judgment. Very well, I'll grant you both of your requests. You have my support, Anko. That is all my first request, old Lord Hokage, she said, correcting herself, as she paused for a moment. My second request is much more challenging. I am willing to adjust my time and work to match when this is possible, but I want to learn from you everything you can teach me. I want to become a strong kunoichi and I want to be better than Orochimaru. I feel like my training was never really finished given everything that happened, and as his teacher, I figured learning from you can help me become strong enough to protect those who matter most, Naruto and Irika. Hiruzen's eyes softened with understanding as he listened to Anko's heartfelt plea. Anko, your determination and loyalty are commendable. I'm honored by your request to learn from me. You've already proven yourself to be a formidable kunoichi, and I have no doubt that with my guidance, you'll reach even greater heights. I'll make time to train you personally, and together, we'll ensure that you become the strongest version of yourself. Consider it done." Enko nodded her head. Honestly, she was a bit surprised that he went along with it, but she knew this was what was needed. She had to grow stronger, she had to learn everything she could to become the ninja who could guide the next generation, who could protect what was most important to her, and to support the future of the village. She had to be more, seeing Naruto, being around him, Irika. Well, that had shown her that she had to evolve, she had to move ahead and grow and become something more. "Thank you, old man, I mean Lord Hokage. I will start tomorrow, is that fine? I will adjust my work to match when you have time to work with me." Hiruzen smiled warmly at Enko's determination. "Of course, Enko. Tomorrow sounds perfect. We'll begin your training tea. Hen. And remember, you're not alone in this journey. I'll be here every step of the way to support you." With a reassuring nod, he returned his attention to the paperwork on his desk, signaling the end of their meeting. Enko left the Hokage's office feeling a renewed sense of purpose, ready to embark on her path of growth and mastery. Enko's mind returned to the moment as she finished the dishes and prepared for the day. She noticed an envelope requesting her and her team at the Hokage's tower. It was a C-ranked mission but marked as super important. Enko paused as she examined it, then proceeded to dress in her outfit. Her normal attire had two changes. She now wore a black shirt over her mesh armor top, and she had shorts over the lower half of her mesh armor as well. Ensuring she had all her gear, she also pre-packed Naruto's gear. "Naruto." She called out toward his room. He had finished breakfast earlier and was likely preparing for the day. "We have a C-ranked mission to collect. I need you to find your teammates and meet me at the Hokage's tower, got it?" Enko called out in the direction of his room. Enko's voice echoed through the hallway, reaching Naruto's room where he was likely getting ready for the day. With a sense of urgency, Naruto quickly responded, his voice muffled by the closed door. "Got it, Enko-sensei. I'll gather Shino and Kaza, and we'll meet you at the Hokage's tower right away." Enko nodded to herself, satisfied with Naruto's prompt acknowledgement. She grabbed the envelope and headed out, knowing that whatever awaited them at the Hokage's tower was sure to be important. Enko nodded her head as she walked to the Hokage's office, thinking about the training that she had done with him. It was hellishly hard even for her. She could see why he was Hokage too. He took not a single training exercise easy on her at all. In fact, it was the hardest training she ever went through, but she did so for 2 whole years before she was given the title of Jounin, and she felt like she had changed a great deal from that whole experience. She looked at the tower as she walked and found a seat next to the entrance. She would wait for Kaza, Naruto, and Shino to arrive at the tower. She wondered what the mission was, but she wanted to wait until they arrived to go in. She had her team, was a Jounin, and things were looking up for her in so many ways. She had a beautiful daughter, a kind and wonderful husband. That meant she couldn't stop working. She had so much she had to protect now. Enko looked up and saw her team. Shino was in his normal outfit on the left, his calm and relaxed walk giving away nothing about what was on his mind. Kaza was on the right, in his usual teal, white, and purple robes, his face quiet and unassuming. Then Naruto was between the two, wearing his typical loud orange outfit, walking with a smile and a good deal of confidence too. Seeing his belief in himself and his confidence grow had been wonderful. Seeing Naruto grow and make friends was a one-of-a-kind event for her too. As her team approached, Enko couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and affection for them. Each member had their own unique qualities that she admired and respected. Shino's stoic demeanor, Kaza's quiet determination, and Naruto's infectious energy, they were all valuable assets to her team. "Alright, you three ready to find out about our C-ranked mission?" Enko said with a grin on her lips, her tone excited as she wasn't going to hide that fact. She was excited to go on a real mission with her team. "Of course, I can't wait to show everyone what we can do," Naruto announced with a lot of energy behind his words. His excitement was impossible not to notice. Shino, on the other hand, remained calm and collected as he simply nodded his head, showing that he was excited only if you knew how to read the kid. Then there was Kaza, who smiled politely and nodded. "Yes, sensei, I will do my best," he said softly as he walked with his 2 teammates. The 3 walked into the Hokage's tower, finding that the Hokage, Hiruzen, was waiting for them to arrive. He had the paperwork with him and was ready to hand it over to them to take on this important mission. "Well, good you all could make it. Hiruzen commented as he looked at the three. This mission is just for you three. It seems that the daimyo of the Land of Fire wants to have two of you as his personal guests, and wants to get to know each of you personally. It seems that he is really insistent on this fact, and is paying for it to be a C-ranked mission to make it happen. Naruto, he wants to meet the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki, yourself, because you are rather important for reasons. The Hokage said, not going into that any further as he then looked at the other person that was personally requested. Kaza, you do know that your family land goes far past the village, the land the Tagusa shrine owns from days gone by. That makes you as much a subject of the daimyo as Konoha. As such, he is very curious about you as well, especially after the news that you finished near the top of your academic class in the academy came across his desk. The fact your team has the heir to the Aburame clan and the student of a Sannin only made inviting you all a must for him. As part of this mission, I am going to send a second team with you. Something feels off, and I want you to have someone who has experience with the daimyo to help you, so I am going to send Team 10 as your support for this mission, understood? Hiruzen added calmly. This is not a normal C-ranked mission. In fact, this mission is far more important, but it is what it is. Hiruzen said firmly. I trust you to work together, and watch each other's backs as well. They will work as your official escorts, as it were. Asuma spent time as one of the 12 guardian ninja. He knows the daimyo rather well. Enko nodded as she absorbed that information, understanding that having backup indicated the importance of the mission. She had a feeling that there was likely more beneath the surface of the meeting than just getting to know each other. Nevertheless, it would be a good task for her team. It would expose them to more of the world and challenge her teammates, especially Naruto and Kaza, to the realities of being ninja. Understood, old man. We will be ready, and we will work well with Team 10, and do our best to represent Konoha, no problem. Enko said with a grin. Good, I have every confidence in your ability, Enko, and with your team as well. Go get ready, and most importantly, be safe. Hiruzen replied, looking at the group. You are now dismissed. I look forward to your report in the future. With that, Team 9 left the office. Naruto was almost bouncing with joy at this mission. It seemed so cool, so amazing, and he was so looking forward to it. Meeting the daimyo sounded really fun. Shino, on the other hand, remained calm and collected as usual. He was looking forward to this, but he didn't really show it. Kaza, on the other hand, was nervous, excited, and a mix of other emotions. This mission meant someone wanted to meet him, which was surprising. But working with Team 10? Well, that was both exciting and nerve-wracking for the youngster. Night fight. Kaza sat at the camp, surrounded by his team for the day, Shino and Naruto. The brown-haired youngster harbored many doubts about his abilities, despite his teammates' firm belief in his potential as a ninja and his dedication to being a strong, helpful person. As Kaza gazed into the night sky above the beautiful, quiet forest, he felt a certain sense of nervous energy. He knew he had to work hard and help his teammates, and he was sure he would do his best. The orphan knew all too well that he needed to be more confident in himself. Yet, saying that and being more confident were two different things. He often struggled to find anything great about himself at all. Life presented challenges that seemed insurmountable at times, making it hard for him to focus on the positives. He would have to push, just push on, work hard, and find his own path in life, one where he could make his own way, and help both Naruto and Shino on their path as well. Despite his reservations, Kaza tried to remain optimistic about the future. He knew if he worked hard enough he could overcome his weakness. He also very much cherished the moments he spent with his newfound friends and teammates. Having friends was new to him, but he greatly enjoyed every moment he had with them. Before meeting them, he had felt isolated and alone, ignored by the world outside his grandmother. Now, his friends gave him a sense of hope that things with hard work would really pay off for the better. Suddenly, a glint caught his eye, drawing his attention to the right. Without hesitation, Kaza ventured into the tree line, determined to investigate and address any potential threats before they escalated. As he moved, the sound of rustling caught Naruto's attention, prompting him to glance around and notice Kaza's absence. Recalling that it was Kaza's turn for guard duty that night, Naruto stood up and listened intently. Suddenly, he heard the unmistakable sounds of a scuffle nearby, the clashing of metal against metal stirring a sense of urgency within him. With a surge of adrenaline, Naruto hurried towards the source of the commotion, instinctively wanting to assist Kaza in his time of need. Meanwhile, Kaza found himself locked in a fierce battle with 3 missing nin who had been tracking their movements. With a quick burst of speed, Kaza just managed to dodge the first strike from the enemy. Pressing his feet against the ground, he saw an enemy coming at him dead-on. He quickly retreated backward, his quick and agile movements allowing him to evade the subsequent attacks. With calculated precision, he performed a backflip to avoid one assailant's strike, then swiftly countered with a powerful kick that sent his opponent reeling. Despite this initial success, he knew that this was going to be a hard fight. Yet Kaza knew he was outnumbered and outmatched. He would give them the best fight he could. As the battle continued, it seemed like the missing nin were toying with Kaza. They engaged him one at a time rather than working in unison to overwhelm the inexperienced ninja. This strategy allowed them to wear him down gradually but also resulted in them taking more than a few counter hits, as Kaza was more than able to handle them one-on-one in these matchups. The idea was to weaken him, and then give him a longer beating before finishing him off. Despite the odds stacked against him, Kaza remained resolute, determined to fight until the very end, his speed and natural talent shining as he blocked, dodged, and kept out of immediate danger. Naruto arrived soon after realizing that Kaza wasn't around. Worried about his friend and having heard the sound of the fight, he rushed to the battleground, hidden in the brush. As he witnessed the fight happening, he froze for a moment. He had never seen a real fight like this, a deadly one. Yet, he quickly reminded himself of his duty to help his friend. Slapping himself, he prepared for what was a real fight for survival. However, with his moment of hesitation now behind him, he focused on how to help. Recognizing the imminent danger faced by his friend Kaza, Naruto took a deep breath and focused his chakra, unleashing his signature move. Shadow Clone Jutsu! A multitude of Naruto clones materialized, swiftly advancing on the unsuspecting group of missing nin, who were completely overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the clones' attack. The bandits were unaware until it was too late to set up a defense against them and were quickly knocked out cold. Following a brief but intense battle, Naruto and Kaza managed to tie up the group of missing nin, their assailants now tied up and defeated. Reflecting on the encounter, Kaza couldn't help but express his self-doubts, apologizing for what he perceived as his shortcomings. Sorry about that. I could have done better, he muttered, casting his gaze downward. I'll get stronger. I won't quit until I'm a good and capable ninja who can defeat anyone for our team. Perplexed by Kaza's self-deprecating remarks, Naruto reassured his friend, praising his courage and skill in the face of adversity. Kaza, what are you talking about? You were really good. 3 versus 1 against those missing nin, that was impressive. You're already good, and I'm sure we'll all get stronger. Don't sell yourself short, Naruto exclaimed, offering his trademark thumbs up with a smile. We'll get stronger as a team, and we'll kick ass. Believe it! Moved by Naruto's unwavering confidence and infectious positivity, Kaza found himself smiling in return. Inspired by his friend's encouragement, Kaza felt a surge of determination, realizing that he could achieve anything he set his mind to. I understand, Naruto. I'll kick butt and grow strong. And someday, when you're Hokage, I'll do whatever I can to make sure you're the best Hokage ever and support you in any way I can, he declared, his grin widening. Observing the exchange from a distance, Anko and Asuma smirked knowingly, relieved that they didn't need to intervene in the skirmish. As they watched the action unfold, they realized that the next generation was more capable than they had anticipated. Well, I think we should question them to figure out what's going on, Anko reasoned, glancing over at Asuma, knowing that the attack was likely not random. Kaza and Naruto looked over to see their sensei, Anko, and Team 10's sensei, Asuma, emerge from the nearby thicket, between them and the camp. Kaza wondered if they had seen the fight and what had happened. He wasn't sure if he wanted them to know, honestly. As Anko and Asuma approached, Kaza felt a surge of nervousness. He had done great, impressively so, but he didn't think he did well enough. He didn't win, and he felt he could have been more crisp and better prepared. On the other hand, Naruto saw this as his first real victory as a ninja, and he was determined to share it proudly. He had shown those bandits not to mess with him or his friends. He also was pretty proud of his teammate for standing up for himself too. Hey, Anko-sensei! Asuma-sensei! Naruto called out enthusiastically, waving at them. You won't believe what just happened! Kaza here totally rocked it in a fight against 3 missing ninjas, and I helped him take them down with my shadow clones. Kaza's eyes widened in surprise as Naruto spilled the beans, feeling a mix of embarrassment and pride. He had wanted to keep it low-key, but Naruto's excitement was infectious, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment at being recognized. Anko grinned proudly at her students, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Is that so? Well, it looks like Team Anko is off to an impressive start, she said, her tone filled with approval. You both did great out there. Keep up the good work, and don't hesitate to call for backup if you need it. That's what we're here for. Asuma nodded in agreement, his expression masked behind a cloud of smoke. Indeed. You showed excellent teamwork and resourcefulness, he said, giving them a nod of approval. Just remember to stay vigilant, and never let your guard down, especially when facing unexpected threats like this. Kaza nodded humbly, his gaze shifting between the two sensei. He still felt he could have performed better, and was eager to improve. Bowing respectfully, he addressed Naruto. Naruto, let's head back to camp and leave our sensei and Asuma to handle the interrogation of the missing nin. Naruto nodded his head, feeling proud. He had frozen up for a moment, a memory he wouldn't soon forget, but he had managed to overcome it and move forward. This was the path he needed to take to become a Hokage. He had to work hard and help his friends. If he did that, the road to becoming Hokage wouldn't seem so blind or impossible. He also recognized Kaza's skill, realizing that his teammate was far more capable than he let on. The promise to support him in becoming Hokage meant a lot to Naruto. He knew he needed help. He couldn't do everything on his own. Growing up around Irika had drilled that into him, and it wasn't a bad thing either. Naruto patted Kaza on the shoulder. Now you have to show me some of those moves when you get a chance, okay? He said with a great deal of positive energy in his tone as he looked at Kaza. Oh sure, will do. Kaza nodded as he would do what he could to help his teammates, and helping with taijutsu skills was not that hard. He had put a lot of time into them over the years training at the temple when he was working or when things were super quiet and he had nothing to do. As the two went to sleep, Asuma and Anko were putting the fear of God into the people who the boys had captured. By the time they let them go, they had told the pair everything that was possible for them to tell. It would seem that Naruto and Kaza were targets, and for different reasons. Those reasons were very unclear as well, but someone wanted each of them either dead or captured. As the sun rose the next morning, the group of ninja began to awaken. Team 10 was unaware of the battle the night before as they packed up and prepared to march the rest of the way to the palace of the daimyo. They had slept through the events of the night, as had Shino. Kaza was up early as usual, his mind consumed by the events of the previous night. He replayed each movement and action in the fight over and over again in his mind. What could he have done better? Which moves were wasted? What attacks needed a different approach? As a self-trained fighter, Kaza was accustomed to analyzing his own fights, finding errors, and adjusting his style to improve as quickly as possible. With limited time to train in the academy, his goal was to maximize his improvement when working with others. He aimed to be the best, refining every attack and mastering taijutsu to match anyone not specialized in it. Standing there, he cursed himself for leaving his sword in his tent during the night and fighting without it. He facepalmed his own failure, vowing to learn from the mistake and ensure it didn't happen again. Naruto was the last to wake up, having slept in due to his excitement. He quickly packed up, his movements filled with endless energy, as was typical for him. Smiling at the others, he walked over to the gathering. Hey everyone, you won't believe what happened last night, Naruto announced loudly, his grin wide as he looked at all the members of his team and Team 10. Yes, we heard about the attack and their defeat, Shino said calmly, his gaze fixed on Naruto. Good job. From what I hear, you played a role in the fight and executed your task effectively. Naruto blinked and nodded, feeling slightly deflated as he had hoped to share the information directly with everyone. So, Naruto, it seems they've identified us as targets, Kaza informed Naruto directly, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. His expression was serious as he pondered the situation. The reasons are unknown, but we really need to stay on guard and be prepared for anything that might come our way. Yeah, sure, but we've got this. We can handle anyone after us if we work together, Naruto replied quickly, his tone confident. Well, Naruto, I wouldn't be so confident. You were fighting ninja who are only genin level. There are much stronger ninja out there, and if you let overconfidence get the better of you, you'll run into more trouble than you can handle. Asuma cautioned as he prepared his belongings. But as a team, you're right. We can handle anything thrown our way, as long as we stick together. The groups discussed the subject further, but ultimately, after a morning discussion, there wasn't enough information about the attackers. It appeared that the assailants were hired by a group of skilled missing men working for someone unknown. There were too many unknowns for anyone's liking. Nevertheless, the group continued on, making good time. The two teams stayed close, mostly keeping to themselves as they traveled. Team 10 took the rear guard, led by Asuma, while Team 9 took the front spot with Anko leading them. Later that day, they arrived at the palace. The palace was grand and beautiful, constructed from red stone and surrounded by lush gardens and fountains in every direction. The columns in front of the entrance were handcrafted and sturdy, giving off an aura of power and prestige befitting the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The group were met by the guards at the front door. They were a mixture of samurai and ninja who were under the command of the daimyo directly, and looked pretty tough. The 8 of them were taken to their rooms, a set of rooms in a long hallway. One side the males would sleep and on the other side the females would sleep. Each member of the group was given a lovely room that they could have to themselves. Each was spacious and filled with fine furniture, as if the daimyo was very much showing off to them, and wanting to leave them as impressed as possible before interacting with them for the first time. Arrivals and crushes. Naruto was impressed, amazed, and a bit in awe as they came upon the great palace of the Fire Daimyo. It was very large, with a rock base that rose up, and then red stone walls that gave it an imposing look. The gardens that surrounded it on all sides were impressive too, each with its own fountains and flowers. It was obvious that this place was meant to shock and awe people before they even met with the daimyo, a way to give the daimyo of the land an advantage in any talks with visitors. Naruto remained focused ahead as he took the lead spot. They were just gardens. It wasn't like anyone could get lost in them or anything. At least that was what he thought as he walked up to the front entrance, expecting everyone to follow him. Upon reaching the doors, he looked around to see most of Team 10 and Anko, but that was it. It meant people had gotten lost in the gardens. Naruto blinked and then tilted his head in confusion as he looked at Anko, wondering where Kaza and Shino had wandered off or how they got lost. They were the smart ones, weren't they? Too smart to get lost in a simple garden. And where was Ino? This was strange, and he couldn't figure out what was going on that he didn't know about. Enko-sensei, where is Shino, Kaza, and also where is Ino? He asked, his face and tone of voice showing his perplexity. I believe Shino was looking at a bug, and is right behind us, Enko said, pointing out Shino who was walking up casually as if it were a normal day outside. And the other two? Naruto asked, blinking, taking a moment for his mind to process or piece together the situation. Kaza and Ino got distracted by some exotic flowers, Enko replied with a chuckle, gesturing towards the distant part of the garden where Kaza and Ino were engrossed in conversation amidst the vibrant blooms. Naruto nodded his head, pausing for a moment as that made sense. Shino loved bugs, so it wasn't unusual for him to be studying one. Then, both Ino and Kaza liked flowers, which explained their absence. However, a realization dawned on Naruto. So you're saying that Kaza actually managed to have a conversation with Ino? He said, surprised as he looked at Anko. Anko chuckled at Naruto's surprised expression. Looks like it, she replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Seems like our shy Kaza is starting to come out of his shell. Naruto grinned as he watched Kaza and Ino emerge from the garden, deep in conversation about flowers. It was clear to him that Kaza was completely absorbed in the discussion, unaware of the significance of talking to his crush. Naruto couldn't help but feel happy for his friend, seeing him come out of his shell and engage with someone he admired. As they approached, Naruto greeted them with a cheerful wave. Hey Kaza! Ino! What were you two chatting about? Flowers again? He asked, a playful twinkle in his eye. Yeah, flowers. I was talking to Ino about how my grandmother did some work for the daimyo in her youth, and the types of rare flowers here. My grandmother makes me study a lot so I can help her out from time to time, Kaza replied with a soft smile on his lips as he walked forward. Yeah, we were also talking about what flowers would work best at my family store. He had some ideas that I hadn't thought of before, Ino added as she walked close to the brown-haired teen. She had realized something as they talked. Unlike him, when she was around Kaza, her mind was focused on him alone, and sometimes even when they weren't so near. Only Sasuke had commanded her attention like that before. That was an odd realization for her. Kaza hadn't thought about anything but having fun until that moment. When he realized just whom he was talking to, he turned a bit red. In fact, both of them were a bit red at that moment as they walked up. Naruto couldn't help but notice this. It was good, he figured. He could tell both Ino and Kaza seemed happy, and Ino seemed less bossy than normal when around him. He didn't say anything as he looked at Anko and then Asuma too. So, time to head in, right? Of course, now that we are all here, Asuma said as he and Anko took the lead, walking into the great palace of the daimyo. It was as impressive on the inside as it was on the outside. The walls were classic white with a long tapered red rug over beautiful white marble flooring. The walls were covered with paintings and sculptures of great leaders, samurai, and ninja from the past, giving the rooms the feel of a museum. Among the artworks were paintings of various notable figures, such as the Kage of the Leaf, the previous daimyo, and individuals recognized as heroes of the land. As they looked, they found a number of people who were looked up to in Konoha, including the Kages and several others who had died to protect the land of fire and the village. Naruto's eyes focused on his ambition, particularly on the fourth Hokage. He stood for a moment, looking at the great Minato, feeling a connection to him that he couldn't explain yet. The fact that the fourth Hokage was his father wasn't yet known to Naruto. Not too far away, Kaza had stopped for a moment, looking at a person whom he did know, the hero of the Northern Uprising and the forgotten hero of Konoha, Ryota Tagusa, his own father. As the two boys were focused on the paintings of their fathers, Anko and Asuma looked on as a man approached them. This man was regal, with well-kept salt and pepper hair and a face that showed elegance, pride, and determination. He was a warrior of a man, a samurai in fact, with a muscular build and a light complexion. He wore the finest of robes, clearly indicating that he was the daimyo of the land of fire. Asuma, it is good to see you once again, and Anko, I believe, he said calmly as he looked at the pair. As you know, I am Rayon Idai the daimyo, he said, pausing, his eyes scanning their two teams. I see you brought the two genin I asked you to bring, he continued, looking at Naruto and Kaza. Seems parents and kids aren't all that different at first glance. Indeed, Your Excellency, Asuma responded respectfully. These young shinobi have proven themselves capable time and again. They're the future of our village, and we're proud to have them under our guidance. Anko nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting her pride in her students. I figured as much, Rayon said as he looked at the two, and then the others. A strong team you have too, Asuma, should be a good meeting. Now Asuma, Anko, I am giving you rooms on the east wing. I expect to see you all tonight at the meal we have prepared. We will have outfits fitting of honored guests of this place given to you. You will be there on time and ready for the meeting. It will be important, and tomorrow we will talk more, and I wish to hear your thoughts as well. Then the day after tomorrow, we shall have a grand ball after final talks, and that will be it, understood? Understood, Your Excellency, Asuma replied with a respectful nod. We'll be there on time and ready to participate in the meeting and the subsequent events as requested. Anko echoed his sentiment with a firm nod, her demeanor reflecting her understanding of the importance of the upcoming gatherings. So, that's your father? Ino asked, standing next to Kaza as they looked at the painting of Ryota Tagusa. He does look a lot like you, but the long hair is the big difference, I think, plus of course, he is older obviously. Yeah, Grandma has a few pictures of him around the house, but most were put away. I don't think she likes to think about her kids. She lost them all 5 before I was born, Kaza explained to Ino. Knowing my father was a man worthy of a spot here, it makes me so happy, so glad to be his son, and reminds me that I must be good enough to honor the legacy given to me, even if no one in the village noticed, someone did. Ino listened intently, her gaze shifting between Kaza and the painting of his father. She nodded thoughtfully, processing his words. It's admirable, Kaza, she said softly, a hint of warmth in her voice. To carry such a legacy. It must be a lot of pressure, but you seem to handle it with such grace. Her words lingered, and for a moment, there was a subtle change in her demeanor. As she looked at Kaza, a flicker of something more than admiration crossed her expression, a warmth that hinted at deeper feelings. Yet, she quickly masked it with a playful grin, teasingly nudging his arm. W.L. It looks like you come from a pretty impressive line of heroes. No wonder you're so interesting, she added, her tone light but with a touch of sincerity. Yeah, and I didn't even know I had this legacy till recently. Kaza admitted as he had never heard about this growing up in Konoha as it had been not talked about. Kaza, Naruto, go find your room, Anko said as she looked at the two who nodded, each taken out of their thoughts as Naruto was wandering looking at things at that moment in time. As they left, Shikamaru walked up to his teammate with a knowing look on his face. So, I have seen that look before. He said calmly as he didn't want to say anything out loud, but he knew Ino and had known her since childhood. He knew that look that she gave to Sasuke often, but now it wasn't to the cold Uchiha who frankly didn't care for her that way, but for a boy who he also knew had those feelings for her. Ino. Shikamaru started, his tone gentle yet probing. I can see something's different. Is there something on your mind? Ino's cheeks flushed slightly, caught off guard by Shikamaru's astuteness. She glanced away for a moment, composing herself before meeting his gaze again. It's just... she began, her voice trailing off as she struggled to find the right words. Shikamaru waited patiently, sensing her hesitation. He knew better than to push too hard, especially with Ino. I don't know, Shikamaru. She finally admitted with a soft sigh. It's just... Kaza. There's something about him, something different. She couldn't quite articulate the whirlwind of emotions swirling inside her, but she knew they centered around the brown-haired genin who had captured her attention in ways she couldn't fully grasp. Well, we have time. We are doing this mission together after all, and I am sure you will have plenty of time with Kaza Tagusa. Shikamaru mused as he wanted to be a good teammate, but it was hard not to remember this to tease her about at the same time, but that was to trouble ultimately. He figured that he could lay low and just keep his eyes on things and help out in the least troublesome ways possible. Let's find our own rooms. I am sure you're going to end up sharing a room with Enko, and then the rest of us will end up in 2 rooms. Shikamaru's words brought a faint smile to Ino's lips, grateful for his understanding. Yeah, you're right, she replied, her tone appreciative. Thanks, Shikamaru. As the 2 teams found their rooms, there was a lot more at play under the surface than they could know. The feelings of youth and the plans of the old rarely go that well together, and this set the stage for what could be a rather interesting meeting between the 2 groups. Shino, who had been there, kind of kept to the back as he kept out of the drama. He was far more focused on the bugs that he could find and the fun figuring out ways to add them to his collection. The drama of relationships just didn't mean much to him, and he trusted his teammates to handle it. Meetings and trouble. The next day, Shino, Naruto, and Kaza stood before the Hokage, who regarded them with a discerning eye. Beside him were 2 young teenage females, both dressed in their finest attire. To the right was his older daughter, around 15 years old, with beautiful long turquoise hair and an impressive elegance. To the left was the younger sister, a charming girl exuding a burst of energy in her demeanor. She had short black hair and sharp black eyes, looking ready to train with the ninja or samurai under the daimyo's command. Despite their differences, both sisters were strikingly beautiful. It is an honor to introduce you to my daughters, Aidai, Rayon said, gesturing to his elder daughter. He then turned to the younger one. And this is Kaida Idai, my second daughter. They are the pride of my home, and it is great to introduce you to them today, he said calmly, his eyes focusing intently on 2 people as he introduced the young women, Naruto Uzumaki and Kaza Tagusa. Tomorrow night, we will have a ball, and I hope you get a chance to know them better, Rayon said with a smile. Naruto, would you like to get to know Kaida? She is really strong and loves to train and fight. Kaza, I think you might enjoy a talk with my elder daughter. She is very knowledgeable about your shrine and is quite wise when it comes to areas of faith, the spirit of light, and the like. Yes, I'm sure, I would love to get to know you better, Kaza said softly as he bowed, with Aoi bowing at the same time. That would be great. I have heard much about your late mother. She was a remarkable shrine maiden who graced and improved the lives of many people with her presence. She even blessed my father's marriage, so I feel I owe her. Would you mind walking with me to talk among the flowers of the garden? Aoi asked, offering Kaza her hand. I would be honored, Kaza replied with a gentle smile, taking Aoi's hand as they began to stroll through the garden together. Hey Naruto, I heard you're tough. Would you be up for a round with me? If you win, I will let you pick the food at the next meal, Kaida said with a grin on her lips, wanting to challenge Naruto directly after hearing how tough he was. Naruto grinned back at Kaida. Sure thing. You're on. But if I win, you have to let me borrow that fancy sword of yours for a day, he proposed with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Naruto grinned back, accepting the challenge with enthusiasm. You're on. But be ready, I don't hold back, he replied, already feeling the excitement of the impending competition. The daimyo addressed the gathered group with a small smile. Now, for the rest of you, feel free to explore, but I suggest you stay. We are going to have a meeting about the plans for the Land of Fire's future and improving the land for the good of the people. As the daimyo spoke, Team Asuma, along with Shino and Anko, mulled over several questions. Had Kaza and Naruto been singled out due to the daimyo's interest in them? Ino, grappling with her newfound feelings for Kaza, struggled to conceal her frustration at the thought of someone else vying for his attention. Despite her internal turmoil, she remained silent, keeping her emotions in check for the time being. The daimyo had a few charts prepared as he led them to the meeting room reserved for other nobles. I, Rayon, Lord of Fire, shall make this land great again, he declared firmly, looking at the assembled group. For far too long, we have depended entirely on Konoha for assistance. We have left the defense of our land to mercenaries, paid by the mission, who are outside the command of the daimyo. This has worked well enough, and we are grateful for Konoha's support. Yet we have come to depend on them far too much, he declared, addressing the gathered nobility. As he spoke, he looked at each landowner in the Land of Fire. This shall not be the case in the future. I am going to create a land strong enough to stand even with Konoha, with ninja just as good and as powerful. We will not be a weak-willed group unable to move into the future, but a strong and robust land able to fight our own wars without the support of mercenaries. To that end, every small village, every hamlet, shall open up for the new school of the Land of Fire. Here, we will prepare the next generation to fight and defend their homes from bandits and other threats. I have already established the academy, recruited teachers from retired ninja and samurai. It will be the finest school in the world. In 3 years, when the first graduates leave the academy, they will be ready to face the world and fight to make this land the best of all lands. He then turned to the ninja present. This is not to say that we will forget our friends in Konoha, but we will ensure their interests and ours always align. They will take missions and be paid by us, not as a mercenary force, but as an equal part of the land's forces. We will bind our forces together through the old ways, uniting as one group stronger together than separate. Konoha exists as part of the Land of Fire, not above or separate from it. While we will continue to support them through this transition, when the time comes, they must remember that crucial fact. Anko blinked as she sat with Asuma. They both knew what this was, a power play by the daimyo. He was playing a hell of a political game at that moment, and it was one that neither of them were particularly fond of. Shikamura blinked while listening, recognizing the same. Shino remained quiet, knowing this was all above his station. Ino was fuming about Kaza walking through the garden with Aoi. No one liked the fact that Kaza and Naruto were separated to avoid this. Choji listened but didn't particularly get it. He could sense, however, that it was big and important. Now, thank you. The daimyo continued. I am sure we will talk more about this in the future. For tonight, though, please enjoy our food and hospitality. Tomorrow shall be the big banquet, one where we will enjoy a great deal of dancing and fun. Now, if you would all excuse me, I shall take my leave. Good day, everyone, and have a great rest of the day. The group had a meal, but they mostly went their own ways. Anko went to keep an eye on Naruto to make sure he was staying out of trouble. She found a rather lively sparring match between him and the daimyo's daughter, each of them clearly having a fair bit of fun together. You're not bad, Naruto, Kaida declared with a grin. She moved quickly, the two of them exchanging blows with impressive speed. Kaida was able to gauge Naruto's strength and match it, prolonging the fight to enjoy it as much as possible. She really didn't want to go back inside and enjoyed activities like this far more. Thanks, Kaida, Naruto replied, grinning widely. You're pretty awesome yourself. I haven't had this much fun in a sparring match in a long time. He ducked and weaved, his enthusiasm showing in every move. Let's see if you can keep up with me, believe it. Anko watched the sparring match intently, reassured that Naruto was safe but unable to shake a growing unease. As she observed, the lively banter between Naruto and Kaida continued, their energetic exchanges underscoring their enjoyment of the match. Just then, she heard her name called out by the daimyo himself. Anko Midarashi, or is it Anko Yumino now? She turned to face him, noting the dignified presence he commanded. You have done a great job raising Naruto. He has become a man worthy of being Minato's son, and you have helped him grow into a fine young man. The same can be said of Kazutogusa. Your influence on him is notable, though of course, not nearly on the level of your adopted son. Iruka is an impressive teacher as well. If it were possible, I would have made a play to have him as the head of my academy. Thanks for the kind words, Daimyo-sama. Anko replied with a respectful nod. Iruka is a good husband, and he is a great father to Naruto and Hibi. He is currently watching over our lovely daughter while I am out here, and I am sure he's doing a great job. Good, let me tell you, as things are, in time, I might call on you to make a personal proposal to bring our sides closer together, and in better alignment. The daimyo said cryptically, his eyes flicking to the youngsters sparring before them. Of course, this is a talk I shall have with Lady Tagusa as well in time, most likely the next time she comes to bring her unique flowers for the gardens. Tomorrow, I shall have my tailor make 2 kimonos fitting your son Naruto and Kaza Tagusa. Please make sure they wear them. They are both special young men. I believe the future of our land rests on their shoulders. He was interrupted by a servant bearing a message. Well, duty calls, Lady Yumino. I look forward to talking more about the future of our lands and your son. With that, he took his leave, heading off with the servant and leaving Anko alone with her thoughts. She turned her attention back to the sparring match. The daimyo's words lingered in her mind, the feeling that he was making a power play and setting up to make himself the unquestioned leader and man in charge of all forces in the Land of Fire. The fact he was most likely wanting to get his daughter engaged to Naruto also there. Most likely to have a marriage connection to the past Hokage's only son, as well as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Elsewhere, Ino was fuming. She had heard about Kaza's pleasant walk with Aoi, filled with discussions about flowers, faith, and many topics she wasn't familiar with. Her anger was directed at the world, but mostly at herself. If only she had noticed Kaza before her infatuation with Sasuke, she wouldn't be in this mess. Was she destined to have bad luck with men forever? Ino, what are you doing? Shikamaru's voice broke through her stormy thoughts. He was lounging on her bed, in his typical nonchalant pose. Ino scowled. Worrying about nothing? Easy for you to say. This isn't your problem. Shikamaru sighed, sitting up slightly. You're being way too troublesome for your own good right now. Kaza is just talking to Aoi. It's not the end of the world. Ino huffed, pacing back and forth. But what if it is? What if I never get a chance with him because of this? What if I'm just cursed with bad luck in love? Shikamaru shook his head, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. You're overthinking this. Kaza is just talking. If you like him, let him know. Don't sit here and sulk about it. Ino paused, considering his words. But what if he doesn't feel the same way? Shikamaru blinked, keeping himself from laughing. Asking Kaza if he likes you and worried he doesn't. That is funny. Kaza Tagusa has had a crush on you, Ino, for years. Everyone most likely has noticed it except you. Ino frozen completely as she stopped her pacing, looking at Shikamaru with a shocked expression on her face. Wait, what did you say? Did you say that Kaza has a crush on me? She said as she was rather shocked by the turn of events. How had she not noticed? Had she been so focused on Sasuke that she had not noticed the cute Tagusa boy the whole time? Shikamaru chuckled, his lazy demeanor contrasting with Ino's sudden realization. Yeah, Kaza's had a crush on you for ages. It's pretty obvious to everyone else, but I guess you missed it. Ino's mind raced, replaying all her interactions with Kaza through a new lens. She could see his nervousness, and she could see how he acted. It made sense to her to some degree. Yet he hadn't said anything. But then why didn't he say anything? She wondered aloud, feeling a mix of confusion and relief flooding through her. Because that one is shy, introverted, and self-doubting. Plus, you were crushing just as heavily on Sasuke. So why tell someone when you know you're going to just be rejected? I am sure he figured you just would reject him as being lesser than Sasuke. Shikamaru explained. Better to accept defeat than deal with that, is what he is most likely thinking. Ino's emotions swirled as she absorbed Shikamaru's words. I never realized. She murmured, a mixture of regret and realization coloring her tone. I've been so focused on Sasuke that I completely missed what was right in front of me. Shikamaru shrugged, his expression sympathetic. It happens. But now you know, so what are you going to do about it? Ino's determination sparked to life as she met Shikamaru's gaze. I'm going to talk to him. I'll tell him how I feel and apologize for being blind all this time. It's time to set things right. Shikamaru nodded approvingly. Sounds like a plan. Just be honest with him, and I'm sure everything will work out. The banquet. After the time their uncle was more than a bit worried about this daimyo. His ambition was dangerous and it posed a great threat to Konoha. The worry was that he was trying to set up things for a long game against Konoha completely. She didn't like the idea of him setting up her son with one of his daughters either. She had seen how it was playing out, and it wasn't a bad matchup either. Yet, she worried that it was just a political game that the daimyo was playing for power. Her eyes focused on Asuma. "I want to know, what do you think about what is going down?" she asked, her tone showing how serious she was at that moment. "I personally think the daimyo is playing a power play. A long-term one that will take a lot of time, but one nevertheless. A very dangerous game for the future." Asuma thought for the moment as he took a drag on his cigarette and then exhaled a plume of smoke from his lips. He looked ahead thinking about what he knew. "You're right, Anko. This is a dangerous game. The daimyo is making moves that could change the balance of power. He's trying to build an army independent of Konoha, and that could spell trouble." Anko nodded, her eyes narrowing. "Exactly. It feels like he's trying to assert more control, make the land of fire less dependent on us." "But why now?" Asuma shrugged slightly, tapping ash from his cigarette into an ashtray. "Could be a lot of reasons. However, I am sure he would want to counter the power of Konoha and make us far less important. Thus the power play with us getting less power, and the daimyo getting more say in things." Ino, who had been quietly listening nearby, finally spoke up, her frustration evident. "And what about Kaza and Naruto? Why? Separate them from us? It feels like he's trying to manipulate them, too." Shikamaru, lounging casually as always, added, "It's classic divide and conquer. By isolating them, he can influence them more easily. Especially with Kaza being the heir to the Tagusa lands and Naruto being pretty important for the future too." Asuma nodded in agreement. "Exactly. He wants this power play for the future. He knows the importance of the Tagusa lands, and he knows the importance of the Nine Tails. I am sure that he wants to use this for the betterment of himself. It is a clever move, and one that I bet hopes evens things up between himself and us at least." Anko sighed, her worry still evident. "I just hope we can handle whatever comes next. The daimyo's plans could change everything, and not necessarily for the better." Anko nodded her head. "Well, we have this banquet tonight, so all of you keep on your toes. I figure it's more a show of force for the daimyo and his daughters, aimed at Naruto and Kaza," she said, clearly uneasy about the daimyo trying to hook his daughter up with her own adopted son. Asuma leaned forward, extinguishing his cigarette. "You're right, Anko. This banquet is about more than just celebration. It's a power play. We need to be careful and watchful." Shikamaru sighed, looking uncharacteristically serious. "It's troublesome, but we'll have to be on high alert. The daimyo is playing a long game, and we need to be ready for anything." Ino clenched her fists, determination flashing in her eyes. "I'll keep an eye on Aoi and Kaza. If the daimyo thinks he can manipulate us that easily, he's got another thing coming." Choji nodded, finishing his snack. "And I'll watch out for any unusual activity. We're all in this together." Shino, who had been silent up until now, adjusted his glasses. "I'll use my insects to gather information discreetly. We need to be prepared for any surprises." Anko gave them all a small smile, feeling a bit more reassured by their solidarity. "Good. Just remember, we're stronger together. We'll get through this banquet and whatever the daimyo has planned." Naruto stood there as he looked over himself, his lovely kimono fitting him perfectly. He looked in the mirror as he saw the warm red and orange traditional kimono on his shoulders. Why was he given this? What was so important about him to give him this? He was just a ninja. From Konoha, there wasn't anything that special about him as far as he knew. "Hey, Mom!" he called out as he looked at Anko slipping into his room. He wanted to talk to Anko, and he wanted to know if she could answer an important question he had been wondering about. "Why is everyone treating me like I am important?" Anko smiled softly, stepping closer to him. "Naruto, you are important. You've always been important, even if you didn't realize it." Naruto frowned slightly, his confusion evident. "But why? I mean, I'm just me. I don't get it." Anko sat down beside him, gently adjusting his kimono. "I should have told you this before, my son," she said softly as she looked into his eyes, a look of love and affection in her eyes. "Your father was the fourth Hokage. He believes in you. I am sure that is why he sealed the 9 tails within you on the day of your birth." Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "The fourth Hokage," He was my dad. Anko nodded. Yes, he was. And you've inherited more from him than just your looks. You have his spirit, his will to protect others. That's why people see you as important. Naruto was silent for a moment, processing this information. I always wondered why I felt this connection to him whenever I saw his face on the Hokage monument. Anko placed a hand on his shoulder. You're destined for great things, Naruto. The daimyo and everyone else can see that potential in you. That's why they treat you with such respect. Naruto looked down at his kimono, then backed up at Anko. I don't know if I am up for all this. I mean, it is a lot of pressure. I never had so much expectations on me before by so many. Anko smiled reassuringly. You don't have to be ready all at once. Just be yourself, Naruto. You've got a good heart and a strong will. You are the beautiful, kind and good person that your father and I have raised to be a good ninja and better person. Believe in yourself, and trust in the person that Iruka, Minato, and I believe in. I am sure you will be fine as you remain true to yourself. Naruto nodded, feeling a bit more confident. Thanks, Mom. I'll do my best. Anko ruffled his hair affectionately. I know you will. Now let's get you ready for that ball. Show them the amazing person you are, Naruto. Across the way, others were getting ready and prepared for the ball as the ballroom was cleared. It was large, with tables lining the sides and a spacious dance area. Performers were prepared to play for the guests who were gathering. All the important people in the Land of Fire, outside of Konoha, were present, dressed in traditional robes as they moved around finding their seats for the grand meal that would soon be served. Naruto, dressed in his red kimono with flame designs, and Kaza, in a white and teal kimono, were seated with the daimyo and his two daughters. Also at the table was the mother of the daughters and wife of the daimyo, a middle-aged woman who was a dark-haired, elegant beauty in a pure white kimono that matched those of her daughters and husband. Ino, wearing a beautiful purple kimono, managed to find a way to sneak over to the table. She sat as close to Kaza as possible, determined to keep an eye on him. She smiled and played polite, her attention divided between the two daughters and Kaza, but mostly focused on him. Daimyo, sir, it is a really neat banquet. Thank you for having me as a guest of honor for the ball, Naruto said, trying to figure out how to behave at this fancy dinner. He wasn't used to it at all. Yes, it is really lovely, Kaza said, not much better, as he was just as out of place, as he was not used to fancy things like this. The daimyo, Rayon, smiled warmly at the two boys. It is my pleasure to have you both here. You are guests of honor for a reason, after all. Naruto fidgeted slightly, still feeling out of place. Thanks, sir. I'll try my best to, be a good guest. Kaza nodded in agreement, his own discomfort evident. Yes, thank you. It really is an honor. The daimyo's wife, Ida, noticing their unease, leaned in with a gentle smile. You both are doing just fine. Enjoy the evening and don't worry too much about the formalities. Aoi and Kaida exchanged amused glances, clearly more comfortable in this environment. Aoi turned to Kaza with a reassuring smile. It's just a dinner, really. We're all here to enjoy ourselves. Kaida grinned at Naruto. And maybe have a bit of fun too. Just relax. Ino, watching from nearby, kept a close eye on Kaza. Ino couldn't help but worry that she would mess up if she didn't act at all. She didn't want to just sit back and do nothing. She decided to speak up, hoping to ease the tension. Naruto, Kaza, you both look great. Don't overthink it. Just be yourselves. Naruto glanced at her and gave a small, grateful smile. Thanks, Ino. I'll try. Kaza also smiled, feeling a bit more at ease with Ino's encouragement. Yeah, thanks, Ino. That helps. Kaza, how about a dance? Aoi said softly as she stood up gracefully, offering her hand to Kaza as Ino blinked as she got more annoyed by the moment at what was happening. Yet, she couldn't make a scene here and it annoyed her so much. Kaza hesitated for a moment but then nodded, taking Aoi's hand and allowing her to lead him onto the dance floor. Ino watched, her annoyance growing, but she knew causing a scene wouldn't help. She took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure. Naruto, would you want to try this dance stuff out? It isn't my thing, but if you want to give it a shot, I would be down. Kaida asked with a half smile as she knew that this was expected. Well, I guess so. I am not really good at this either, Naruto admitted as he felt nervous about this. Don't worry then, we both are beginners, Kaide commented as she walked with Naruto to join Aoi and Kaza, who were also on the dance floor along with everyone else too. Naruto, feeling just as nervous, looked at Kaida and managed a small smile. Alright, let's give it a shot. Kaida's half-smile turned into a full grin. That's the spirit, Naruto. As they joined Aoi and Kaza on the dance floor, Naruto glanced around, trying to mimic the movements of the other dancers. He stumbled a bit but quickly found his footing with Kaida's help. You're doing fine, Kaida reassured him. Just follow my lead. Kaza, meanwhile, was doing his best to keep up with Aoi. I hope I don't step on your feet, he said nervously. Aoi laughed softly. You're doing great, Kaza. Just relax and enjoy the dance. Rayon observed the scene with a calculating smile. He appreciated that both Kaza and Naruto were honorable, but his motives were rooted in control and influence. As the first dance concluded, he noticed Ino approaching the dance floor. Excuse me, Lady Aoi, I wish for the second dance with Kaza, Ino said, her voice steady and determined. She looked at Kaza and gave him a warm smile. Let me also have a dance, please. Aoi returned her smile graciously. Enjoy yourself, Lady Ino, she said, stepping aside. She knew she had made a good impression but recognized Ino as a formidable rival. Kaza blinked in surprise but smiled at Ino, his nerves showing. Well, Ino's expression softened. Just relax, I'm here with you, Kaza. It's okay, she reassured him, her smile causing Kaza's heart to race. They began to dance, and Kaza tried to steady his nerves. Ino's presence was both comforting and exhilarating. As they moved to the music, he found himself relaxing a bit more, focusing on Ino's smile and the warmth of her hand in his. Nearby, Naruto and Kaida were engaged in their second dance. Kaida laughed as Naruto stumbled slightly. You're doing great, Naruto. Just keep going. Naruto grinned sheepishly. Thanks, Kaida. This is harder than I thought. Kaida nodded. It takes practice, but you're doing fine. As the night went out and food was given out, the daimyo felt good about how things were playing out. Yes, the Yamanaka girl was more connected to Kaza than he thought, but he could figure out how to align that boy to his cause somehow, and Kaida was getting along pretty well with Naruto as well. That night, Naruto sat alone in his room, looking out as he knew the next day he would be heading back to Konoha. He had learned so much that day, and he had danced for the first time. So much in his life had changed over the course of the day, and he knew himself a bit more. He loved his adopted father, Irika, and his mother, Enko. He wanted to be the best Naruto he could be for them. He wanted to honor his biological father, support his friends, and become the type of leader worthy of being the Hokage who could work with others and fit into places like this and events like this, too. Moving towards the exams. Enko looked at the palace as she walked with her team. She saw Kaza, Naruto, and then she noticed Shino as well. He had been extremely quiet the entire time they were at the daimyo's palace, as if he were doing something else. He was there, sure, but he was so quiet it was easy to miss that fact. While the two daughters of the daimyo seemed so focused on Naruto and Kaza, had Shino just gone under the radar? She wasn't sure, but she was curious as she walked. Hey kiddo, bug boy, what were you up to? I haven't seen you for a while. Shino looked over and tilted his head. As he walked, he reached out his hand, and a very colorful grasshopper came out onto it. It was unique, with a rainbow or painted look that caused it to stand out a great deal. I was hunting this one to add to my collection and the clan's collection. We do not have a rainbow grasshopper, Shino replied matter-of-factly, letting Enko look at the beautiful bug before it worked its way back into his sleeve. I found the formalities of the meetings to be boring, and I already know the daimyo. My father has had interactions with him before and brought me along as the heir of my clan, Shino commented, tossing out the information as if it wasn't important at all. I have met both his daughters before, and honestly, I am pretty sure they are afraid of my bugs. Enko smirked. Well, at least someone had an interesting time, she said, glancing at Naruto and Kaza. You two did great, by the way. Keep it up. Naruto grinned sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Thanks, Enko-sensei. I just did my best. Kaza nodded, his expression more serious. Yeah, it was different. But I think it went well. Good, Enko replied, her tone firm. Now, let's get back to Konoha. We've got a lot to discuss and prepare for. Of course, sensei, Kaza said with a nod as he walked with the others. The trip back was going to be a quiet one, as Team Asuma had been given a mission to check on something in a nearby area, meaning they would travel separately. A day later, Naruto and Anko walked into their home to find Hibi and Irika at the table. Irika was trying to make sure that Hibi, who was 2, ate her food. He looked up as they entered, giving them a warm smile, happy to have them back home. How was it? The big palace and the big diplomatic stuff. Did it live up to your expectations for a C-rank mission, Naruto? Irika asked. Naruto grinned, dropping his travel bag by the door. It was different. The palace was huge, and there were a lot of fancy things. I even danced. It was weird but kinda fun. Anko chuckled, ruffling Naruto's hair. He did great. Handled himself like a pro. Irika beamed with pride. That's my boy. Sounds like you learned a lot. And you, Anko? How was it? Anko shrugged, sitting down at the table. Interesting, to say the least. The daimyo has some plans that we need to keep an eye on. But for now, it's good to be home. Hibi looked up at Naruto, her eyes brightening. Nisan, did you bring me something? Naruto laughed, pulling a small wooden toy out of his bag. Of course I did, Hibi-chan. Look, it's a little fox. Hibi's face lit up with joy as she took the toy. Thank you, Nisan. Irika smiled at the scene, feeling a sense of contentment. Well, it's good to have you both back. Let's enjoy a nice meal together and catch up properly. The next day, the group was back together as Anko had some important news for all 3 of them. She had met them over by the Tagusa shrine, as it was very much out of the way from the rest of the village and the best place to talk privately. She had a large notepad with information she wanted to go over. As she looked at them, she gave them all a very serious look. Naruto, Kaza, Shino, you might not know this, but the Chunin exams are approaching faster than I would like. Normally, teams don't enter until they have at least a year or so of experience, but I've heard through the grapevine that other sensei are considering putting their teams into the exam to test them out. She said firmly. So, I want you to join as well, but right now none of you are ready. To be ready, you're going to have to work far harder than you are right now. The fight with the bandits was good, Kaza, Naruto, but not good enough. To get through the exams and make it to Chunin, you're going to have to be way better than that. She said, her voice more serious than ever. She paused again, looking at the 3 who remained quiet. I have a plan for each of you, and I intend to make sure all 3 of you have the experience and preparation needed for the exam. You will have to follow the plan no matter how boring, simple, mundane, or trying it may be. It will push you in every way. If you can keep up with the plan, then I will enter you into the Chunin exams. If not, then I won't. Is that understood? Naruto, Kaza, and Shino exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Yes, sensei. They replied in unison, their determination clear in their voices. Anko smiled, pleased with their resolve. Good. Now let's get started. The group found themselves deep in the forest, engaged in a D-ranked mission to help harvest fruit at a nearby farm. Though it was close enough to Konoha to be considered a low-ranking mission, the sheer volume of trees and the physical labor required made it challenging. Anko had chosen this mission for its difficulty, knowing it would push her students physically and mentally. This was the 7th day of their rigorous training, during which she deliberately selected missions that were arduous and aimed at improving specific areas her students needed to excel in for the upcoming Chunin exams. Naruto was using his shadow clones to expedite the harvesting process, efficiently covering more ground than he could alone. His clones moved swiftly, picking fruit and filling baskets at an impressive pace. Nearby, Kaza, who had only recently managed to produce a couple of shadow clones, focused on his speed. His agility and quick reflexes allowed him to dart through the trees, plucking fruit with precision. Shino, on the other hand, utilized his bugs to assist him, their collective effort making the task smoother and more efficient. Anko observed their progress with satisfaction. The students had a massive field to cover, and it would take all day, but she knew the exhaustion and hard work would be worth it. Each of them was pushing their limits, growing stronger, and becoming more adept in their respective areas of expertise. As the day went on, she could see them grow tired and more tired from the hard work. She would take them to get some ramen at the end of this, and they would all 3 most likely work hard to get the work done, each of them growing and improving constantly during the month of hellish work designed to push them and get them ready for the exam. 3 weeks into what they had come to call their held training course. Kaza, Shino, and Naruto sat around the table in Kaza's grandmother's dining room. Their bodies ached from the relentless training regimen Anko had set for them, each of them feeling the effects of the grueling sessions. They were sore, tired, and mentally drained, but they had also grown stronger and more resilient. Naruto, have you heard from the daimyo's daughter since you got back? Kaza asked, glancing over at his teammate. He himself had received a few letters from Aoi and had written back, finding it comforting to share his experiences and the challenges he was facing. Naruto scratched his head, thinking back to the last time he checked his mailbox. Yeah, actually, I got a letter from Kaida a few days ago. She was asking how the training was going and giving me some tips on handling the formal stuff better. It's kinda weird, you know? Like, I never thought I'd be writing letters to a daimyo's daughter. Shino, who had been quietly sipping his tea, raised an eyebrow. It's interesting how our lives have intersected with those of such influential people. The experience has been valuable in more ways than one. Kaza nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's kinda nice to have someone to talk to about all this stuff. I mean, we have each other, but it's different talking to someone outside of our team. Naruto grinned, his usual enthusiasm shining through despite his exhaustion. You know, maybe this whole hell training thing isn't so bad after all. We're getting stronger, and we've got people rooting for us. Plus, it'll all be worth it when we become Chunin. Shino gave a rare smile. Indeed. And we have each other to rely on. That's what will make the difference in the exams. How about Ino? Have you gotten to spend any time with her since we were on the mission with Team Asuma? Naruto asked as he thought about it. He hadn't seen them for a while. Nope, they have been on a long rank C mission or a couple maybe, but I haven't seen Ino once, and I haven't been able to write her either cause I don't know where she is. Makes sense, at least you will get to see her at the exam when we are done with this hell month. Naruto replied, to which Kaza nodded his head. You're right about that. I know it will be worth it in the end. A couple of days later, Anko and Iruka had just put Hibi to sleep, her adorable face looking peaceful as they gazed at their little daughter. Iruka turned to Anko, his voice low to avoid waking Hibi. So, you let Naruto spend the night with Kaza and Shino, right? Yeah, that sounds good. I think that having some alone time or just time the three of us sound perfect. Anko said in agreement. Plus the boys need sometimes to have fun and just be boys. Even outside of helping their teamwork, they really did do a good job and I think they have earned this. Iruka smiled, resting his head against hers. You're right. They've been putting in a lot of effort, and they deserve a break. Plus, it will allow them to create memories that will last a long time, and bonds that will help them a lot into the future. Anko grinned, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Indeed. It's not often we get some quiet time alone. We should make the most of it. Iruka chuckled softly, pulling her closer. Agreed. It's nice to have a moment to ourselves, to just enjoy each other's company. The next morning, Anko found and met with her team again at the Tagusa shrine. As she approached, she saw Kaza and Naruto sitting on the steps, both looking half awake. Shino, on the other hand, appeared as composed as ever, turning to face her. So, what happened last night? Anko asked, raising an eyebrow. She suspected there was a reason why two of her students looked like they had gotten no sleep at all. She figured that Shino would be honest and give her the missing details. Simple, Shino said calmly. We had fun, and we told ghost stories. It would seem some of mine were a bit too intense, and the two couldn't sleep last night. Anko couldn't help but chuckle at the explanation. Ghost stories, huh? I guess I should have expected that. You boys need to learn to handle your nerves better. Kaza yawned, trying to shake off his drowsiness. Yeah, Shino's stories were really creepy. I kept hearing things all night. Naruto nodded in agreement, rubbing his eyes. Same here. Every little noise had me on edge. Shino adjusted his glasses, a hint of amusement in his voice. It was all in good fun. But I suppose next time, I'll tone it down a bit. Anko smiled, feeling a mix of amusement and affection for her team. Well, it sounds like you all had a memorable night. But remember, today we need to focus. The Chunin exams are coming up, and you need to be at your best. The boys nodded, trying to muster their energy despite their lack of sleep. Anko clapped her hands, signaling it was time to get started. All right, let's begin our training. We've got a lot of work to do. The start of the exam. Iruka was up early that morning, getting some paperwork ready for the Chunin exam. He wanted to support his village, and helping out with the exam was the best way for him to do so. As he sat at the desk in his little office, which Anko also used when filling out her paperwork. He smiled, thinking about the last handful of years and all the changes they had brought to his life. There was Naruto, of course, his adopted son. Iruka felt immense pride in the boy, thinking about all he had accomplished and learned. Naruto was a talented youngster who would become something truly special and great. Iruka had complete and total belief in Naruto and his future. He believed that Naruto would become something special and a leader for a greater era, growing by the day in size, character, and skill. Then there was his wife, Anko. She was something he never saw coming, so unique, so colorful, such a wild card. Yet there was this warm and affectionate side to her as well, a charisma she had to herself. She was far more than the person she appeared to be on the outside, and that made him extremely happy and made him realize just how lucky he was to have her at his side as his wife. That itself was something he never saw happening before all this, being in a relationship. Lastly, there was his other pride and joy, Hebe. She was such a cutie pie and was going to be more of a handful in the future. Her energy was high, and she had Anko's vibrant purple hair, giving her a unique look. She was just a kid, but taking care of her was rewarding and, of course, challenging. He had had many late nights with the little one. She was in that phase too, but despite that, she was really a good and well-mannered child. She just had a lot of energy for a kid. As he finished up his reports, he turned and looked over at the doorway and saw Anko standing with her arms crossed under her chest, giving him a smile. The look on her face caused his heart to beat a bit faster than normal. "Good morning, Anko-san," he said softly as he pushed himself up from his chair. "Are you excited for the exam starting today? I heard that your students, including Naruto of course, are going to be part of the exam today. I am sure they are more than ready for the challenge, and that you have been putting them through the paces to get them ready for anything." Anko's smile widened as she walked over to him, a hint of pride in her eyes. "Good morning, Iruka-kun. Of course, I am a bit nervous, but I know that they have been putting in the work these last few weeks, doing everything I asked of them. Naruto, Kaza, and Shino have all pushed themselves to their limits. I have no doubt they'll do well, but it's still a big step for them." Iruka nodded, taking her hand in his. "They have a great teacher, and I know you've prepared them well. I'm proud of all of you." Anko squeezed his hand, her eyes softening. "Thank you, Iruka-kun. That means a lot. And thank you for always supporting us. I don't know what I'd do without you." Iruka pulled his wife into a gentle and affectionate embrace as he held her for a moment, as he rubbed the low of her back gently for a moment, pressing his forehead against her own. "Anko, you know that we will get through this together, like we always do. Now, let's go see our little ninja off to their big day." Naruto was ready to go that morning. He was so excited for the exam. He had been getting prepared for it for weeks, and he knew that this was the big test. The thing that he had been waiting for more than anything else. He got out of bed almost in a blur of movement, his energy high that morning. As he got out of bed, he looked around for his clothes before going to get washed up. As he headed to the bathroom, he smelled breakfast being fixed and smiled content with things. He washed up quickly before heading back to his room. A moment or two later, he came out of his room ready to take on the day clad in his normal orange jumpsuit. As he made his way to the kitchen, he found Iruka feeding Hebe, while Anko sat at the table with them. He walked over to his plate, excitement radiating from him. "Good morning," Naruto called out to his adopted parents, barely able to contain his excitement for the exam. He could hardly sit still. Iruka smiled warmly at him. "Good morning, Naruto. Ready for the big day?" Anko nodded, giving Naruto a proud look. "You've worked hard for this, Naruto. Just remember to stay focused and trust your training." Naruto beamed, finding a couple of onigiri waiting for him on a plate along with some orange juice. "Breakfast looks good," he said, sitting down at the table with them. He knew that Anko, his sensei and adopted mom, wouldn't be accompanying them to the test center. After breakfast, he would head out to meet Kaza and Shino before they walked to the test center as a group. As he started eating, he glanced at Anko and Iruka. "I'm so ready for this. We've been training so hard, and I know we can do it. Kaza and Shino are just as pumped as I am." Iruka chuckled. "I have no doubt you're ready, Naruto. Just remember to stay calm and work with your team. You've all come a long way." Anko reached over, ruffling Naruto's hair affectionately. "You've got this, Naruto. We believe in you." Naruto nodded, finishing up his breakfast quickly. "Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. I won't let you down." He got up from the table, grabbing his gear and heading towards the door. I'm off to meet Kaza and Shino. Wish us luck. Iruka waved him off, a proud smile on his face. Good luck, Naruto. Give it your all. Anko watched him go, a mixture of pride and maternal concern in her eyes. Go show them what you're made of, Naruto. As Naruto took his leave and headed out into the morning air, he felt this determination. A determination to prove himself and to show the world what he was capable of. He wanted to show everyone just how great of team he had, and that he and his team were the match of any other ones. He headed toward the meeting spot as he felt both excited and confident in himself and his teammates. They had put in a lot of work for this, and he knew it would pay off. As he got to the central fountain, he found Kaza and Shino waiting on him. Kaza was stretching with a sort of nervous energy to him, the excitement easy to notice from him. Then there was Shino, who kept rather calm and collected as he stood nearby with his hands in his pockets. Hey guys! Naruto called out, jogging over to them. Ready to do this? Kaza grinned, giving Naruto a nod. Absolutely. We've got this. Shino adjusted his glasses, his expression as composed as ever. We are prepared. Let's make sure our efforts are not in vain. The three of them soon found themselves at the village testing center. There were so many other teams, many of which they had no clue about. It turned out there were teams from other villages too, like Sunagakure, Takigakure, Odagakure, Kusagakure, and others who were also there. It was going to be a wild event, but they were all determined to do their best to show how good they were. The group walked into the front door as teams gathered in various areas. Naruto first noticed Team 7, with Sakura hanging out as close as possible to Sasuke and Kiba keeping a bit of distance from his two other teammates. He wondered how things were going for them. He also noticed the all-girls Team 8, with Hinata, the green-haired Shizuka, and the ever-kind, compassionate, and outgoing Narumi. Shizuka and Hinata were both rather quiet, while Narumi was extremely outgoing and appeared to be the glue of the team. Her short silver hair and soft blue eyes focused on her teammates as she talked them up. Then there was Team 10, consisting of Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino. Team 9, their team, had the most experience dealing with them. Naruto led them to a spot near the back of the room as the three of them sat rather close together. So, the first test is the paper test, Kaza said, looking at Shino and then at Naruto for a moment before smiling. Now remember to do your best. I have a feeling that we can do this, and focus on the tutoring we gave you, Naruto. Naruto nodded, trying to remain calm despite the butterflies in his stomach. Yeah, I'll do my best. Thanks, Kaza-san. Shino adjusted his glasses, his expression as stoic as ever. We have prepared well. Trust in your abilities, and remember what we have learned. Kaza looked over at the others, his eyes trailing over Ino. He blushed a bit, and felt his self-doubts picking up for a moment. He took a long deep breath as he cleared his mind. He then nodded his head with a sense of confidence. Being around Aoi, and the events with the daimyo had given him a good boost of self-confidence. Okay, we got this, he said mostly to himself as he anchored his own confidence in that moment. A moment later, Ino made her way over to Kaza and sat down right next to him. Good morning, Kaza-kun, Ino said with a smile, giving him her best smile. Ever since their mission to the daimyo, Ino had been nervous around Kaza and had been thinking about what she would do when she ran into him again. Good morning, Ino-chan, Kaza replied, glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. I'm sure you and your team are all ready. I know you guys are really good, your teamwork is amazing. Naruto and Shino looked over, not saying a single word as they both had an idea of the situation. Naruto looked around at the other teams and then back to Shino. So, you think that bug trick of yours will help me on the exam? He asked, careful not to use the word cheating, in reference to the strategies they had devised. Naruto had received additional tutoring from Kaza, who had tried to help him get the knowledge he would need for the exam in a more direct manner. Yeah, it will work. Trust me, I have figured this out perfectly well, Shino said with a matter-of-fact tone as he leaned back against the wall. As the room buzzed with the chatter of nervous and excited genin, Naruto felt a bit more at ease knowing that his team had his back. Kaza's calm presence and Shino's meticulous planning gave him confidence. Naruto knew that Kaza had his own self-doubts and introverted nature. The same could be said about Shino, who was even quieter and more matter-of-fact in everything he did. Yet, he knew that both Shino and Kaza were super smart and willing to help him when he had issues. An announcement was made a moment later as the teams started to head to the rooms for the test. Kaza smiled and got up. "Good luck on your test, Ino. I'm sure you're going to do great," he said before she left to rejoin her team. Kaza then joined Naruto and Shino as they headed to their room, which happened to be the same room as the others from their class. Naruto looked over and found the ever-shy Hinata Hyuga to one side. He never understood why she was so shy around him, but she was. He gave her a friendly smile before focusing his attention ahead. "Good luck, Naruto-kun," Hinata said, her voice soft and quiet. Naruto smiled and nodded. "Oh yeah, of course. Same to you, Hinata-chan," he said with a bright smile, giving her a thumbs up. "We got this. I'm sure we'll both do great on this test." Naruto focused ahead on the test as it was given out, his nerves jangling with anticipation. As he read through the questions, he quickly realized he only knew a few answers, thanks to Kaza's studying sessions. He quickly answered the ones he could and then sat silently, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him. As he pondered the remaining questions, he felt something crawling over his leg. Looking down, he saw small carpenter ants making their way over his paper, forming symbols that were supposed to give him the answers. Naruto tried to remember the code Shino had taught him, but it was mostly a blur in his mind. Feeling lost, he stared at the ants as they disappeared, his anxiety mounting. He racked his brain, trying to recall everything Shino had told him about the code. However, it felt like trying to grab smoke. The more he thought about it, the less clear it became. The few questions he remembered were a jumbled mix of the tricks he had learned and the studying sessions with Kaza, Irika, and Enko over the past few weeks. As time passed by, Naruto felt his confidence slowly dissolve as if he were a sugar cube dipped into a glass of water. He looked out of the corner of his eyes and saw a supportive look on Hinata's face. He then noticed that Kaza and Shino were both working diligently, and they looked like they both knew exactly what they were doing. He felt confident in their chances of passing, but his own, he had mixed feelings at best about them. Then, Ibiki Marino stepped forward to give the final, secret question. The moment the scared ninja walked in, things got tense. As if the final boss had arrived with the most impossible challenge to put before all of them. One that would be near to impossible to pass. Ibiki cleared his throat, as he gazed out before the collection of genin. His very look meant to be imposing upon those taking the test. "The 10th question is the ultimate test. If you choose to answer it and get it wrong, you will be banned from taking the Chunin exams ever again. If you choose not to answer, you and your team will fail the exam." Naruto felt the nerves. He knew that the others might as well. He thought about his dreams, the dream to become the Hokage of the village. He had to not give up because of this challenge, cause he had no real clue about this answer, and most likely wouldn't know it. He couldn't run from the possibility of failing and the unknown that was before himself. He pushed himself to his feet as he looked ahead. "I'm not gonna quit. I don't care if I get stuck as a genin for the rest of my life. I'd rather take the risk than run away," Naruto declared, his voice ringing with conviction. Ibiki looked at him with a curious expression before addressing the rest of the room. "Anyone else who wishes to leave, now is your last chance." Several genin hesitated, but Naruto's declaration inspired many to stay. After a tense moment, Ibiki finally smiled. "Congratulations. You all pass." Naruto blinked in surprise as he looked at Ibiki, not expecting this. He had expected some impossible question. He sat down as he was trying to gather himself from the shock still. The bravery to face the unknown and not give up, that was the purpose of the final question of the test. Those who give up in the face of the unknown are not worthy of being Chunin of this or any village, Ibiki said with a firm tone as he looked at the group still there. Far more than he hoped, but it mostly was because of that loud blonde kid. He looked at him, Uzumaki Naruto, Minato's kid, and the adopted son of Anko and Irika. Of course he would be the one to do something like that. Second exam. As Naruto and his team stood before the gate, anxiously waiting for Hate, the proctor of the second exam, to explain the purpose of the next test, they took in their surroundings. All the surviving teams were gathered, a much larger number than expected. Among them were some interesting and powerful-looking participants, adding to the tension in the air. Naruto's eyes were drawn to a young girl walking up and stopping directly in front of Shino. She was petite, with noticeably tan skin, layered mint green hair, and striking orange eyes. Her presence stood out, and her curious gaze seemed to fixate on Shino. She moved closer, almost as if she were trying to catch a scent of him. Shino, usually composed and unbothered by most things, raised an eyebrow at her behavior. Naruto and Kaza exchanged puzzled glances, not entirely sure what to make of the situation. Shino, Naruto whispered. Do you know her? Shino looked closely at her, and got some odd feelings when he did. She was not someone who was at all normal. He shook his head as he looked at Naruto. No, I haven't seen her before. I would know too, she sticks out. The girl was looking at him, and then she stopped, standing right in front of him, a good bit shorter than him, as she looked up into his eyes, with her hands resting on her hips. You're very different, she said as she stood right before him, unmoving for a moment. Shino tilted his head, intrigued by her statement. And you are? She straightened up, her expression becoming more focused. Fu. From Takigakure. Her eyes lingered on Shino a moment longer, before she stepped back, giving a small nod. Your insects, they're interesting. Before Shino could respond, Hyde's voice cut through the murmurs of the gathered genin. Attention, everyone! The second exam is about to begin. Welcome to the Forest of Death. All eyes turned to Hate as he began explaining the rules and objectives of the second exam. Naruto, Kaza, and Shino listened intently, but Naruto couldn't help but glance back at Fu. There was something about her that felt different, and he had a feeling they hadn't seen the last of her. As Hate finished his explanation, he handed out the scrolls to each team. You have 5 days to retrieve both a heaven and an earth scroll and make it to the tower in the center of the forest. Good luck. With the instructions clear, the gates of the Forest of Death creaked open. Naruto felt a surge of excitement and determination. This was their next challenge. He looked at Kaza and Shino, both of whom nodded in unison, their resolve evident. Let's do this, Naruto said, a determined grin on his face. As the team moved cautiously into the Forest of Death, Kaza laid out his plan. Okay, Shino, I want you to use your bugs to track enemies around us. I'll find paths, and Naruto, you'll be ready to go into action for defensive purposes at any time, Kaza said firmly. He knew they had to give it their all. I don't want to take 5 days. I think we can do this in a single day and be the fastest ones there. Then we'll have time to rest. Shino nodded, his usual calm demeanor in place. Understood. I'll deploy my insects immediately. Naruto's excitement was palpable. Got it, Kaza! We're gonna be the fastest team out there, believe it! Shino extended his arms, and a stream of insects poured out, dispersing into the surrounding forest. My bugs will alert us to any nearby threats or teams. Kaza nodded, satisfied with the setup. Good. Let's move out and stay alert. The trio moved swiftly but cautiously through the dense foliage. Shino's insects scouted ahead, providing them with a steady stream of information. Kaza navigated the terrain, finding paths that allowed them to move quickly while avoiding potential ambushes. Naruto stayed in the center of the formation, that way he could support in any direction should he need to if battle broke out before they were ready. They moved quickly as Kaza's tracking skills came in handy to avoid any real obstacles, such as wild animals and traps from other teams. He was able to lead through carefully from the front as he used hand signs to point out threats and the direction of them as well. As they moved through the dense woods, suddenly Kaza signaled for them to halt and whispered, We've got a team ahead. Shino, can you tell how many and their positions? Shino's bugs relayed the information to him. 3 ninja, moving in a tight formation. They're directly ahead, about 50 meters. Naruto grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let's take them down and grab their scroll. Kaza nodded, but his expression remained serious. We'll engage them but stay focused. We need to do this quickly and efficiently. The team advanced silently until they were within striking distance. Kaza gave a quick signal, and they launched their attack. Naruto sprang into action, drawing the attention of the team as he used his shadow's clones against them. While he did, Kaza came in from the left quickly, and Shino attacked from the right, giving this team no chance of even defending themselves. They were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer power and weight of the attack by Naruto's clones alone, not to add in the skilled attacks by Kaza and Shino from their flanks. Within moments, the fight was over. The enemy team was incapacitated, and Kaza quickly searched their belongings, finding an earth scroll. Nice! We got it! Naruto exclaimed, his excitement clear. Kaza nodded, a small smile forming on his lips. Good job, team! Now, let's keep moving and find other scrolls to be safe. Kaza led the team toward a central clearing, his eyes scanning the surroundings for an ideal ambush spot. After a few moments, he found a location that seemed perfect, a narrow path that would naturally funnel teams traveling through the forest. He smiled and motioned for Shino and Naruto to join him. Guys, I think this will be the best place to ambush from, Kaza reasoned. I'll set up the trap. Shino, support it with your bugs and be ready to swarm. Naruto, be ready to cut them off if they try to run away and overwhelm them with your awesome clones. Shino nodded, his usual calm demeanor in place. Understood. I'll have my bugs ready to deploy. Naruto grinned, his excitement barely contained. Got it. We'll catch them off guard and get that second scroll in no time. Kaza quickly set up the trap, using his knowledge of the terrain to create a hidden pitfall and rigging some tripwires connected to explosive tags. Shino positioned his insects strategically around the area, ready to swarm the moment their targets triggered the trap. Naruto moved into position, crouching low and preparing to summon his shadow clones at a moment's notice. Naruto looked down the path as he waited for any sign of anyone coming their way. He bounced a bit on his feet as he tried to remain still and silent. While he was silent, his energy was hard to hold in at all. While the three of them waited, they could feel a nervous energy wash over each of them as they waited for what felt like forever, each of them ready to go and close this trap, hopefully to get the school that they needed, the Heaven School, so they could just head towards the tower and get done with this part of the exam. Kaza signaled for them to stay alert. The approaching team walked into the trap without any suspicion. As soon as they triggered the tripwire, the explosive tags went off, creating a loud bang and sending the team into disarray. Shino's bugs swarmed out, disorienting the enemy and making it difficult for them to see or coordinate their actions. Naruto leapt into action, summoning a dozen shadow clones that surrounded the team, cutting off any escape routes. The enemy team, caught completely off guard, struggled to fight back. Kaza moved in swiftly, using his agility and speed to disable one of the opponents with a well-placed strike. Naruto's clones overwhelmed another, and Shino's bugs incapacitated the third. Within moments, the battle was over. Kaza quickly searched the downed team and found the Heaven Scroll. He held it up, a triumphant smile on his face. Nice work, team. We've got both scrolls, Kaza said, his voice filled with satisfaction. Naruto's grin was wide and bright. Yeah! We did it! That was awesome! Shino, ever the composed one, simply nodded. We executed the plan perfectly. Now, let's head to the tower and complete this phase of the exam. Yeah, let's do that, Kaza said with a nod. Good job, you two. You were both awesome. As they continued through the forest, Kaza remained vigilant, keenly aware that avoiding unnecessary fights was crucial. There are 2 fights to our right and 1 to our left. Let's keep along this path and avoid any real fights. Kaza led them through a low path, Shino keeping track of the surrounding areas with his bugs. Suddenly, Kaza paused, his eyes narrowing as he spotted something ahead. I think I see a trap. It looks like a pretty basic one, which makes me think it's a fake. The real one is likely hidden. He turned to his teammates. Shino, can you handle this with your bugs? Naruto, send in a single clone. Let them attack you and spring the trap. Once it's sprung, we'll counterattack quickly and catch them off guard. Shino nodded, sending out a small swarm of his bugs to investigate and disarm any hidden traps. Naruto created a single shadow clone, which moved ahead confidently. As the clone advanced, the hidden trap was triggered, revealing a net that shot up from the ground. Now! Kaza shouted. Shino's bugs swarmed the area, revealing and disabling several other hidden traps. The enemy team, surprised by their own trap being disarmed, tried to regroup. But Naruto's clone engaged them, drawing their attention. Kaza and Shino moved in swiftly. Kaza used his speed and agility to outmaneuver one of the opponents, delivering a precise strike to incapacitate them. Shino directed his bugs to immobilize another enemy, while Naruto's clone kept the third one occupied. The battle was over in moments, their opponents quickly subdued. Kaza quickly searched the defeated team but found they didn't have a second scroll. Nothing here, he said, looking disappointed but undeterred. Let's keep moving. We're close to the tower, and it's better to get there and rest. Naruto nodded, dispelling his clone. Got it. We'll get there in no time. Shino, his calm demeanor unchanged, added. We need to stay alert. There could be more teams and traps ahead. Kaza, Naruto, and Shino made their way through the woods, their journey to the tower made easier by their preparation and teamwork. Kaza's familiarity with the terrain and his leadership kept them on track, allowing them to avoid further threats. After a few hours, they finally arrived at the tower, a welcoming sight after their arduous journey. As they entered the tower, they found a set of instructions to summon their sensei using the 2 scrolls they had obtained. Kaza turned to Naruto and Shino, a smile on his face. "Naruto, Shino, could you summon Enko? I'm sure she's going to be really happy to see that we've passed." Naruto eagerly nodded, taking one of the scrolls and following the instructions to perform the summoning technique. Shino did the same with the other scroll. As they completed the summoning, a puff of smoke appeared, revealing Enko standing before them. Enko's eyes sparkled with pride as she saw her team. "Well, look at you 3! You made it to the tower, and in record time, too." Naruto grinned widely. "We did it, Mom! We worked together and avoided a bunch of traps and other teams." Shino nodded, his usual calm demeanor slightly softened by a hint of satisfaction. "Kaza's leadership and our teamwork were key. We navigated the forest efficiently." Kaza, still catching his breath, smiled at Enko. "We couldn't have done it without the training and preparation you put us through, Enko-sensei." Enko looked over her students. She smiled looking at them as she then walked over and put her hand on Naruto's shoulder. Her adopted boy was something else, and her team was filled with amazing ninja. "I'm proud of all of you. You've shown great improvement and determination. This is just the beginning. Keep that spirit up for the next phase of the exams." Prelims begin. As the teams all finished the second exam and made their way to the preliminary arena, Naruto and his own team were standing in their designated area above the arena for the next round. This preliminary round was to determine who would advance to the real finals, which would be a one-on-one elimination tournament. There were too many people who had passed the exam, and they needed to eliminate some of them. Out of the original 153 participants, 26 contestants remained. Naruto observed the remaining groups who would be competing. Normally, there would have been 27, but one member of a team had given up before the prelims even started. That particular individual, with glasses, had always seemed rather suspicious to Naruto. Naruto then looked at the remaining ninja from other villages. First, there were the 3 Otogekyu ninja. One was a girl with long dark hair who looked fairly normal. Another was a thug-like boy with spiky dark hair, and the third was a teenage boy with bandages on his face, making him the most unique of the 3. Next were the 2 Sunagekyo teams. One team stood out with a member who had face paint and an odd item tied to his back. The sibling next to him was a short boy with dark circles around his eyes and a symbol for love on his forehead. Lastly, there was a fierce-looking blonde. They had arrived quickly, catching Naruto's attention right away. The other Sunagekyo team was less noticeable. Naruto didn't recognize this team either. It consisted of a boy with a dark tan complexion and a sword on his back, a sweet-looking brown-haired girl with a kind expression, and a tall, powerful-looking dark-haired ninja who seemed very focused. Naruto then looked at the 2 odd individuals on his side. They were older and peculiar. One wore a purple mask and glasses, while the other had traditional glasses instead of sunglasses. There was also a team of 3 ninja a year older than him, one a boy with a bowl cut wearing green, a girl with her hair tied up in buns and a Chinese dress, and another Hyuga member as well. He then shifted his gaze to the ninja he had gone to school with. He saw Team 7, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kiba standing together. They were an interesting combination, but they worked well enough to get this far. They all looked really focused, and Naruto knew Sasuke was most likely ready to show his stuff and prove himself. Naruto wondered what it would be like to be on that team. He figured he would fit in where Kiba was, but he wasn't. He was on his own team and was rather happy with that fact. Next, he saw the team he thought of as Team Girls. There was Hinata Hyuga, who for some reason blushed a lot whenever he was nearby. Then there was Shizuka Shibafu, a short girl with green hair who was rather quiet and kept to herself. The third member was the loud one, Narumi Suroi, a girl with long silver hair and bright brown eyes. She was pretty short as well and had endless positive energy and a happy outlook on the world around her. Finally, there was his own team. Shino was relaxed and calm as ever, ready for whatever fight came next. Kaza, meanwhile, was standing with a blonde from the next team over, enjoying each other's company and discussing their experiences in the exam thus far. Team 10 was next to them. Ino, of course, was the blonde talking with Kaza. Shikamaru and Choji were not too far away, paying close attention to the ring. Shikamaru was leaning back against the wall, while Choji was snacking on a bag of potato chips as usual. As they found their spots to watch from, they noticed movement in the arena. The proctor stood before them, looking out before he coughed to get their attention. It is time for the preliminary round. The fighters will be chosen at random. We will see who fights whom, and the winner of each fight will advance to the final round. The arena was filled with stone tiles, and 2 hands making a seal were visible at the end of the arena as well. The proctor looked up as the names for the first match appeared before them. The first matchup was Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. Naruto watched the fighters as they entered the arena. He hadn't seen Sasuke in some time. There was a period when he considered Sasuke a good rival, someone he could look to for affirmation. But now, Naruto found that support from friends who truly mattered to him and from a family who took care of him. He was in a very different place than he had been back then. Yoroi looked arrogant and sure of himself. Naruto observed the fight, curious about how much Sasuke had improved. He scrutinized Sasuke's movements, noticing something was off. Naruto glanced over at Sakura and saw the worry on her face. Don't worry, Sakura. I'm sure Sasuke has this. It's just a matter of time before he pulls something off. Sakura looked over and nodded. Naruto could see that Sakura still had a strong fangirl crush on Sasuke. He glanced at Ino, who appeared worried but not to the same degree as Sakura. Ino's concern seemed more like that of a friend, rather than the fangirl she had been during the academy. Naruto had a guess as to the reason for that but said nothing. Naruto could tell Yoroi had some ability to steal chakra. His speed was quick, and his movements were practiced. He was a dangerous and skilled foe, but Naruto felt Sasuke should have been winning more easily. Something seemed to be slowing Sasuke down, and Naruto noticed a mark on Sasuke's neck spreading, making him question if Sasuke could win this match at all. Sasuke, this is all you got? After all that big talk, you're going to lose here and now? Kiba called down, challenging his teammate. You're better than this, right? Naruto was surprised. He didn't know enough about Sasuke to make such a statement, but it seemed Sasuke had ended up on a team that supported him well. That was good for him, at least. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and, for a moment, found his second wind. He launched Yoroi high into the air, catching him in a combination and using a great move to knock him back into the arena hard, winning the match. Naruto smiled at the outcome but quickly turned his attention to the next fight, Zaku Abumi vs Shino Aburame. Naruto smiled as he patted his teammate on the back. You got this, Shino. I know you have this. Kick his ass with those bugs of yours. Yeah, Shino, show him what you got. I can't wait to see what tricks you've already figured out for this match. Kaza added, greatly admiring Shino's intelligence and tactical skills. Shino nodded, his expression as calm and collected as ever. He made his way down to the arena, ready to demonstrate his strategic prowess. Shino had a plan in his mind already as he took a good look at his opponent. As he walked up, he shook his head and said firmly, "Good luck," while shaking Zaku's hand. This took Zaku off guard, making him give Shino a cross look. The unexpected move had unsettled Zaku as Shino walked over and prepared for the fight. Shino took his stance, showing no emotion as he looked at the messy dark-haired Otogekyu ninja. He waited for the sound signaling the start of the fight. Naruto watched, convinced that Shino was thinking up something impressive. He stood on the edge of the watching area, his hands on the rails as he looked down at the fighters. Now kick his butt, Shino! Naruto called out, confident in his old friend and teammate. Shino nodded, showing no real emotion except for a slight appreciation visible only to those who knew how to read him well. He saw Zaku raise his hand and pointed at him. Shino quickly moved to the right, anticipating an attack. Zaku fired 2 blasts of air from his hands directly at Shino, who swiftly moved out of the way. Shino observed the impact of the blasts against the wall, and deduced how the attack worked. Kaza, watching from above, figured it out as well, as did Shikamaru. Shino won this one. Shikamaru mused, looking down at the arena. I think he has already won the match. Yeah, I think so too. Right from the start he played a dirty trick, Kaza said, nodding in agreement. Ino blinked, surprised that they had noticed something she had missed. Choji just nodded, trusting that they knew something was up. Naruto looked over at Shikamaru and Kaza. How do you know he won will win? Just watch, Naruto. You'll see shortly. Kaza said, putting his hand on his friend's shoulder and giving him a smile. Shino is really a scary person. I'm glad I don't have to fight him. Shino moved quickly, avoiding more attacks as he kept a step ahead of Zaku. After mentally keeping track of time, he engaged Zaku in hand-to-hand combat. Shino skillfully avoided being directly in front of Zaku's hands, ensuring they weren't aimed at him. Remaining quiet throughout the fight, he eventually pulled back after a minute and smirked. Go ahead, try it. I dare you, Shino said calmly, challenging the hot-headed Otogekyo ninja. You're an idiot. Now die, Zaku shouted, enraged by the challenge. He attempted to use his move, but his arms shattered as the air. Tubes in his arms were clogged with bugs. This left Zaku writhing on the ground in agony, screaming in pain until he passed out. Naruto, Shino put a small bug on his foe when he shook his hand. Then, during the hand-to-hand combat, more bugs moved from Shino to his opponent, clogging the tubes that allowed him to attack. It was game over before it even started. Enko explained to Naruto. Yeah, Shino is really good, Shikamaru commented, watching intently. Shino came over after being declared the winner. Naruto and Kaza patted him on the back, standing proudly next to their teammate. You did good, Shino. Nice thinking, efficient, as I figured you would be, Enko said, proud of her student. For a rare moment, Shino gave his teammates a smile, showing his happiness briefly. You're right. It was what had to be done, and a win is a win. Now, Kaza, it looks like you're up next against one of the Tsunagekyo ninja, Naruto said with a smile, patting him on the back as he saw the names for the next fight, Kaza Tagusa vs. Miraju of the Sand. Yeah, Kaza, you got this. I can't wait to see how much stronger you've gotten, Ino said, moving close to one side of Kaza as Shino looked at him and shook his head. Kaza, win. You're too good to lose this match, Shino said matter-of-factly, looking at Kaza. Kaza moved into the arena and sized up his opponent, who appeared skilled and armed with a sword. He anticipated needing to use his own sword in this fight. The cheers from his team Naruto, Enko, and especially Ino echoed in his ears, bolstering his resolve. Drawing his sword, he took a deep breath to clear his mind. Kick his ass, Kaza! Ino yelled out, causing him to blush slightly at her enthusiastic support. Sakura glanced over at Ino, noticing the change in her demeanor. Ino seemed fangirlish, but for Kaza instead of Sasuke. Sakura smiled, knowing about Kaza's crush on Ino. It was a surprising but pleasant change, and she felt happy for her rival. Kaza moved quickly, launching his attack. His opponent, Miraju, reacted swiftly, blocking with his sword. The two moved rapidly, with Kaza keeping Miraju on his toes. Despite Miraju's skill with his copper blade, it quickly became apparent that he wasn't on Kaza's level of swordsmanship. Miraju struggled to find room to maneuver or time to launch his own attacks. Naruto watched with a smile, knowing how dangerous and skilled Kaza was. Much like Shino, Kaza was a prodigy. Although the fight wasn't over, it was clear it wasn't even. Kaza pushed Miraju back, waiting for tea. The moment he attempted a ninjutsu. Seizing the opportunity, Kaza struck swiftly, slamming his knee into Miraju's gut before delivering a powerful backhand to his jaw, knocking him out cold and securing the match. The fighters around the arena took mental notes of both this fight and the previous one, recognizing that Shino, Sasuke, and Kaza would be formidable opponents in the finals. Unknown girls of Team 8. Naruto stood with everyone else, watching the next fight between a Tsunagekyo kunoichi and a Konohagakure kunoichi. The Sand kunoichi was a tall, elegant brunette with soft features and kind brown eyes. The Konoha kunoichi was a silver-haired teen with sharp crimson eyes. She was shorter but moved with great confidence. As Naruto watched these two in the arena, he had no idea what was happening. To him, it looked like they were just standing still, staring at each other. Naruto looked over at his teammates with a curious expression, silently asking what was going on. Kaza noticed Naruto's confused look and patted him on the back. This is a complete genjutsu battle. The two of them are really good at this, but because it's genjutsu, it's a battle of their minds. I can tell it's going back and forth without a decisive winner right now. Really, all that's happening down there? I couldn't tell at all. Then again, as you said, genjutsu is my weakness, Naruto exclaimed, wishing he could see what was happening and why those skilled in genjutsu were so fixated on this fight. I have to say that I'm impressed that this Sand kunoichi can keep up with Narumi, Kurenai said, watching her student intently. It must be really awesome to find someone who fits as your student so well, Anko commented, glancing over at Kurenai. It is nice. I wish she was a little bit more, ruthless, but her kindness makes her strong, Kurenai said, thinking about Narumi. She might be the most talented non-uchiha at Genjutsu. She seems to be too focused on having fun helping people and less on the hard work of being a ninja sometimes. I believe that Narumi might have this, Shino said, amazed at the pure determination of the other girl. The sand kunoichi was pushing beyond her limits to try to win. As Shino watched, he noticed the focus of the others on this mental war. He looked over and saw Niji Hyuga from the older team completely transfixed on the match between these two. Shino wondered if that was connected to the effort that Amara was putting forth. Yeah, I think that is. Kaza started as he looked at the two fighters. This was over. He could see the sweat forming on Amara's forehead. The brunette had reached her limits, and would be open to a vicious mental attack by Narumi in seconds. I give up, this was fun, but I kind of got bored right there, Narumi declared as she looked at Amara. You are so cool, I wish I was a bit more like you. She said this without a care that she had just thrown away her chance to advance, as that didn't matter at all to her. Narumi, in fact, went over and hugged the shocked Amara. I know I am not ready to be a chunin. I just don't have what it takes to do that stuff. And you so do. You're kick-ass and take names later, she said with a huge smile and a very cheerful tone as she took her leave and joined Kurenai, who was beside herself but somehow not shocked at the twist that had just happened in the fight. If you weren't ready, why did you take part in the fight? Kurenai asked the silver-haired kunoichi. 'Cause it was fun. I wanted to help the other two get to these prelims, and I wanted to show you that I have learned from you. I just know I am not cut out for being a chunin leadership and all that. Not for me, at least not now, Narumi declared with a huge grin on her lips. Fine this time, but next time don't give up so easily, Kurenai said, shaking her head at what her student had done. Narumi just nodded her head, completely unfazed by the loss. Naruto just blinked. He had never seen anyone like this before, someone who was capable but didn't have ambition. Someone so positive, even after losing a fight that would have gotten them to the finals of the Chunin exam by giving up. That was all against his normal. He went to say something, but Shino put a hand on his arm and shook his head. Hinata gave Narumi a hug. You did well, I am really proud of you, Hinata said softly. Yeah, you were you, Narumi, Shizuka said quietly, highlighting the dynamic of the team with the loud silver-haired girl working with the silent green-haired girl and the shy lavender-haired girl for anyone around them to see. The next fight started quickly between Shizuka of Team Kurenai and Asuka of Sunigakure. The green-haired, short Shizuka held an oversized crossbow as she looked at her opponent. Her opponent was a tall, strong, powerful-looking teenager with dark brown hair that was kept spiky and short. Her hair was wild, untamed, and long by comparison. She bowed to her opponent politely. As the match began, Shizuka raised her crossbow and fired fast. Shadow Bolt Jutsu, she declared as one bolt turned into a dozen, all aimed at her opponent. Asuka watched, unimpressed, as he quickly performed hand seals. Earth Release, Earthen Wall Jutsu, he said, creating a barrier to block the attacks. Sorry, but you're not good enough to win this round, Asuka declared confidently. Earth Release, Earthen Shattering Strike, he continued, causing the earthen wall to explode, firing forward toward the green-haired teen. Shizuka's eyes widened for a second before she sprang into action. She managed to dodge most of the attack, but a small part of it knocked her backward, almost into the wall. The short girl, however, managed to get back on her feet, not wanting to give up. She took out her crossbow and fired again repeatedly. However, much like the first time, the bolts only hit another wall of earth. You really should give up if you don't want to be embarrassed and get hurt. You have no real chance. Asuka laughed, wondering why this girl didn't give up like her teammate. Naruto watched the short, small, green-haired girl. She was so different from her silver-haired teammate. While Narumi was quiet and cheerful, Shizuka was determined and refused to give up when the odds seemed stacked against her. There was something Naruto admired about that, but he also knew things weren't looking good for her. Kaza, standing next to Ino, commented, I hope she doesn't get hurt. Shizuka has always been such a nice person, and it would be sad if something bad happened to her. It isn't over, Kaza. I heard that Shizuka has a trump card besides that oversized old crossbow of hers, Ino said with a small smile. Naruto looked over, surprised, as did Shino, who had not expected this fight to go on much longer and still didn't expect it to last more than half a minute at most before it was finished. Yeah, you're right. Shizuka is far more than she appears to be, Kurenai said with a nod. She is a true diamond in the rough with great potential. She could be a powerful jounin someday. As Ieyasu prepared his finishing move, he felt a momentary sense of unease but continued. Let's end this the same way as before and just be done with this stupid round. Some people just need to learn when to give up and accept they're beaten. Shizuka's hair glowed a vibrant emerald green for a moment. No, I won't give up, not a chance, and I won't lose either, you hear me? She declared. I will win, she said, raising her hand. Vines shot from the ground toward Ieyasu, who was taken aback by this sudden change. As the vines moved, he was quickly put on the defensive. Earth release, earth armor, Ieyasu called out, forming a strong, powerful armor from the earth and tiles at his feet. However, he wasn't prepared for the vines. They wrapped around him, grabbing and holding him firm and still. He had severely underestimated this girl, and the fight had taken a dramatic twist because of it. Ieyasu tried his best to pull away from the vines, finding them completely relentless. He looked at the green-haired girl through the helmet of his armor. She was tiring quickly, and he just had to outlast her to win this fight. He felt confident that these vines were no threat against his armor. They were pushing against it but not breaking through. Shizuka was wearing herself out, her ability draining her chakra pool fast. However, she had one more card to play as she picked up the oversized crossbow. Here, take this, mister, she yelled out. Crossbow piercing strike, she called, firing an enhanced bolt that hit the armor of Ieyasu and cut right into it. She did a quick hand seal. The finisher, she called out. Ieyasu stood there, hit by the bolt that hurt a lot. Then it happened. He felt himself turning into stone, as if this were actually happening. He tried to tell himself that this was genjutsu and not real, but it didn't work. Soon, he was frozen still, unable to fight anymore as he was declared unable to fight. Shizuka was declared the winner of the match as she leaned against the crossbow, barely able to move after her intense attack. Narumi cheered loudly and hugged Shizuka as she came back to her side. You did it! That was so amazingly cool! You're the best, Shizuka, Narumi said loudly before backing up. Naruto was very impressed by Shizuka, another kunoichi he didn't know well. Shino remained quiet, nodding his head in admiration of Shizuka's refusal to give up. Kaza gave her a thumbs up, and Ino smiled at the green-haired girl. Kurina, I really like that one. I kind of feel bad for missing out on her from my team, but I am sure you will bring out the best in her, Enko mused, looking at Kurenai, who was focused on her student. Enko, that one is special, and I think she would have been impressive or will be no matter who teaches her. But maybe if you have some free time, UCA. And help me a bit with her this next month? Kurenai commented back before focusing on her green-haired student and hugging her. Sensei, I did what you suggested, with genjutsu. I know I am not Narumi, but I did my best, Shizuka declared softly as she looked up at her teacher, leaning into her a bit due to exhaustion. Yep, and you did it perfectly well. Rest now, you don't have to do anything else today, Kurenai said softly. Naruto looked at Team 8, the all-girls team. He had yet to see Hinata fight, but based on the abilities of the others, they were very skilled and impressive. He knew it was best to never underestimate those girls. Naruto, you ready for your fight? Kaza asked as he looked over at Naruto. 'Cause you are against Kiba next, he informed him as Naruto looked to find his name on the board and opposite was Kiba's name. It would be his time to fight and see what he had learned next. Naruto versus Kiba, Ino versus Sakura. It was Naruto's turn for his preliminary fight. He went down to the arena. The beautiful stone arena showed some wear and tear from the previous rounds, especially the previous match. However, as he stood there, Naruto felt a sense of confidence wash over him. He knew he had prepared for this chance. He knew his teammates had shown him that they had grown. Now it was his time to show them that he had grown too. To win this and make sure everyone knew that he was on the best team in all of Konoha. As he glanced across the arena, Naruto spotted his opponent Kiba and his loyal dog Akamaru. He knew they had been preparing just as intensely as he had for the exam, both of them determined to prove themselves. Finishing his stretches, Naruto took up his fighting stance. As he stretched himself out, before the fight, His mind went over all the lessons he had learned from his adopted mom, Anko. He had learned so much from her. He was ever grateful for her, as well as the support and the extra training he had gotten from both Shino and from Kaza. That had really helped him improve a lot. Looking at Kiba a moment later, he pointed at him with a grin on his lips. I don't plan on losing today. I'm going to show everyone just how awesome I am, believe it, he declared loudly, his voice full of determination as he locked eyes with Kiba, ready for the fight to begin. Kiba smirked, his usual cocky attitude shining through as he looked at Naruto. Akamaru barked in agreement, ready for the battle ahead. Big talk, Naruto, but don't think for a second I'm gonna go easy on you. Kiba shot back, his confidence clear. Akamaru and I have been training just as hard, and we're not about to lose to someone like you. He cracked his knuckles, his grin widening. You might have improved, but you're still the same knucklehead. Get ready to eat dirt. Akamaru growled in agreement, and Kiba dropped into his fighting stance, fully prepared to take Naruto down. As the fight began, Kiba launched a full-on assault, forcing Naruto to backpedal under the intensity of his attacks. Kiba's movements were fast and aggressive, each strike aimed to overpower Naruto quickly. But Naruto, instead of panicking, let Kiba take the initiative. He blocked the first punch with the back of his wrist, sidestepped the second, and deflected the third with practiced ease. Naruto kept retreating, using his footwork to absorb Kiba's relentless aggression, carefully watching for an opening. Kiba, driven by his eagerness to win, overextended himself with a wide punch. Noticing the mistake, Naruto seized the moment. Naruto quickly counterattacked, before Kiba could prepare himself for the strike. Naruto moved with precision as he launched his first attack, a powerful punch that slammed right into Kiba's gut with enough force to knock the air from his lungs. Naruto quickly followed up the attack. He struck again before Kiba could recover. Naruto followed up with an open-fisted strike to Kiba's chin, causing him to stagger. Finally, Naruto finished with a solid punch across Kiba's jaw, sending him crashing to the stone floor. As Kiba rolled to his feet, he quickly dropped a smoke bomb, shrouding the area in a thick cloud to prevent Naruto from following up on his attack. Emerging from the smoke, Kiba glanced at Naruto before turning to his loyal pup, Akamaru. Time to show this idiot what he's messing with. We're far from done. Kiba growled as he dropped to all fours. Man-beast clone, he shouted, and with Akamaru jumping onto his back, a second Kiba appeared. Both Kibas moved independently, ready to overwhelm Naruto. Naruto focused, reminding himself not to underestimate his opponent. He recalled the advice his adopted mom had given him, as well as the tough matches he'd had with Shino and Kaza. He knew better than to assume victory too soon. Alright, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto called out, creating a dozen shadow clones around him. I can do that kind of thing too, and I've already shown you I've got better hands than you. Naruto launched an offensive before Kiba could attack, forcing both Kiba and Akamaru onto the defensive. The two Kibas began dismantling the clones one by one, as Naruto had anticipated. Using his clones strategically, Naruto managed to separate the pair, blending himself in with the clones as he waited for the right moment to strike. Above the arena, Shino observed the fight in silence. He wasn't surprised by anything Naruto had done so far. He knew his teammates' capabilities well and was confident that Naruto would win this match. Kaza, too, was aware of Naruto's talent and skill. As the leader of their team, Kaza trusted Naruto's abilities and believed in him fully. Anko watched with a grin, as she felt a surge of pride. Seeing Naruto perform so well and showcase his skills made her feel that she had trained him well. She knew he would live up to the great legacy he carried on his shoulders. In the arena, Naruto found his opening and seized it. He unleashed a combination of strikes on one of the Kibas, first to the shoulder, then the side, and finally a powerful uppercut to the chin that sent his opponent crashing to the ground. As Kiba hit the ground, he was knocked out cold, and the other Kiba transformed back into Akamaru. It was clear that Naruto had won the fight with that decisive blow. While he might have gotten lucky by hitting Kiba instead of prolonging the battle by knocking out Akamaru, Naruto felt relieved that he hadn't had to directly harm the dog. As the proctor declared him the victor, Naruto raised his hand in triumph, a proud smile spreading across his face. He soaked in the positive attention from the crowd, relishing the moment. Returning to his teammates, he grinned broadly. Looks like we're all advancing, he said confidently. We're the best, believe it. Shino, in his usual composed manner, responded. Of course. I wouldn't have expected anything less. Though his tone was matter-of-fact, those who knew him well could sense the subtle joy and pride in his words. Yeah, we did good. Kaza added softly, giving Naruto a thumbs up. You were really cool down there, Naruto. You've gotten really good. Ino nodded in agreement, offering a warm smile. Yeah, I agree. That was impressive. Hinata Hyuga, standing nearby, mustered the courage to speak up. Yes, Naruto, that was amazing, she said softly, her admiration evident as she tried to encourage her crush. Ah, thanks, you guys, he said, his voice full of energy and excitement. I couldn't have done it without all the training we've been through together. We're definitely gonna crush it in the next round too, believe it. Anko, beaming with pride, couldn't hold back her excitement. Kiddo, you never stop impressing me. You're a hell of a little ninja and a great son, she declared with a huge grin, her pride shining through as she celebrated his success. When Anko praised him, calling him a great ninja and a great son, Naruto's face lit up even more. Her words meant the world to him. He puffed out his chest proudly, giving her a thumbs up. I won't let you down, Anko-sensei. I'm gonna keep getting stronger and stronger. As the next fight was announced, Kaza looked over at Ino. Ino, go in there and knock Sakura's block off, Kaza said, patting her on the back as he gave her a grin. I know you got it, and I will be here supporting you the whole way. Ino, you can't lose with your boyfriend here, can you? Naruto teased as he looked over. Yeah, don't make this fight too troublesome with that girl drama stuff, please. Shikamaru chimed in, looking at his teammates. Ino smirked at Kaza's encouragement, feeling a boost of confidence. Don't worry, I've got this, she said, returning his grin. Then, turning to Naruto, she rolled her eyes with a playful smile. I'll show you who's going to win here. Lastly, Ino shot Shikamaru a look but couldn't help laughing a little. Don't worry, Shikamaru, I'll keep it simple, she said, determined to prove herself in the upcoming fight. Ino stepped into the arena, her eyes locking onto her opponent, Sakura, her former best friend turned rival. Their rivalry had started over something as foolish as Sasuke Uchiha's attention. Back then, it wasn't about who was the better kunoichi, but who could win the heart of the dark, mysterious boy who seemed to need saving. Ino had once believed she could be the one to help him, drawn to his troubled aura like so many others. But as she stood there now, Ino realized how much she had changed. She still wanted to help Sasuke in some way, but she knew he wasn't the one for her. That role belonged to someone else, someone who was shy and mysterious in his own way. Kaza Tagusa. Unlike with Sasuke, impressing Kaza wasn't her goal. She knew she already did. Instead, she trained hard to become a kunoichi who could stand beside him as an equal in battle. Sakura, I hope you are really ready for this fight, because I won't back down, and I don't plan on losing, Ino declared loudly as she pointed right at Sakura. I have put in way too much work to lose now to you. I am far from the same girl you used to know. I work really hard with my team and with my extra training. I am not a one-trick pony dependent on her family jutsu anymore. I am a real kunoichi who can handle so much more, and I am certainly not some simple Sasuke fangirl anymore. Ino. Sakura began, her voice firm but tinged with the nerves of someone still finding her place. You might have worked hard, but so have I. I'm not the same girl from the academy either. I'm going to show you that I'm strong too, and that I'm not just some girl chasing after Sasuke-kun. With that, Sakura took her own fighting stance, determination burning in her eyes. She was ready to prove that she had grown, that she could stand her ground, and that she was more than just a lovesick girl. You can keep Sasuke, I don't care about that chase anymore, Ino said with a grin. I found someone better for me, she declared, as she looked quickly up at her blushing boyfriend for a moment. Then back to Sakura. Now good luck, she commented before the fight started. Sakura's eyes widened slightly at Ino's declaration, a mix of surprise and confusion crossing her face. She had expected a rivalry centered around Sasuke, but this new development was unexpected. Still, she quickly masked her feelings with a determined expression. Well, I guess that's a relief, Sakura said, her voice steady. But don't think that just because you've moved on from Sasuke, you'll get an easy win. I'm here to prove myself too. Ino moved quickly, launching a feint that seemed like a quick attack before pulling back to create some distance between herself and Sakura. She knew Sakura was intelligent and that outsmarting her alone wouldn't be enough. She needed to leverage her training and superior form to secure the win. Ino watched as Sakura advanced, noting that her opponent's taijutsu form was lacking. The gap between their skills was clear, much wider than when Ino had started her practice sessions with Kaza. Sakura's form was reminiscent of Ino's early attempts, showing how much improvement Ino had made. Ino easily deflected Sakura's punch and followed up with a swift combination of strikes that sent Sakura sprawling to the ground. Standing over her fallen opponent, Ino said, "If you only chase after someone without focusing on yourself, you'll never get anywhere." Though Ino knew she had this match, she still reached down to help Sakura up. "How about we restart, not as rivals for some boy, but as friends? I know you're smarter than me, Sakura. I know you are the most talented kunoichi I know, but I think having another friend might help, right?" Sakura looked up at Ino's extended hand, her expression shifting from one of frustration to surprise. She hesitated for a moment, then took Ino's hand and pulled herself up. "Friends, huh?" Sakura said, her voice softening. "I guess I've been so focused on proving myself that I didn't really think about what matters most. Maybe I've been a bit too caught up in the rivalry." She looked at Ino with a more sincere smile. "Thanks for helping me see that. I'd like that. Maybe we can start over and really support each other, like friends should." As Ino smiled, proud of herself, she nodded her head. "I can teach you all the things that Kaza over there spent hours drilling into me if you want," Ino said, as she knew without that extra training, the match would have been far more even. Sakura's eyes widened with genuine interest. "Really? That would be amazing, Ino. I could use some new techniques and insights. I guess I have a lot to learn, and I'm glad you're willing to help." The two talked for a second, both feeling good. Even though Sakura lost her match, she felt confident in her own future and finding her footing, not just being the girl with the best grades, but becoming a capable and skilled kunoichi who could help and support her teammates, including Sasuke. Kaza's eyes lit up with admiration as he watched Ino return. He couldn't help but smile at her confidence. "You were incredible, Ino," he said warmly. "I'm proud of you. You handled that match really well." Ino's cheeks flushed slightly at the praise, and she gave him a shy smile. "Thanks, Kaza. I worked hard for this, and it feels great to know it paid off." Shikamaru chuckled. "Well, you did bring a bit of drama into it, but I guess that's just part of the package with you. Nice job anyway." Choji, munching on his chips, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you did awesome. Here, have a chip anyway," he offered with a grin. Ino laughed softly and shook her head. "Thanks, but I'm good for now. I'm just happy to have made you all proud." Training for the finals. Anko sat at her table, the final round matchups spread out before her. All three of her team members had advanced, and they spent the remainder of the preliminaries watching the fights and talking to their classmates. There had been several impressive battles and surprises, like the intense fight between Lee and Gaara, which ended disastrously for Lee. Then there was the Neji vs Hinata match, when Neji dominated but seemed to hold back from causing serious harm to Hinata, for reasons Anko couldn't quite grasp. Now, as she reviewed the opening matches of the final tournament, her thoughts were focused on the challenges ahead. Shino was set to face Kankuro, and Anko knew Shino's father was already helping him prepare for that match. Then there was Naruto's fight against Shizuka, which would be tough. However, with Anko's guidance, she believed Naruto could pull off a victory. The winner of that match would go on to face either Neji or Sasuke, a clash that promised to be intense. But it was the other match that truly worried her, the one that had her working late into the night, Kaza Tagusa vs Gaara of the Desert. This fight seemed almost impossible, and Anko couldn't help but wonder if Kaza had any real chance of winning. Compounding her concern was the fact that, with her focus on training Naruto, Kaza lacked anyone to help him prepare for the match. Inoichi was out of the question since he was busy training Ino, leaving Anko scrambling for a solution. Rubbing her temples in frustration, she glanced over at Irika. The problem weighed heavily on her mind. "Irika, I really don't know who can help Kaza," she admitted, her voice tinged with worry. Irika paused, considering Anko's dilemma. He understood her concern. Gaara was a formidable opponent, and Kaza would need every advantage he could get. "I get where you're coming from, Anko," Irika said, his brow furrowing as he thought it over. "Honestly, it's tough. There aren't many people available who could give Kaza the training he needs to face someone like Gaara. How about Asuma? He is a Sarutobi, and they're skilled in fire release. Granted, he has his own team, and he's more focused on wind release." Irika reasoned, trying to offer some support to his wife. Irika nodded, understanding the weight of Anko's concerns. "You're right," he said gently. Kaza's strong, and he's got more determination than most. Even if Asuma can only help a little, it might be just what Kaza needs to push himself to the next level. He placed a reassuring hand on Enko's shoulder. And you're doing the right thing by trusting in him. Kaza's come a long way, and he's got the heart of a fighter. No matter what happens, he'll give it his all. Maybe that's what's most important. Irika offered a small smile. I'm sure Kaza will appreciate any help he can get. And with your guidance and Asuma's support, he might just surprise everyone, maybe even himself. Anko caught a bit of movement out of the corner of her eye. She walked over towards the little girl who had crawled in. Anko smiled as she looked down at her daughter, Hibi, who was still getting the hang of walking. Seeing her wobble towards her, Anko's heart melted. Anko gracefully reached down and picked up her daughter into her arms. She held her protectively in her arms. Well, someone is up past their bedtime, little one. Anko said softly, looking at the purple-haired little toddler. Now, I am going to have to get you to bed in a moment, she softly added. Her focus was on her happy little daughter. As Anko held Hibi tightly, she felt a sense of peace wash over her despite the worries about the upcoming matches. You're getting so big, she whispered, planting a kiss on Hibi's forehead. Irika watched the tender moment with a warm smile. She's growing up fast, he commented, leaning in to give Hibi a gentle pat on the back. Anko nodded, her heart swelling with love as she looked at her daughter. Yeah, she is. Our little girl is so cute. I'm sure she's going to be a great kunoichi, just like her mother someday, Anko said, holding Hibi close. The maternal joy she felt was overwhelming. Now, I have everything figured out to train Naruto. As long as he doesn't underestimate Shizuka, he should be okay. Irika, I'm going to put Hibi to bed, Anko said softly, her voice carrying its usual authority but also laced with a gentle care and love. I'll join you in our bed after, okay? She added, her tone warm and affectionate. Irika smiled warmly at Anko, his eyes softening as he looked at her and their daughter. Of course, Anko, he replied, his voice gentle and understanding. Take your time. I'll be here when you're ready. He gave her a reassuring nod, his love and support clear in his expression. She's lucky to have such a caring mom, as well as a kind, smart, and understanding papa, Anko said, smiling at her husband. She was so happy with him and her life. Naruto, Hibi, and Irika. They were such a good family, and she felt so blessed to have them in her life. Add on Shino and Kaza, and she had so many more bonds than ever in her life. Tomorrow I'll be home late. I am going to start putting Naruto through the ringer to get him ready for his match. Irika chuckled softly, his eyes reflecting the warmth he felt for Anko and their little family. Naruto's in good hands, he said with a smile. But don't push yourself too hard, okay? We need you home in one piece too. He reached out, gently squeezing her hand. And don't worry about tomorrow, I'll take care of things here. You focus on getting Naruto ready. We'll be waiting for you when you get back. He paused, his smile growing a bit wider. And just so you know, I feel just as lucky to have you in our family. We've got something really special here. Anko shook her head. Maybe it will be a late morning, if you keep saying stuff like that, for us both, she said with a mischievous and rather playful tone, before taking Hibi to bed, to tuck her little treasure away as Anko knew that she had to be tired. Irika laughed softly, his cheeks flushing slightly at Anko's playful remark. I'll hold you to that, he replied, his tone matching her playful mood. He watched as Anko carried Hibi to bed, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Their life together, with all its challenges and joys, was more than he had ever imagined. Late the next morning, Anko woke up after a longer night than she had planned. As she got ready, she found a note from Naruto saying he had left early to go to Training Ground 6 to start training and that she should meet him there when she was ready. Anko smiled, pleased that Naruto was taking responsibility for his training. He was growing more mature, not the little 8-year-old she remembered when she first adopted him and married Irika. Though she missed those days when he was so adorable, Anko was proud of the young man he was becoming. After grabbing her things, Anko headed out to start training with her adopted son. She planned to focus on his chakra control and jutsu, but she also needed to remember to talk to Asuma about Kaza. She hadn't had the chance yet and hoped she could squeeze it in either after training or when Naruto took a break. As she approached the training ground, Anko smiled at the sight of the blonde ninja and crossed her arms under her chest. Now, Naruto, are you ready for the hardest training ever? She asked, a smirk on her lips. Naruto turned at the sound of Anko's voice. He knew she would be there at some point, and wanted to get his warm-up in. He smiled confidently. Of course, I am going to master this training and crush it. I am going to be ready for any matchup in the finals. Believe it! Naruto declared loudly to Anko as he gave her an excited grin. Anko chuckled, walking up to him and ruffling his spiky blonde hair. That's the spirit, she said, her smirk softening into a proud smile. But don't think it's gonna be easy just because you're ready for it. I'm going to push you to your limits, Naruto. Naruto nodded, his expression serious. I know, and I'm ready. I'm not a kid anymore, Mom. I've gotta get stronger if I want to protect everyone and show the village what I'm made of. Anko's heart swelled with pride. He was growing up so fast, but she could still see that fiery determination that had been there since the beginning. You've already come so far, Naruto. But you're right, you're not a little kid anymore. It's time to take things to the next level. As Anko and Naruto trained, with Shino training with his father, Kaza was quietly working on his family's shrine, hammering in boards as he worked alone. He figured Anko would be arranging for someone to train him and hoped it would be someone really talented and skilled. He wasn't upset. He needed this time to focus on the shrine and keep it going. Hey kid, it seems like you need some training. A dark-haired man said, coughing slightly. I owe your uncle, and I think I can help if you want to work with me. I can't do any favors since I'm a proctor in the exam, but I will teach you everything I know and make you into the best Kenjutsu swordsman I can. He looked at Kaza and added, I'm Hate Gecko, by the way. Your uncle Kazanori taught me a few tricks, and I'm just returning the favor. Kaza blinked in surprise at the mention of Kazanori, a name he knew well. His uncle, Kazanori, had been a legendary figure in the Tagusa clan, reputed to be the best since Sentaku himself. Kazanori had died during the Third Great Ninja War, but his legacy lived on, and now Kaza held the very sword that had once belonged to him. Gripping the hilt tightly, Kaza nodded resolutely. Okay, I'll do my best. If you're willing to teach me, I'll learn everything you have to offer, he declared firmly, lowering himself in a bow of respect. Hate Gecko studied the young ninja for a moment before speaking. Your uncle Kazanori was known as the Flame Swordsman of Konoha. I learned all of his moves by observing him. While I don't have the chakra nature to replicate them exactly as he did, you don't have that problem. He motioned for Kaza to follow him. Come on, let's start your training in front of the shrine. Your uncle was a master of Aijiri, and that's something you need to master too. Kaza straightened up, determination etched on his face. Okay, I will, he said with focus and resolve. He was ready to start, and he was willing to do whatever it took to get stronger. Later that day, Anko received a message from Hate explaining his plan to train Kaza for his upcoming fight, focusing on improving his kenjutsu and integrating it with his elemental natures. Anko raised an eyebrow at the surprise development but quickly saw the wisdom in it. Hate was the most talented swordsman in all of Konoha, and having him train Kaza was a significant advantage. She smiled to herself, confident that Kaza was in good hands. First strange teacher appears. Just outside of the Tagusa shrine, on a grassy hill. The brown-haired young ninja Kaza Tagusa was preparing for his finals match against Gaara of the Sand. He had a lot to do and he had been already working really hard for a bit over a week. As he stood with his sword in hand, he swung it forward, cutting through the air quickly before pulling back and going with a straight thrust. His footwork and skills were getting better each and every day. He moved around quickly and in his mind he could see his foe. He swung his sword attack from different angles, moving quickly to dodge what he saw as attacks to deflect them. However, this was good for a normal foe. He was going against Gaara, whose attacks were not normal. Kaza knew this, but reminded himself that he had to get these basics down to have a prayer of a chance. Hate Gecko watched from the steps of the shrine, silently assessing the young ninja. He recognized the raw talent in Kaza but couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt. Gaara was a formidable opponent, more like a monster than a typical ninja, and even Hate wasn't sure he could stand a chance against him in a fair fight. But seeing Kaza's dedication and hard work inspired Hate to do all he could to help the boy. Perhaps the legendary flame sword technique could be the key, though it would be risky. The flames could potentially become a double-edged sword in battle. As Hate pondered this, he noticed a figure approaching the shrine. The man's presence was commanding, drawing attention with his mere appearance. Hate had never seen this man before. He would know if he had. For this man was tall, broad-shouldered, and dressed in a meticulously maintained black and gray kimono that spoke of both elegance and strength. His short, wavy brown hair was well kept, and a neatly trimmed goatee added to his distinguished appearance. Confidence radiated from him, both in his eyes and in his assured step, marking him as someone far from ordinary. "Good afternoon, my good fellow." The man greeted with a polite bow, his voice smooth and cultured. "I am looking for the beautiful lady of the shrine, Masuki Tagusa. It has been some years since I last saw her," he said with a grace that matched his appearance. "Oh, sir, Grandma is out visiting the daimyo about flowers today," Kaza replied, pausing his training as he turned to face the stranger. He had never seen this man before, but if he knew his grandmother, it must have been years ago, perhaps when Kaza was just a child. "Little Kaza has grown, I see," the man remarked, his eyes scrutinizing the young ninja. A knowing smile played on his lips, as if he understood something about Kaza that no one else did. "I see it interesting, no doubt about it," he continued in a polite but enigmatic tone. "You are Sentaka's great-grandson for sure." "Yes, I've read many tales about my great-grandfather. He was an amazing ninja, a true legend, and the best my clan has ever produced. Though, I must admit, some of the stories are a bit wild to believe at face value," Kaza responded, trying to make sense of the man's cryptic words. "Oh, my boy, they are all true, or at least that's what I believe," the man said firmly. "I am Shinshu Horosha, but you can simply call me Shin." He introduced himself with a bow. "Now, young ninja, may I make an offer?" "What is it?" Hade asked, curiosity piqued. The name Shinshu Horosha sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it. "Well, my good sir, I believe I can help Kaza a great deal right now. I see the potential for greatness in him, a diamond in the rough. Someday, he may even become a ninja worthy of a legendary sparring match. I enjoy a good fight, and I believe that when this diamond fully shines, he could be the most exhilarating opponent I've ever faced," Shin said with a gleam in his eye. "A match, perhaps. As legendary as one with Sentaka himself. Besides, I owe his family a few favors from the past." Hade observed Shinshu carefully, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly as he processed the man's words. The air of confidence and elegance around Shinshu was unmistakable, and Hade couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to this stranger. However, his focus remained on Kaza's training and what was best for the young ninja. "I appreciate the offer, Shin," Hade began, his tone measured. "But Kaza's training is specific to his upcoming match. I'm here to ensure he gets the preparation he needs to stand a chance against Gaara. It's not just about sparring for fun, it's about survival." He paused, glancing at Kaza, who was listening intently. "If you truly have something to offer that can help him, then we can consider it. But understand, this isn't just about a good fight. Kaza's future as a ninja could be on the line." Hade's gaze returned to Shinshu, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "So, what exactly do you have in mind? How do you plan to help Kaza prepare for one of the most dangerous opponents in this tournament?" "Well, of course, if he were to die now, then I would never get the fight I want some years from now," Shin replied with a shrug. He rubbed his chin as he looked at Hade and then towards Kaza for a moment. "Light release, fire release, lightning release, large-scale attacks, quickness, trickery, proper behavior, and lastly that kid needs to put some meat on his bones, he is too small at his current size." He turned to look at Hade. "I might not look it, but I am rather good at all elements of chakra and the use of them in fighting, and I have a lot of experience against strong foes, ones that make Gaara look like less dangerous," he said directly, his tone firm, but still with an underlying politeness to it as well. "Your knowledge and experience could be valuable, no doubt," Hade conceded, his tone respectful but still guarded. "But Kaza's training needs to be carefully tailored to his abilities and the specific challenges he'll face against Gaara. It's not just about brute strength or flashy techniques, it's about precision, strategy, and the ability to stay calm under pressure." He looked over at Kaza, who was listening with wide eyes, clearly eager to learn. Hade turned back to Shinshu, crossing his arms. "If you truly believe you can help him grow stronger and more capable in a short amount of time, then I'm willing to give it a shot. But know this, if I see anything that could jeopardize his chances or safety, this partnership ends immediately." Hade's gaze hardened slightly. "So, Shinshu, if you're serious about helping Kaza, then let's see what you can do. Show us how you plan to turn this diamond in the rough into a warrior worthy of the Tagusa name." "Well, my good sir, putting me on the spot, but I guess for the moment that sounds fine," Shin said as he paused. Kaza, I want you to watch and I want you to try this. You are good with chakra, you have a good bit of it, far more than the normal. But you waste it greatly, Shinshir declared as he looked at him. How about we master not only chakra control as a general practice, but how and where to use it, from your foes to your fingertips. As his chakra reached his fingertips for Shinshir, a dark black chakra that was unnatural even showed up and was very different from normal chakra. Much like how Kaza's own light release chakra was different. This is a blessing you have, and you can't quite use this chakra like normal to make the most of it. Hade observed the dark black chakra that Shinshir summoned to his fingertips, instantly recognizing that it was unlike anything he'd seen before. The unusual nature of Shinshi's chakra, coupled with his suggestion about mastering chakra control and efficient usage, intrigued Hade. It was clear that Shinshi's methods were unconventional, but there was wisdom in his words. Kaza, on the other hand, watched with wide eyes, clearly captivated by the display. His own light-release chakra was something he had always struggled to fully harness, and the idea that Shinshir might be able to help him better control and utilize it was exciting. Chakra control is crucial, especially when dealing with unique types of chakra like yours. Hade began, nodding in agreement with Shinshi's point. The better you can control your chakra, the more efficient you'll be in battle. You won't just be throwing out attacks, each move will be precise, calculated, and impactful. He turned to Kaza, who was still fixated on the dark chakra at Shinshi's fingertips. Kaza, pay close attention to what he's saying. Learning how to channel your chakra effectively could be the difference between victory and defeat, especially against someone as formidable as Gaara. Shinshi's polite yet firm tone added a layer of gravity to the situation, making it clear that this wasn't just a casual lesson. There was something significant about the way he approached chakra control, and Hade could see that Kaza was already eager to try. Show us how it's done, Shinshir, Hade said, his voice steady. If you can help Kaza master his chakra in a way that enhances his strengths and mitigates his weaknesses, then we'll see just how far he can go. Shinshir moved with effortless grace as he demonstrated the technique to Kaza. He positioned the boy in the correct stance and guided him in drawing out the light chakra that resided within him. As Shinshir explained, he detailed how Kaza had previously unleashed it during his solar flare move, a powerful technique that allowed him to burst forward with incredible speed. The key, Shinshir emphasized, was in how the chakra wasn't just expelled from the feet but enveloped the entire body, cutting through drag and other elements to make Kaza nearly one with the light itself. It's more of a blessing from some divine being, perhaps a certain spirit of light, than a mere source of chakra. Shinshir mused, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips as he looked at Kaza. Maybe it's designed to mimic chakra in some ways, but who can say? The divine has its own methods, after all. Kaza listened intently, his concentration evident as he attempted to replicate the technique. Shinshi's tone, polite yet carrying an undercurrent of confidence, conveyed both wisdom and experience. You won't master this in 3.5 weeks. Shinshir continued. But we should aim to make you strong enough to stand your ground against that sand demon. Give him a fight he won't see coming, and for you a fight that will push you toward continued growth. Watching and listening, he noticed that Shinshir was different. That the elegance in Shinshi's manner was reminiscent of someone who had faced countless battles and come out the other side with a deep understanding of the world. His calm demeanor was soothing, yet his words carried the weight of someone who knew exactly what needed to be done. Shinshir eagerly anticipated his upcoming meeting with Masuki. It had been over a decade since he last saw the talented botanist, and he looked forward to reconnecting with her. Masuki's expertise and sharp intellect were rare and enjoyable to engage with. As he observed Kaza, Shinshir noted the stark differences between himself and Sentaku Togusa. Yet he also recognized certain similarities. Sentaku had been one of the few individuals who had truly given Shinshir a fight worthy of the term. The legendary hero's prowess and even the circumstances of his death had become the stuff of legends. Shinshi's smile betrayed his excitement, though he kept his emotions in check. He saw a divine purpose in this opportunity to guide Kaza, and he felt a deep sense of responsibility to help the young Togusa prepare for his battle against the formidable one-tailed Jinchuriki. Shinshir was determined to channel his own experiences into ensuring that Kaza would not only rise to the challenge but surpass expectations. Training continues. Shinshir looked out as he thought about the past. Watching the kid train, working to master his light release, he smiled, seeing the potential in the boy. This Hade guy was pretty good for a kid too. He had helped Kaza with a few sword techniques, such as a way to use his footwork to increase the power of his strikes. Lifting the cup of warm tea, Shinshir took a graceful sip, his posture perfect as he reflected on a moment long before this one. Shinshir had once walked along a path in a world of war. The age of conflict had gone on for so long that no one could really remember a time of peace. It was good for business, but even for him, the endless war was a bit of a downer. As he entered another small village, he heard the sound of a fight ahead. The elegant man, wearing a fanciful black and white kimono that exuded grace, walked towards the commotion. He smiled, excited at the prospect of finding someone worthy of a fight. Suddenly, a large, bald man burst out of a nearby tavern, knocked out cold. Though the man was large and bulky, he wasn't the one who caught Shinshir's interest. Moments later, Shinshir saw what was happening. A single man had taken down a group of 4 warriors, likely clan ninja, by himself in hand-to-hand combat. The man stood around 5 feet 7 inches tall, with very short teal hair that stood out. His body was ripped to an insane degree, his sleeveless teal shirt revealing his muscular frame. He hadn't skipped leg day either, as he was built solid, wearing simple black pants and boots. Shinshir paused, watching the way the man moved, bouncing on his feet, his sharp golden eyes scanning for foes and danger. Despite his young-looking face, perhaps around 16 years old, he exuded confidence and skill. The color of his hair and eyes finally gave away his identity. "Well, I didn't expect to find such a lovely fighter in the middle of nowhere," Shinshir said, approaching. "Such an impressive style of fighting you have there." He continued with a polite and respectful tone. "Mr. Exile, would you be up for giving me a proper sparring match?" Sentaku, still catching his breath from the fight, turned to face Shinshir with a confident grin. As he stood there looking at Shinshir, there was a confidence in his stance. His golden eyes shined with a surety and excitement. He had a look that told Shinshir that this young man was filled with infectious energy. There was this element to his general presence that made him seem both commanding and powerful, but also approachable and kind too. "Ha, you want a sparring match with me? Well, you're in for a treat," Sentaku replied with a laugh, his voice warm and full of life. "I never turn down a good challenge, especially from someone who looks like they know what they're doing, and you definitely look like you know how to fight." He cracked his knuckles and stretched his neck, clearly eager for another fight and another challenge to face. Despite the tough fight he just finished, there was no sign of fatigue in his demeanor, only the thrill of the next battle. "But fair warning," Sentaku added, his grin widening. "I don't hold back, even in a friendly spar. So, let's give it everything we've got, and may the best fighter win." He gave a thumbs up, his charisma shining through, making it impossible not to get caught up in his enthusiasm. Sentaku walked out of the building and nodded as they both stood in the street. Both of them looked excited about the fight. It was obvious they were both battle freaks who loved fighting. "Ready when you are," Sentaku said, dropping into a loose, yet balanced fighting stance, his eyes locked on Shinshir. He was fully prepared for whatever came next. With a smirk on his lips, he motioned Shinshir forward, challenging him to make the first attack of the fight. Shinshir moved quickly, cutting the distance between them as he threw a quick combination of punches at Sentaku. Sentaku, however, quickly deflected with the side of his hand, and then he sidestepped with grace and skill. Sentaku grabbed hold of Shinshir's wrist on a follow-up attack. He then spun and aimed a well-aimed kick at the back of Shinshir's head. Shinshir carefully ducked the attack. A moment later, though, Sentaku followed it up, twisting his body, planting and kicking a second lower kick that hit Shinshir in the side, knocking him to the right into the ground, before moving incredibly gracefully to a new fighting stance. His movements were literally flawless in his style. Getting up, Shinshir smiled. This was what he was after, someone who was worthy of fighting, and he knew both of them were holding back an incredible amount at that moment. He could sense the insane power that was within him. So, this is the power of Sentaku Tagusa, the exiled heir of the Tagusa. A fighter who loves to fight so much his pacifist clan kicked him out. Sentaku smiled brightly, his excitement clear as he cracked his knuckles. "Hey, you got that right," he said with a grin that reached his eyes. "Guess I just couldn't resist the call to fight, even if it meant going against the clan's ways." He settled into his stance, his movements fluid and full of energy. "But hey, what's life without a good challenge, right? You seem like you're up for a fun one too, Shinshir," Sentaku added, his tone light-hearted but with a sharp edge of anticipation. Shinshir set down his cup, his thoughts drifting back to the legendary Sentaku Tagusa. Sentaku had been one of the few fighters Shinshir considered a true match, a warrior who could rival even the strongest uchiha or senju. Sentaka's fierce love for battle had made him a force to be reckoned with in his time. As Shinshi's gaze returned to the present, he looked at Kaza, the young Togusa who trained with determination. This kid had the potential to reach heights that could rival his great-grandfather, though he lacked the same insatiable thirst for combat. That was fine, though. The times had changed, and the world needed a different kind of Togusa, one who could thrive in an era of peace rather than constant war. Shinshu mused over the possibilities. Kaza had the potential to be something extraordinary, someone who could stand among legends in his own right. Across the way, Naruto was breathing hard as he trained with Anko. He dodged another strike, constantly kept on his toes. He had to focus on his chakra control while under pressure, standing on a pond while snakes attacked him randomly from all sides. These snakes, though harmless, were Anko's small summons meant to keep him alert and under stress. The goal was simple: to improve his chakra control and reflexes in a chaotic situation where he was under constant pressure. It's easy to handle these tasks in a calm training environment, but doing so while being attacked is far more difficult, often leading to mistakes if one hasn't practiced under such conditions. Naruto started this training focusing solely on chakra control, but now he was working on something more, both chakra control and self-control. He moved quickly, reacting to the attacks as he began to sense their speed and direction. He knew, however, that the attacks would change unpredictably, and he had to be ready to adapt. His shirt, pants, and hair were soaked from the many times he had fallen into the water after losing concentration and slipping into the pond. Each time, he had to swim to the shore and climb back out to continue. As Naruto pushed himself further, the speed of the attacks increased, making it harder and harder for him to keep up until he finally fell forward into the water again. After swimming to the shore and pulling himself out, he looked up at his adopted mother, Anko. "Was that better, Mom?" Naruto asked. "Of course, kiddo," Anko replied. "You're getting really good. That power of yours is impressive, and your focus, control, and reflexes are improving every day. Now, Naruto, I want you to do me a favor. Hold this paper and test what chakra nature you have," Anko said, knowing that Naruto needed to figure out his chakra nature to start developing his own ninjutsu. Naruto looked at the paper. He kind of remembered this from the academy, but he had messed up then, as his chakra control was not good. He looked at it, curious what it would tell him, and how it would affect his future as a ninja. He looked up at Anko with a nod of his head. "All right, I will give it a shot. I am sure whatever chakra it is, I will make the most of it." "Believe it!" Naruto held the paper in his hands and closed his eyes. He thought about the lesson from Iruka back in the academy. He then thought about his mom, his teacher Anko. He wanted to make her proud of him, both of them. Taking a deep breath, he focused his chakra into the paper for a moment, as he then opened his eyes and looked at Anko instead of the paper that was in both of his hands at that moment. Anko smiled as she watched the paper split cleanly in half. "Looks like you're a natural wind-type chakra user, Naruto," she said, her voice carrying a hint of pride. "That's a pretty rare affinity, you know. I think it's time we get you some proper training in wind-style jutsu." She paused for a moment, thinking. "We could go see Lord Third. He knows a thing or two about wind release. But if he's busy, we can always track down Asuma. He's a master of wind-type chakra, and I'm sure he'd be willing to teach you a few moves." Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. "Wind-type, huh? That's awesome." He grinned, his usual enthusiasm bubbling over. "I'd love to learn from Lord Third, but if we get to train with Asuma-sensei, that'd be really cool too. I'm ready to get started right away, Mom." He clenched his fists, determination clear in his voice. "I'm gonna master this wind stuff and get strong enough to protect everyone." Finding their way to where Hiruzen wasn't very hard at all. He was in his office in the Hokage Tower. Lord Third was busy as ever working on paperwork and keeping an eye on the village. "Old man," Anko declared, "I came with my kiddo to ask you for a big favor. I know that you are the professor and that you're really good at ninjutsu. I want to ask if you can spend just a day or two helping out Naruto, helping him to master a ninjutsu of some kind. I figure we have a couple of weeks left before the exam. Getting your help could make a big difference." "Anko, it's good to see you," he said with a warm smile. "And Naruto, you've grown quite a bit. What brings you here today?" Anko explained their request with a sense of urgency and hope. "Yes, he had grown into a talented young man," Anko said with pride in her tone. Naruto here has been working really hard on his chakra control. And even doing so under pressure and stress of being forced to defend and dodge attacks from me. He is getting pretty good at it. He had a ways to go, but I believe he is ready to start to learn some ninjutsu. Anko paused for a moment before she continued. It is about 2 weeks before the final part of the exams. I was hoping you might have some time to help him master a wind-style jutsu. I know it's short notice, but any guidance you could offer would be invaluable. Hiruzen considered the request for a moment, nodding thoughtfully. I'd be happy to help. I have a few days free and can certainly spare some time to train Naruto. Mastering wind-style techniques will be a significant asset to him. Hiruzen paused, thinking for a moment. However, wouldn't it be more helpful for him to learn that jutsu? He suggested, glancing at Anko. You know the one I'm referring to. It's something he should learn at some point, and it wasn't that hard for me to figure out. Anko's eyes widened slightly, realizing Hiruzen was referring to the Rasengan. She nodded thoughtfully. That's a good point, Lord Third. The Rasengan would be a powerful technique for Naruto to master. If you think it's the right time for him to start learning it, I'm on board. Hiruzen smiled, his eyes reflecting his confidence in Naruto's potential. Very well. We'll work on both wind-style techniques and the RAS. Engen. It will be a challenge, but I believe Naruto has the determination and ability to master them. A lovely night. Iruka and Anko were dressed in matching, fanciful kimonos for the evening. The couple was heading out for a dinner date, leaving Naruto in charge of taking care of little Hibi for the night. Now, Naruto, I left some instant ramen, but make sure that Hibi eats and gets to bed at a reasonable time. Anko and I will be home late, so after you're asleep. Iruka instructed calmly, trusting his adopted son completely. Naruto grinned widely, giving Iruka a thumbs up. You got it, Dad. I will be the best babysitter for Hibi ever. I will make sure that she had a great night and that she gets to bed on time, no worries. Just go out and have fun tonight, you two. I got it under control, believe it. Iruka nodded his head as he took Anko's hand into his own and took his leave with her. They were going out to have a very good meal. They had both been busy, and they both knew that to keep a healthy relationship going they needed nights like this where they could work on their own relationship and the bond between them. As his adopted parents took their leave, Naruto walked into the living room and spotted his little sister, Hibi, completely engrossed in her blocks. She was carefully arranging them by color, building little houses and other objects with a serious focus that made Naruto smile. He sat down nearby, keeping a close eye on her. To him, Hibi was more than just an adopted sister, she was family, and nothing could change that. He watched as Hibi, with her small hands and purple hair, meticulously placed each block, her mind clearly deep in her own little world. The way she concentrated so hard on her creation was incredibly adorable, and Naruto couldn't help but feel a surge of affection for his little sister. Naruto moved closer and sat down next to Hibi, watching her work with a warm smile. Sis, how can I help? You've got your big bro here to do some heavy lifting tonight, he declared cheerfully, ready to jump in and assist with whatever she needed. His enthusiasm made Hibi look up from her blocks, and Naruto grinned, eager to be a part of her little world. Hibi looked up at Naruto with wide, sparkling eyes and a big smile. Big bro. You help make big tower. Wanna make it really tall? She giggled, clapping her hands excitedly. You're strong, right? You lift the blocks, and I put them on top. She scooted closer to him, her little hands already reaching for another block. We make the best tower ever. Naruto grinned, his eyes lighting up with determination. You got it, Hibi. We're gonna make the biggest, most awesome tower in the whole world. Believe it. He grabbed a block and held it up high. Just watch, with your big bro's help, this tower's gonna reach the sky. He chuckled, already getting into the task. No one's gonna beat us, not even the Hokage. At the same time, the married couple walked into the fancy restaurant where they were going to share their meal. It was not far from the Hokage monument and offered a breathtaking view of the city, as well as the fanciest food in all of Konohagakure. As they entered, they were welcomed by ambient lighting that provided a sense of privacy, even with other people around. The waitress led them to their table, which Iruka had managed to secure thanks to one of his students' parents, who had offered it to him in appreciation for all the good work he had done. Sitting down, Iruka gave a warm smile to his wife, Anko. They had been married for a few years now, and neither of them was unhappy with the situation. Although both were busy people, having time like this together was rare, especially with Hibi and Naruto at home, along with Irika's responsibilities at the academy and Anko's time spent with her genin team on missions. So, how is the training with Naruto for the Chunin finals going? Irika asked, knowing that Anko had been very busy over the past few weeks, working to get Naruto ready for his match against Amara and any matches that might follow. Anko leaned back in her chair, a smirk playing on her lips as she picked up her menu. You know that knucklehead is full of surprises, she began, her tone teasing but affectionate. Naruto's got more guts than brains, but that's what makes him interesting. I've been pushing him hard, making sure he doesn't just rely on shadow clones and sheer luck. Gotta teach him some finesse, or he'll just run headfirst into trouble like always. She glanced up at Irika, her eyes softening a bit. However, having said that, those guts and that heart is what makes him special. He has guts in spades, and I believe that is something that is going to make him a great ninja. I know he is a knuckled-headed goofball, but when the cards are on the table, Naruto always comes through. He's getting stronger, and I can tell he really wants to prove himself. Not just to us, but to everyone who's ever doubted him. Anko paused, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. I know that Amara is a determined and tough gal. That she won't be a walk in the park for Naruto, but I believe in our boy. I know that he has been working really hard, and I know that his teacher has been getting him as ready as he can be, Anko said with a playful smile on her lips as she looked at Irika. Plus, with how gutsy he is and how determined he is to prove himself, I don't see any path for him, but for him to come out on top. Yeah, Naruto always tries to find a way, but that is what makes our boy so special, Irika replied as he thought about Naruto. I think the fights will draw a large crowd this year. I heard about your other two kiddos, Irika commented. Shino apparently has been putting in a lot of work with his father, and then there is Kaza, apparently both some strange out-of-town guy, and Hate have been preparing that kid for his fight with Gaara, Irika said, thinking about what he had heard through the grapevine. I also heard that Lord Hokage has been spending time helping Naruto with ninjutsu too. Anko nodded, a knowing smile crossing her face. Yeah, old man Hiruzen has been a great deal of help. I had asked him to spend like a day helping Naruto, and he in turn decided to spend a full week helping Naruto get some things down. I even learned stuff from the old man just watching him work with Naruto. It was something impressive. I know that Naruto is going to really show his stuff now that he has that extra work. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping a bit as she continued. As for Shino, well, Shino's a quiet one, but don't let that fool you. That kid's got a lot going on beneath the surface. He's been learning all sorts of new techniques from his father, and I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls off something impressive in the finals. Anko then chuckled softly, shaking her head. And Kaza. That kid's got something special too. I've seen him around, training like a man possessed. Whatever Hate and that out-of-towner are doing with him, well, I am curious what will be the result. I do know it is Gaara he is against, and well, that's a whole different beast. I just hope Kaza's ready for what's coming. She paused for a moment, her eyes thoughtful. This year's finals are gonna be something else, that's for sure. With Naruto, Shino, and Kaza in the mix, it's bound to be a show. But you know, no matter what happens, I'm proud of them. They've all come a long way, and they're only getting stronger. It reminds me of when the three were just kids like 8 or so when you had them all out on that camping trip, Irika said with a smile. We still have that armor that Naruto found in his room. I half think someday he is going to just wear it on some random mission, Irika said, laughing softly as he thought about Naruto. Anko chuckled, the memory bringing a fond smile to her face. Oh, that camping trip. What a wild time that was. Naruto, Shino, and Kaza running around like they owned the place, getting into all sorts of trouble. And that armor, he was so proud when he found it, like he'd uncovered some ancient relic. She laughed softly, shaking her head. I wouldn't put it past Naruto to wear it on a mission one day. He would do it just to show off too, Anko said, smiling, thinking about that old mission. She had a guess why the armor was so important. That mission was the first one that Naruto and his team had been on. It was the first time that they started their friendship. It meant a lot to all three of the boys, and she knew that armor was Naruto's found treasure from that old burnt-down fort. It was the first time she had worked with them too, and it had a special place in her heart too. Anko leaned back in her chair, her smile growing a bit softer. Those three have come so far since then. From that camping trip to now, getting ready to face off in the Chunin exams. It's like watching them grow up right before our eyes. And no matter how tough things get, I know they'll pull through. They've got that fire in them, just like we did back in the day. Irika let out a soft sigh as the food came over. It was a fancy mix of food, curry ramen. It was a good mix, like the two of them were a good mix. He looked into her eyes as he rubbed the hack of his neck. Here we are, talking about our kid, when we should be talking about ourselves, right? I mean, you do look really beautiful tonight, Enko. I am always so happy to get the chances to spend time with you like this. Your agreeing to watch over Naruto with me was the greatest moment in my life because it meant I got a great son, and also an amazing woman to be my wife. Enko paused for a moment, taken aback by Irika's heartfelt words. She felt a warmth spread through her chest as she looked into his eyes, her usual tough exterior softening. A small, genuine smile formed on her lips as she reached across the table to take his hand. Well, look at you, getting all sappy on me. She teased gently, though her voice was filled with affection. But you know what? You're right. We don't get moments like this often, and I'm glad we're here together. You're not just a great father, Irika, you're the best partner I could have asked for. Watching Naruto grow and seeing the man he's becoming, it's been an incredible journey, but I wouldn't have wanted to do it with anyone else. She squeezed his hand, her smile growing. And for the record, you don't look too bad yourself. Maybe after dinner, we can see where the night takes us. But right now, let's enjoy this meal, and each other's company. We've earned it. Naruto sat there looking at Hibi, his little sister, as he just tucked her into bed. Her innocent face as she had already fallen asleep after he had read her a story. He smiled thinking about how lucky he was. He remembered before he had this family he had been alone. Before he had met Irika and Irika took him in when he was 8, he had no one. He wondered how different he would be if that hadn't happened for a moment. However, he pushed those thoughts out of his mind. He had a great family, friends who cared and supported him, and one of them would support him in his dream to become the greatest Hokage ever. As he walked out, he heard a knock on the door, and walked over to it. As he opened it, he found 2 people before him, and they were not his parents. They were Kaza and Shino, Kaza having a deck of cards on him and Shino having gotten some snacks. Hey Naruto, you mind if we come over and play some cards and have some fun, you know? Rumor has it your parents are out tonight, and I bet, knowing sensei, they won't be back home tonight at all. Naruto was happy to see his 2 teammates. They had been his first real friends, and he treasured that friendship a great deal. However, the 3 of them had been working hard getting ready for the exams, and hadn't had as much time for stuff like this. So the idea of spending a night with his friends playing games was priceless to the blonde teen. Hey guys. Yeah, come on in, Naruto said, stepping aside to let them in. I just put Hibi to bed, so we've got the whole place to ourselves. And you're right, Irika-sensei and Enko probably won't be back until morning, so we can do whatever we want. He closed the door behind them and led the way into the living room, where Hibi's toys were still scattered on the floor. Naruto quickly tidied up, making space for them to sit. Cards, huh? You guys are in for a beating tonight. Naruto grinned, his competitive spirit kicking in. And Shino, you brought snacks? Nice. Let's get this party started. He was glad they had come over. It was moments like these that reminded him of how lucky he was to have found a family and friends who cared about him. The loneliness he once felt was a distant memory, replaced by the warmth and camaraderie of his bonds with others. The power of darkness. Hate was out on patrol that night when he discovered 2 suspicious figures moving about. One was a strong, powerful-looking Suna ninja speaking to a man with white hair and glasses. Hate moved in closer to listen, straining to hear their conversation. What he overheard troubled him deeply. They were discussing an alliance between Otogekure and Sunagekure. He quickly surmised that the alliance's purpose was likely an attack, perhaps on Konoha. This was big news, and he needed to get away to report it. As he began to move, Hate accidentally made a noise that drew the attention of the 2 ninjas. He quickly darted across the rooftops, but the strong-looking man, with red markings on his face and a turban-like headgear covering part of his head, intercepted him. Hate realized he was going to have to fight this man, and he had a bad feeling about the confrontation. He decided to use his strongest move, though he wasn't entirely sure it would work. Just as he prepared to execute it, the area in front of them shifted. A dark mist began to form, coalescing into the shape of a figure. A moment later, Hate found himself looking at the back of Shinshir, who now stood between him and the Suna ninja. I sensed something was amiss tonight. Shinshir said, his tone respectful yet firm as he addressed the sand ninja. And what do I find? A secret meeting with intentions concerning our village. Quite ill, I would say, quite ill. Why not turn around and leave this place? I'm sure you have friends and family who would like to see you again. Besides, picking off the weak does little for you, it's like me picking on you. Baki narrowed his eyes, recognizing the gravity of the situation. His mission was critical, and the presence of this new opponent complicated things. He knew the information Hade had overheard could not be allowed to reach the Hokage. Normally, he would have dispatched Hade quickly to ensure secrecy, but Shinshi's appearance gave him pause. You've got guts showing up here, Baki said coldly, his voice betraying none of the surprise he felt. But you're interfering in something far beyond your understanding. I don't know who you are, but I can't let either of you leave here alive. He glanced at the mist forming around Shinshir, then back at Hade, who was clearly preparing for a fight. I don't have time to waste on this, Baki muttered, more to himself than to them. Shifting into a combat stance, Baki's expression hardened. He knew he couldn't afford to be careless, especially with an unknown element like Shinshir in play. I don't need to remind you that you've crossed the line tonight, he continued, addressing both men. You won't live to regret it. Shinshir laughed. A fight, I so do ever love a good fight, Shinshir commented as he looked at Baki. However, as tough as you seem, you lack what it takes to be a good dance partner. That said, I can't let you do me harm or my friend harm. I won't live to regret it. You really do talk big, don't you? Shinshir said with a gentlemanly laugh. Greater men than you have tried to kill me before, Hashirama, Madara, Hiruzen, many other kages and such. You think you can fight me? Funny, Shinshir said as he bowed. Let us see if you can live up to your words or if you're as much of a disappointment to fight as I think you will be. Baki's expression remained stoic, though a flicker of unease crossed his mind at Shinshi's words. The names Shinshir had just mentioned were legendary figures of unparalleled strength and skill. Yet Baki was not one to be intimidated by words alone, even if they hinted at a power far beyond his understanding. Talk is cheap, Baki replied, his voice as cold as ever. If you've faced legends, then you should know that arrogance is a quick way to die. He tightened his grip on his kunai, eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. This wasn't just a simple fight anymore. It was a confrontation with a man who might very well be beyond anything he had encountered before. But Baki had his orders, and he wouldn't let some self-proclaimed immortal stand in the way of Sunagekir's mission. Let's see if your skills match your boasts, Baki said, shifting into a more aggressive stance. Or if you're just another relic who's forgotten what it means to face a real ninja. Without waiting for another word, Baki launched himself at Shinshir, his every move calculated to exploit any weakness, determined to test just how formidable his opponent truly was. Hate, watch and enjoy this show, Shinshir said with a smile as he pulled back from the first attack. He saw a moment to attack, and moved forward with his hand ready, glowing with an intense dark aura around it. This was his show of force, him showing Baki that messing with him and thinking he could win was child's play. He wasn't normal, he wasn't a kid either like Baki. He moved in quickly, aiming to slam hard and to use his fangs as well. Baki gasped as Shinshi's hand struck with terrifying force, the dark aura around it overwhelming his defenses. The impact shattered ribs and sent a shockwave of pain through his body. Before he could react, he felt Shinshi's fangs sink into his neck, drawing both blood and chakra. It was a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced, cold, invasive, and draining. Shinshi's kick came next, a brutal follow-up that sent Baki crashing onto the rooftop. Baki slid across the concrete roof, his body scraping against the concrete before he was able to come to a stop and get to his feet again. As he stood, he felt a pain in his chest that was quite sharp, but the drain on his chakra was worse. It left him feeling weaker, more vulnerable than he had been in years. Despite the pain, Baki's mind was racing. This wasn't a normal ninja or person. People didn't do what this man had just done to him. As he struggled to stand, he coughed hard. The coughing caused more agony in his chest as he kept his eyes on his foe. He was still very defiant, still determined, even as the reality of his situation sank in. Baki's voice was strained, but there was no fear in it as he forced himself to stand. You're not just a ninja. What are you? He demanded, trying to assess the true nature of the opponent before him. Oh, I think you have many terms for me, but I think vampire works pretty well, Shinshir said with a smile. I do take offense against not being called a ninja. I have had many friends who were that over the years. I happen to owe this town a few favors and a certain family in this village, my very life, so I can't let someone kill one of those friends now, can I? Shinshu replied with a bow. You may call me Shinshu, the legendary warrior of yore. Baki wiped the blood from his mouth as he listened to Shinshu speak, the man's words echoing in the night air. A vampire, a creature of myth, yet here he was, standing before him, very real and very dangerous. Baki's grip tightened on his kunai, his mind racing to process this new information. So, you're a relic of the past, clinging to old debts and friendships. Baki replied, his voice steady despite the pain. But that won't change what's coming. This village, your so-called friends, they're all just pawns in a much larger game. Baki's eyes narrowed as he studied Shinshu, assessing his next move. He knew he was outmatched, but retreat wasn't an option. The mission, the plan, everything was at stake. Legendary warrior or not, you've made a mistake by involving yourself in this. You're just one more obstacle in the way, and obstacles are meant to be removed. He readied himself for the next attack, determination burning in his eyes. Even if he couldn't win, he would not go down without a fight. You are a brave one, I will give you that, but many are brave but run, Shinshu said, bowing out of respect for his foe. He smiled. Then I shall make this quick, and it shall be over fast, my friend, and then I think I shall give you a proper burial. He added with a fair bit of respect in his tone as he attacked. A swarm of bat filled Baki's vision before the final blow was struck by Shinshu. Baki barely had time to react as the swarm of bats enveloped him, their wings beating furiously around him, obscuring his vision. He could feel the air grow colder, the presence of death drawing closer with each passing second. He knew this was the end, but he stood his ground, refusing to show fear even in his final moments. As the bats cleared, Baki caught a glimpse of Shinshi's figure moving with lightning speed, the final blow aimed directly at him. There was a moment of sharp pain as Shinshi's attack connected, and then everything went dark. Shinshu stood over Baki's fallen body, his expression a mix of respect and finality. Brave indeed, he murmured, his voice soft as he looked down at his defeated opponent. You fought well, but this was the only outcome. Hate, please make sure this body gets buried at the Tagusa shrine. I am going to go to the Otogekure area and find their boss. If they are having an alliance then, well then Orochimaru himself is behind it, and I think I can find the snake without much problems at all, Shinshu said, looking over at the swordsman whose life he had most likely just saved. Also note, this power you saw, that boy Kaza, has potential to be even greater than that. Hate, still reeling from the intensity of the fight, nodded solemnly at Shinshi's words. He had witnessed something extraordinary, something beyond the usual scope of even the most seasoned shinobi. As Shinshu spoke of Kaza, Hate couldn't help but feel a deep sense of foreboding mixed with curiosity. I'll see to it that Baki gets a proper burial at the Tagusa shrine, Hate replied, his voice steady despite the weight of the task ahead. And I'll make sure what happened here stays between us. You've saved my life tonight, Shinshu, and I won't forget that. Shinshu gave him a nod of acknowledgement. Good. Be careful, Hate. The times ahead are going to be dangerous. Kaza will need people like you around him. With that, Shinshu turned and disappeared into the night, leaving Hate alone with the body of the fallen Suna ninja. Hate was still surprised by it all. What had just happened is not normal, but he had known for a while Shinshu wasn't normal either. He carried the body off in the dark of the night. Shinshu moved through the darkness, his natural element, and would find Orochimaru alone in a room planning as was normal for him. He came back into form from a group of black mist just like before. His movement speed was insanely fast in the form over large areas. Well, a snake in the house, Orochimaru, it is an honor to actually finally meet you. I know your teacher rather well. I am not a fan of what I am going to guess is your plan, so I decided to do something about it. Now I can't deny the idea of fighting a Sannin seems amazing and fun too. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he sensed a dark presence materializing in the room. His sharp instincts had alerted him the moment Shinshu entered, but the speed and manner of the arrival intrigued him. He turned slowly to face the figure who had addressed him, his serpentine features curling into a wicked smile. Well, well, what a surprise! Orochimaru hissed, his voice smooth and laced with amusement. To think I'd have the pleasure of meeting someone like you tonight. Your arrival is quite unexpected. He tilted his head, studying Shinshu with a mixture of curiosity and interest. You speak of my former teacher, Sarutobi-sensei, with such familiarity. And yet, I don't recall anyone like you among his students. But then again, you're not an ordinary ninja, are you? Orochimaru's eyes glinted with a dangerous light as he continued. So you've come to interfere with my plans? I must say, I'm flattered that you consider me a worthy opponent. But tell me, before we engage in this little dance of death, what is it that drives you? Is it loyalty to that old fool, or perhaps something more personal? Oh, I knew Hiruzen when he was a kid, when I met with his own teacher Tobirama Senju. I gave the kid a few lessons here or there, but I wasn't his teacher, and not his student either. I know who a man who tries to gain immortality is. When one is immortal, one finds it funny to see others try for it. Shinshu replied with a smile. As for my loyalty, I am loyal to an old late friend, Sentaku Tagusa. I am making sure no one messes any more with their home. I also found a kid who might make a fun, challenging fight much down the road, so I don't want someone like you messing with my future fun. Orochimaru's smile widened, his eyes glinting with interest at Shinshi's words. The mention of Tobirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi as mere children in Shinshi's experience revealed just how ancient and powerful his opponent might be. Ah, so you're not just another meddler, Orochimaru mused, his tone laced with a mix of curiosity and amusement. You're someone who's walked through the ages, seen empires rise and fall, and yet here you are, concerned with the affairs of mortals. How fascinating. The Sanin's gaze sharpened at the mention of Sentaku Tagusa. Sentaku Tagusa, now that's a name I haven't heard in quite some time. So, you're here to protect his legacy, to ensure that no one disturbs his resting place or the future of his kin. He chuckled darkly. How noble of you, though I wonder, is it truly loyalty that drives you, or is it simply the thrill of the challenge? Orochimaru's expression turned more calculating. And this fun, challenging fight you speak of, intriguing. I assume you're referring to that boy Kaza. He does have potential, I'll admit, but potential alone is not enough to survive in this world. It takes much more ruthlessness, ambition, a willingness to sacrifice everything. He took a step forward, his voice lowering to a more sinister tone. But let's be clear, Shinshu. I am not one to be easily intimidated or swayed by the threats of others, even those as ancient as you. If you wish to stop me, you'll have to do much more than speak in riddles and play the protector. You'll have to defeat me, and that, my dear guest, is no small feat. It would be boring if it was easy, and I am not a fan of boring, Shinshu said with a smile, preparing to fight. Shinshu versus Orochimaru. Shinshu let out his full dark aura as he kept his eyes on Orochimaru. I can't have you messing with a good fight, and I want to see how many of this year's class do, he declared with a smirk. His power was straight up pressed. There's a dense chakra all around him. It was so dense that it felt odd. In fact, it has a supernatural nature, almost as if this person who was fighting was far from human. He was a monster, and this Orochimaru would even note. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he felt the overwhelming, dark aura radiating from Shinshu. The dense, almost otherworldly chakra filled the room, making the air heavy and oppressive. A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he observed the formidable power before him. Fascinating, Orochimaru hissed, his voice dripping with intrigue. Such an unusual and ancient chakra. You're no ordinary opponent, are you, Shinshu? You truly are something more than human. He let out a low chuckle, his snake-like eyes gleaming with excitement. It's been a long time since I've faced someone with power like yours. Very well, let's see if you can truly protect these good fights you're so keen on preserving. But remember, Shinshu, even monsters have their weaknesses. Orochimaru's hands moved in a blur as he prepared to engage, his serpentine grin never fading as he anticipated the challenge ahead. Shinshu smiled as he looked at his foe, as he knew that this fight was a big one. I have thought about putting you down for a while, as a favor to your old teacher. You are such a boring fighter, so predictably unpredictable, you think you are greater than you really are. You couldn't even beat Hanzo 3-on-1, Shinshu said, mocking Orochimaru before disappearing and appearing right before him in a fog of black and kicking him hard. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with anger at the mention of his past failure against Hanzo. Before he could retort, Shinshu vanished in a blur of black mist, reappearing in front of him with terrifying speed. The power of the kick sent Orochimaru flying back into a wall, hitting with a hardness that caused him to spit up blood. The power of this man was obvious from the cracks in the stone wall where Orochimaru hit. Orochimaru lay there for a moment before getting up as if nothing happened, whipping the blood from his lip with the back of his hand. He gave a menacing look of his own, one that was twisted with a smirk as he looked right back at Shinshu with spite for his foe. You think you're clever, mocking me like that? Orochimaru hissed, his voice laced with malice. But underestimating me will be your downfall, Shinshu. I am far beyond the man I was back then. He formed a series of hand seals with lightning speed, his chakra flaring as he prepared to counterattack. Let me show you just how wrong you are, he sneered, as the room began to fill with ominous, slithering sound serpents emerging from every shadow, their eyes gleaming with the same deadly intent as their master. Fire release, snake fire blast. He called out as the many snakes all let out their own attacks of fire at Shinshu all at the same time at Shinshu. Shinshu turned into a cloud of dark mist as he avoided the attack before reforming a moment later. No, you are a person obsessed with their own strength, and that obsession has made you weaker. Plus you are trying to fight me at night, where I am the strongest, he retorted, as he released a massive amount of bats that moved silently through the night engaging the snakes in mass combat. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as Shinshu effortlessly evaded the fiery serpent attacks, dissolving into dark mist and reforming with an air of confidence. The sight of the bats swarming his snakes, engaging them in a chaotic mid-air battle, only fueled Orochimaru's frustration. You think the night gives you an advantage? Orochimaru hissed, his voice dripping with contempt. You may control the darkness, but I've long since embraced it. As the bats and snakes clashed, Orochimaru quickly formed more hand seals, his chakra surging ominously. Let's see how your creatures fare against true terror. Summoning jutsu! In an instant, a massive snake, far larger than the others, erupted from the ground, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The giant serpent lunged toward Shinshu, its maw wide open, ready to devour him whole. But Shinshu remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity. You're right about one thing, Orochimaru. I do think the night gives me an advantage, he said with a smirk, his aura darkening further. The bats, responding to their master's command, converged into a swirling vortex of shadows around the giant serpent, blocking its vision and disorienting it. With a burst of speed, Shinshu dashed through the chaos, aiming directly for Orochimaru. Let's see how long you can keep up with me, he challenged, his voice echoing eerily in the night as he closed in for another attack. You wanted to be Hokage, didn't you? And you lacked the resolve to. Your weakness is why you were never picked, Shinshu said after striking one more time, getting in a small glancing hit on Orochimaru. You can never fight in the light, or stand in the light, you lack the ability, and you wish you had it. I know you all too well. Shinshu mused as he stood also on the snake with Orochimaru. Orochimaru winced as Shinshu's strike connected, even if only slightly, feeling the sting of both the blow and the words. His eyes flashed with a mix of anger and something deeper resentment, perhaps. The mention of his failed ambition to become Hokage struck a nerve, and it showed in the venom that dripped from his voice. You think you know me, Shinshu? Orochimaru hissed, his tone cold and dangerous. You think you understand my resolve? The Hokage title was merely a stepping stone, a means to an end. I seek something far greater, something you couldn't possibly comprehend. As they stood on the giant snake, its scales shifting beneath their feet, Orochimaru's hand flicked to the side, summoning a blade from his sleeve. He lunged at Shinshu with a speed that belied his earlier injuries, aiming to slice through his opponent. And you speak of light as if it means something. Orochimaru continued, his voice laced with disdain. The light blinds those who cling to it. The true power lies in the shadows, in the places where no one dares to look. You may thrive in the night, but I am the darkness itself. Even as Orochimaru attacked, Shinshu's taunt lingered in the air, gnawing at the Sanin's pride. The truth in those words, no matter how much Orochimaru tried to dismiss it, was a wound that wouldn't heal, a reminder of a path he could never tread. You're dumber than even I thought to declare that in front of a vampire. I am truly darkness, I have seen them come and go, and you, my friend, don't measure up to any of them. Tobirama, Hiruzen, Madara, Taijima, Itachi, Minato, Hanzo, and so many others are better, he said as he slowly pulled in his power. The light is something, and you're right, it binds you to it. It is why I am no warrior of the light either. It takes a special person to handle that role in life. As Orochimaru lunged at him, he let him hit as he hit with his opposite hand, trading his left arm for a very hard hit on Orochimaru's gut. Orochimaru gritted his teeth as Shinshu's words cut deeper than the wound he delivered. The blow to his gut was powerful, causing him to stagger and cough up blood, but his eyes never wavered. There was fury there, but also a twisted admiration, perhaps, for someone who dared to speak to him in such a way. You speak of them as if they were legends beyond my reach. Orochimaru spat, his voice low and venomous. But they are all dead, Shinshur. They were mortals, bound by the same weaknesses that you now claim to despise. I will surpass them, not by clinging to the past, but by transcending what it means to be human. Orochimaru used his own snakes to gather himself, as he felt the impact. He had taken several heavy blows from this creature. They were not ones he wanted to take, but he was still standing. He gritted his teeth for a moment, showing a brief moment of weakness before gathering his resolve and smirking. You trade blows like a fool, thinking your age and experience make you superior. But immortality has made you complacent. I am not bound by your limitations, Shinshur. As he spoke, Orochimaru's body began to shift and contort, the unnatural flexibility of his form becoming even more grotesque. His skin turned pale and his eyes slit-like, reminiscent of a serpent preparing to strike. He was evolving before Shinshi's eyes, drawing on the darker aspects of his power. You call yourself the true darkness? Then let me show you what lies in the depths of my own. Orochimaru hissed, his voice dripping with malice as he prepared his next move. Shinshur smiled, having enjoyed this long fight. He had not gone all out and wanted to play with his foe. He reached out and used his own chakra to form a new arm as he snapped his fingers. The many bats closed down on Orochimaru, biting and sucking out his chakra from everywhere they bit. As the bats bit, Orochimaru went to knock them away, using a barrier, but that only worked for a moment as they just continued their attack in an overwhelming number, much as they had with his snakes beforehand, whipping them out. Each bit two more of his power and hurt like little needles, constantly being thrust into him, constantly all over. He was pissed. His mind was still very active as he felt rage at the words. How easily this man dismissed him and make a mockery of him. That he was just playing with him and using him for sport. This was not something he could handle. He couldn't win now, but he could escape and make this guy pay later down the road. That arrogance, he would make him choke on it. You underestimate me, Orochimaru hissed, his voice strained but defiant. This is far from over. I will return, stronger than ever, and when I do, you will regret not finishing me off when you had the chance. With a final, defiant glare, Orochimaru's body seemed to ripple and distort. In a grotesque display, he shed his damaged form, leaving behind the remnants of his snake-like skin as he slipped away, retreating into the shadows like the serpent he was. The bats, unable to latch onto his new form, were left behind, confused and agitated. As the last traces of Orochimaru disappeared into the night, Shinshur stood alone, his new arm flexing with a slight shimmer of dark chakra. He felt a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. The battle had been enjoyable, a test of his abilities, but it was clear that Orochimaru was not yet a worthy opponent for him. Still, the thought of facing a stronger, more dangerous Orochimaru in the future was intriguing. Run, snake, Shinshur said softly, a smirk playing on his lips. The next time we meet, let's hope you've grown strong enough to make it even more interesting. With that, he turned away, the night once again becoming his domain as he vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only the echoes of the battle that had taken place. Shinshur lingered in the darkness, his thoughts drifting as the night wrapped around him like a familiar cloak. He had stepped into the shadows for so long, observing, waiting, and letting the world pass by. But now, after sensing the potential in this new generation, he felt a stir of excitement that he hadn't experienced in years. The promise of future battles played through his mind. There was Naruto, the child of Minato, whose fiery spirit reminded Shinshur of the fourth Hokage himself. Then there was Sasuke, the last uchiha, brimming with untapped potential and a darkness that could one day rival his own. And the mysterious figure who had dealt with the Suna shinobi, another intriguing possibility. The thought of these young warriors becoming worthy opponents in the future brought a rare smile to his face. It was true, perhaps it was time to step out of the shadows, to test these new challengers and see just how far they could push him. The idea of guiding, challenging, and ultimately clashing with these future powerhouses filled him with a renewed sense of purpose. As he moved through the night, Shinshur felt a thrill in the air, a promise of the battles to come. The world was indeed a stage, and the players were just beginning to take their places. He could already see the paths they might take, the struggles they would face, and the strength they would gain. Yes, the world was getting more interesting. And Shinshur, the ancient warrior who had seen countless battles, would be there to witness and perhaps shape its future. The light of day might call him out of hiding, but the darkness would always be where he truly thrived. With that thought, he vanished into the night, a shadow among shadows, eagerly anticipating the future and the strong foes it would bring. Changes to the finals. The Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, found himself facing a delicate situation as he reviewed the latest intelligence. Orochimaru had been plotting an attack, manipulating the hidden sand village, Suna, into joining the assault by assassinating the Kazekage. This revelation had come to light just a day before the finals of the Chunin exams. With the Kazekage dead, there was no longer any reason for the Suna shinobi to participate in the finals. They were now forced to return home and deal with the aftermath of their leader's death, an especially heavy blow for the three siblings, who had just lost their father. As Suna withdrew from the finals, it became clear that the truth of Orochimaru's deception had far-reaching consequences. Compounding the issue was the mysterious death of an Otogekyu ninja who had also been a finalist. Reports indicated that his teammates had either gone missing or had departed with the Suna contingent, though the accounts varied. This left 8 remaining finalists: Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Kaza, Neji, Ino, Shizuka, and Shino. All but Neji had been teammates at the academy, and they were all between 13 and 14 years old. Given the reduced number of participants, Hiruzen saw an opportunity to refine the structure of the finals. By limiting each participant to a single exhibition match, he could minimize the risk of unnecessary injuries while still allowing the young shinobi to demonstrate their skills and justify their promotion to Chunin. Hiruzen quickly reorganized the matchups, carefully considering how to showcase each contestant's abilities while avoiding unnecessary conflicts among teammates. The new pairings were as follows: Neji vs Shino, Naruto vs Sasuke, Kaza vs Shikamaru, and Ino vs Shizuka. The additional week granted for preparation would allow the village time to manage the diplomatic fallout from the attempted invasion and give the contestants a chance to adjust to their new opponents. He imposed specific limitations: no moves that aimed to cause permanent injury, no techniques designed to kill, and a strict focus on demonstrating why each participant was worthy of becoming a Chunin through a single match. This will work, Hiruzen thought, satisfied with his decision. Not only would this approach ensure a good showing of the village's unity, but it would also allow the young shinobi to prove themselves without unnecessary risk. With that, he completed the paperwork and dispatched the information to the remaining contestants, ensuring they were informed of the changes as soon as possible. Enko was preparing breakfast for Naruto, Hibi, and Irika when she received the information. She figured they would need a nice meal after a month of hard work with Naruto. She also wanted her daughter and husband to eat well. Though she wasn't naturally inclined to cook, having a family meant taking on certain responsibilities. She and Irika took turns cooking, which gave them another chance to bond and spend time together. Enko carefully made a dozen onigiri. She figured that many would be enough for Hibi, herself, Naruto, and Irika. She knew that they could eat, and she knew Naruto needed a good meal before they started training. As her mind went over how she was going to train Naruto on what would she thought be the last day of training, she heard the door. Walking over, she nodded to the person on the other side and took the message. She walked in and put the onigiri on the table before she opened the message to start reading. Enko Yumino, formerly Mitarashi, felt a mix of emotions as she read through the messages. Her usual carefree demeanor hardened as she processed the news. The thought of Orochimaru's involvement made her skin crawl. Just hearing his name was enough to stir up old memories and unresolved anger. The knowledge that he was behind the Kazekage's murder and the aborted attack only intensified her hatred for her former mentor. But then her thoughts shifted to Naruto. He was going to face Sasuke Uchiha in the final match. A grin spread across her face, full of pride and a bit of mischief. So, the brat's going up against the Uchiha, huh? This is going to be interesting, she muttered to herself. Enko had always believed in Naruto's potential, and now he had the chance to prove it on one of the biggest stages. But she was also fiercely protective of him, and the idea of Orochimaru lurking in the shadows made her uneasy. She knew the finals would be more than just a test of skill, they'd be a test of resilience, and Naruto had better be ready. As she set the messages down, her eyes narrowed with determination. No way I'm letting that snake get anywhere near him, she vowed quietly. Then, she took a deep breath and called out to the others, her voice returning to its usual teasing tone. Breakfast is ready! You three better eat up, you're going to need all the energy you can get. And Naruto, try not to choke when you hear what I've got to tell you. She smirked, but underneath the bravado, there was a steely resolve. Anko Yumino was ready to do whatever it took to protect her family, and that included making sure Naruto was prepared for what lay ahead. Naruto came running down, followed by holding his little beloved sister in his arms. "Hibi, I told you I have gotten faster," he said with pride as he put her down and looked at the food. "Mom, the food looks great. Are we going to train more today for the finals match?" he asked, knowing his opponent had switched from Shizuka to Sasuke. Anko watched Naruto dash down the stairs with Hibi in his arms, her heart swelling with affection for both of them. She couldn't help but grin at his boundless energy, and the way he proudly showed off for his little sister. "Nice work, speedster," Anko teased, ruffling Naruto's hair as he set Hibi down. "You're definitely getting quicker, but don't get too cocky, or Hibi might just catch up to you one day." As Naruto complimented the food and asked about training, Anko's grin faltered slightly, but she quickly recovered, keeping her tone light. "Thanks, kiddo. I'm glad you like it. As for training, we'll definitely get some in today, but there's something you need to know first." She paused, her gaze softening as she looked at him. "Your match got switched. You're not going up against Shizuka anymore, you'll be facing Sasuke Uchiha in the finals." Anko watched his reaction closely, ready to support him in whatever way he needed. She knew this was big news, but she also knew that Naruto had the heart and determination to face any challenge, no matter how tough. Naruto blinked and nodded his head. "He is that Uchiha kid, I remember him from school. Sakura and Ino used to have a thing for him, and I think Sakura still does. He always seemed so edgy, and so cold. I guess that is what not having a family does to a person," Naruto said as he remembered the days before his happiness, and he wondered if he would have turned out more like him if he hadn't had his loving adopted parents and little sister. "The foe doesn't matter. I will show them just how great I am, believe it." "Yeah, that's him," Anko replied, her voice softening as she noticed the brief flicker of empathy in Naruto's expression. "Sasuke's had a rough time, no doubt about it. But don't underestimate him because of that. He's got his own reasons for being the way he is." She leaned in, giving him a reassuring squeeze on the shoulder. "But you're right, kiddo. The foe doesn't matter. What matters is that you give it your all out there. You've trained hard, and you've got your own reasons to fight, just like he does. Show him and everyone else just how great you are. I know you've got it in you." Anko's smile returned, this time with a hint of pride. She could see how far Naruto had come, and she was ready to help him reach even greater heights. "Now let's eat up and then get to training. You're gonna need all the energy you can get." Shino listened intently as his father delivered the news of the matchup changes. His reaction was measured, as always, his expression barely shifting as he took in the information. "A change in opponents does not alter the objective," Shino remarked calmly. "The purpose remains the same, to demonstrate our skills and prove our readiness for the rank of Chunin." Though outwardly composed, a subtle sense of relief washed over him. The thought of having to fight Naruto or Kaza had been a concern. They were more than just teammates to him, they were his friends. He knew how much they had all trained together, pushing each other to grow stronger. The idea of facing them in the finals had weighed on him more than he would ever admit. "I'm glad we won't be facing each other," Shino added quietly. "Naruto and Kaza have trained hard. I'm confident they can handle their opponents." He would support them both in his own way, quietly cheering them on as they faced their new challenges. Shino's loyalty to his friends ran deep, even if he rarely expressed it openly. He hoped that their strength and determination would see them through the trials ahead. Kaza was training harder than ever, pushing himself to his limits as he honed his swordsmanship and physical abilities. The recent changes in the tournament, influenced by his teachers, had only fueled his determination. Shinshir had been intensifying his training regimen, preparing Kaza and Hate for any situation that might arise. As Kaza caught his breath between sets, his mind drifted back to a conversation he had with Shinshir over breakfast. "Kaza," Shinshir had said, his tone serious as he looked Kaza in the eye. "That light release of yours, the one you believe is a combination of chakra natures and a natural Kekkei Genkai, it isn't chakra you're using. The chakra you tap into comes from the people who've married into the Tagusa clan over the generations. But your true light ability isn't based on chakra. It's driven by spiritual energy." Kaza had paused, mid-bite, absorbing Shinshi's words. Shinshir continued, "By using chakra instead of your natural spiritual energy, you're misusing your gift. This misuse puts a strain on your body, breaking it down over time, almost as if your body is working against itself without you even realizing it. Shinshir leaned back, his gaze intense. Your father, Ryota, was an incredible fighter, someone who might have matched someone I recently fought. But he overused chakra with his light release. He didn't know the toll it was taking on him, but it broke down his body, leading to his early death. I believe the same fate befell your uncle Kazanori and your grandfather. They all died too soon because they misused their gift. Kaza's grip on his sword tightened as he listened, the weight of Shinshi's words settling in. You need to wean yourself off using chakra with your light release, Shinshir advised, his tone firm. If you don't, you'll meet the same end as your relatives. Sentaku, the last to live a mostly full life, never used chakra a day in his life. He relied on his spiritual energy and his insane natural talents. I believe you can surpass him and me in time. But only if you master your true gift and avoid the mistakes of those who came before you. Kaza nodded, a newfound resolve filling him. He understood the gravity of what Shinshir was telling him. He couldn't fight the same way, and he was going to have to change his whole way of fighting. That wasn't easy, in fact it was going to be hard, and would slow down his progress. Yet he knew that his sensei was right, that he had to move down this path, and he had to change. He had to figure out how to use this spiritual power and adjust his fighting style to be completely around it, and it alone. If Sentaku the legend of the Tagusa had done it, he could. He wasn't as cool as Sentaku, but no one was. He would master this, and he would figure out the way forward for himself and for his clan. Arrival to the finals. Shinshir stood with hate, watching Kaza, who wore the traditional white robes lined with teal and purple. His hair was as messy as ever, but the young teenager was ready to fight in the finals of the Chunin exams. So, what do you think his chances are, Shinshir? Hate asked, curious about Shinshi's thoughts on Kaza's odds in the upcoming match. Hate knew Kaza had been putting in a lot of work over the past week. However, he was essentially starting from scratch, working with new abilities and abandoning the hard-earned skills he'd developed due to the long-term danger they posed to his body. It was going to be a tough fight against anyone, especially since Kaza still wasn't used to fighting without relying on chakra. Shinshir adjusted the cuff of his sleeve, his expression calm and composed as always, though there was a glint of amusement in his eyes. He looked at Kaza, who stood ready in his traditional robes, then back at Hate. Chances? Shinshir said with a soft chuckle. That boy's always had a flair for the dramatic. He'll do what he always does, surprise us. He folded his arms, his tone relaxed but sharp with intent. Kaza's had to adapt, yes, and it's been a rough week for him, having to rework his whole approach. But I didn't train him to break under pressure. He's got the strength of will to pull it off. Shinshir paused, a knowing smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He's a Tagusa, after all. If there's one thing they excel at, it's pushing through impossible odds. And now that he's started tapping into his true power, he might surprise even himself. He glanced back at Hate, adding with a sly tone, Don't blink, you might miss it. I wouldn't miss that for the world. Hate said with a nod, his voice carrying a touch of gratitude. He owed his life to Shinshir, not only for his defeat of Baki but also for taking down Orochimaru a week earlier. There should be a lot of interesting matches today. Hate added with a chuckle, his eyes scanning the arena. It's going to be exciting. I'm sure you'll find a few more people you'll want to fight in the future, my friend. He laughed softly, though it was interrupted by a light cough. Shinshir smirked at the comment, glancing sideways at Hate. Perhaps, he replied, his tone teasing but with an edge of anticipation. There's always someone out there worth testing your limits against. Hey, I am ready to go, Kaza said, walking up to the two of them. They had helped him so much in the month of training, Shinshir with so much knowledge and learning this new fighting style that was so foreign to him and so unknown, and then there was Hate who had helped him endlessly figure out swordsmanship as he had learned so much and felt like he had grown in that area endlessly. He smiled at both before bowing before them. I am grateful, thank you for watching over my simple and clumsy self. I promise to do as good as I can do, Kaza said softly, his eyes down for the moment before he looked at the two of them. I promise that I will make you both proud, that I will make my teammates proud when they see my new abilities, and I will honor my family's legacy as well. For I am blessed to have such great people to help me and show me a path to a greater future. Shinshir gave Kaza an approving look, his usual smirk softening into something resembling genuine pride. You've worked hard, Kaza. Don't sell yourself short. His voice carried a weight that Kaza had come to rely on calm but firm confidence that made it clear Xingshi believed in him. Clumsy or not, you've pushed through challenges that most wouldn't have. Today isn't about being perfect, it's about showing everyone who you are now.